Welcome, welcome everybody. Let me know if you can hear me or if there's any issues or glitches or anything like that. Because Star Wars only. I'm old at heart. Might take me a second to catch up on some of these things, but Star Wars Celebration is here, my friends. I know I have not been actively uploading or anything like that, and I do apologize for that. But I've been working hard on my documentary. There hasn't been a lot going on with Star Wars lately, but now we have Andor season 2 coming out. We have Tales of the Underworld coming out, and we also have Mandalorian and Grogu. Probably gonna get a trailer for that this weekend. So it should be good. It should be good. This should be a interesting celebration. This is gonna be one of the most curious ones I think they've probably ever done. Just because, honestly, oh, a little B-roll thing stopped. At least on my end. I don't know if you guys are seeing it, but honestly, this year's celebration, it's kind of weird because they're doing Andor season 2. They're doing The Mandalorian and Grogu. They're doing Ahsoka season 1, not even season 2. I'm sure they're going to have something that they'll show for season 2, but I don't know, man. Like it's kind of concerning at this point that they don't have a lot to show at the moment, and so I think a lot of people are, uh, rightfully so, a little concerned about what's going to happen with the future and what they're going to announce here, especially with all the information about Kathleen Kennedy. I was supposed to be at the Star Wars celebration, and I realized, well, it's only 3 days, and it's in a whole nother country, Tokyo. It's like a 16-hour flight from where I'm at in Orlando, and then it would have cost so much money, not just to fly over there, but to stay there. I would probably have wanted to be there for a week and everything like that. Like, I really wanted to do it, but I thought, damn, man, the money is just not there for it. I mean, I'm not gonna fork over 10 grand for a trip when most of the time, especially throughout the 3 days of celebration, I'm gonna wanna be working on this stuff and talking about this stuff, so, hasn't been a lot going on, that's why I haven't done the daily uploads. I've been working on my own little Star Wars documentary, and now that we have Celebration tonight, I wanted to live stream and kinda react to some of the stuff and upload some videos tomorrow about, like, my full thoughts and everything, but right now, apparently the Mandalorian and Grogu panel is happening over there in Japan. Gonna try to keep us at least up to date as much as possible because they're not showing it. So they are gonna have a live stream on the Star Wars YouTube channel. I'll have that up whenever it's actually going. It's gonna start in about an hour. And in the meantime, while they're doing the Mandalorian and Grogu panel, we might get a trailer like right now within the next hour. We might not. We might get something that leaks. I probably won't show it if it does leak on the channel just because that normally is kind of frowned upon and everything. If you guys have any questions, of course, leave them in the chat. I'll kind of have the chat here. I'll see if I can kind of like minimize my thing a little bit better, so you guys don't have to see me and you guys can kind of focus on the chat and you guys. Um, I don't know, man. I'm a little nervous, bro. I wonder when they're gonna announce the next celebration because this is basically the celebration for The Mandalorian and Grogu. And in the lead up to like a movie, this is kind of one of the odder marketing campaigns that they've done for Star Wars Celebration. There hasn't been a lot of excitement for this one. You guys have mentioned in the comments and everything like that, like Donovan saying, the announcements are very scaled. There's not so much going on because all of this is stuff that we kind of already knew. The one that they did in 2023 back in London, they announced 3 different Star Wars movies. But then what's weird is in January of 2024, the beginning of the next year, they announced another Star Wars movie, which was The Mandalorian and Grogu, which is the one we're getting now. So they announced 3 movies and then announced a 4th one and said, "No, this 4th one is actually coming out before the other 3." And then I'm sure you guys have heard a little bit about the Sean Levy situation, about how that one's really getting off the ground, and it looks like that's gonna be the next Star Wars movie after The Mandalorian and Grogu is gonna be the Sean Levy movie, reportedly, featuring Ryan Gosling and everything. So I'm very curious on what's gonna happen with that, and if we'll get an announcement for that at this celebration. I don't see it, but who knows? Who knows? I don't think we're gonna get anything big in terms of Kathleen Kennedy and who is going to end up replacing her or anything like that. And the reason I bring that up is because it is a big talk right now, and I know it's weird how they handle these kind of situations. The Kevin Feige thing, if you remember, Alan Horn, the Disney chief studio officer over there, who was Kathleen Kennedy's boss, he confirmed that the Kevin Feige movie was happening in the report. And then Kathleen Kennedy was like, "Oh, that was never happening. That was something that was reported in the trades." And it's like, Okay, but the trades were very reliable because they talked to your boss and he said yes. Then you have the situation with her alleged retirement and everything. And the reporter who reported on it is very reliable. He used to work at the Hollywood Reporter and everything like that. And the report had some credibility to it, I believe. I mean, clearly from what she's saying is that, yeah, I am going to retire in like a year. And we have somebody. I'm just going to not going to announce anything anytime soon. So because there's not like a Lucasfilm show panel at the celebration or, just a Star Wars specific or just a Lucasfilm specific panel, I don't think you're gonna get anything big like that. I don't think they would ever even announce that at, like, a celebration, really. I feel like the pick for the next Lucasfilm president, who will end up being the 6th Lucasfilm president after Kathleen Kennedy, I think she's the 5th, right? You got Douglas Norby, Gordon Radley, Charles Weber, Michelin Chow, and then Kathy, and then yeah, okay, and then the next person is gonna be the 6th one. So, yeah, we're gonna get our 6th, Lucasfilm president, but who knows who it will be, and I don't think they would ever announce it at something like Star Wars Celebration. I think that would just be something that is like a public statement on the Star Wars website. Kathy is apparently gonna do an interview, for it and, probably spill a lot of details about what's to come, and even then, I think if Kathy does step down from Lucasfilm president, I don't think she's really going anywhere either. I think she will still heavily be involved with Lucasfilm and Star Wars. I think she's still gonna be one of the, like, executive board members over there at Lucasfilm for years to come. So we'll see what's gonna happen there. Let's see. Cameron asked, "Are we going to be able to watch the Mando panel live because it's happening now that even the main Star Wars channel is not streaming for another hour?" Well, that's a great question, and no, some of the things they have to do to keep the Star Wars Celebration stuff exclusive just to Celebration is they're clearly not showing the panel. It's actually kind of nice that they're even having a Celebration live stream. Anyways, I think to add to the marketing, they honestly should have the Mando panel being streamed right now, but they're not. Let me actually, let me check the trades a little bit. And let me check the news cycle and see if there's anything really going on over there with Star Wars Celebration right now at that Mandalorian and Grogu panel because this is the next movie. Mm, no, I'm not really seeing anything. They're starting the introductions and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll keep eye out on what's really happening with all that, but I'm not sure when we'll get any concrete information. Let's see what Screen Rant is saying because they are live blogging from there at 9:01. They said this is the way updates in the Mandalorian and Grogu. The crowd in Japan has been warmed up with several rounds of Sweet Caroline and a dance remix of the Imperial March. There are lightsabers waving everywhere. The panel should be starting soon. That was 7 minutes ago. So pretty confident something's going on by this point, but it is probably just the introduction stuff. The last 15 to 20 minutes of this hour, where I'm at in Florida, it's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So probably around 10 o'clock, you're going to get any real information and everything like that. And I'll try to stay on when they actually go live on the YouTube channel. I'll probably have the audio playing through my video and then have it a little quieter than me and I'll talk over it or something like that for interesting stuff. So if you guys want to stay up all night with me and watch the Star Wars live stream celebration, I'm down, bro. I'm down to clown. All right. I got my bong next to me. I got water and all that stuff. Like I'm ready to do this if you're ready to do this. All right. I'm a fucking Star Wars fan. But yeah, right now we're not getting the Mando panel. That sucks. I hope we get the Andor panel for tomorrow for season two. I am super excited for Andor season 2. I don't think people understand that if you want really good Star Wars going forward, this is what you should tune into. Big shout out to you, Darth Prime 501st. How have you been, Star Wars only? That's a great question. How have I been? Excuse me while I burp real quick. That's how I've been. I've been burping. No, I've been actively working on my documentary for like the past 6 months. I'll probably have a video talking about it, just giving you an update about like where I'm at on it and everything because it's been a long working process. I'm about 40% of the way done with the script, yet it is longer than any other Star Wars documentary I've ever made. I'll tell you right now that it's coming out December 18th, 2025 this year, so you're going to get another Star Wars only documentary, but this one is just there's so much information. It's I have a chronological timeline by like the day, by the month, by the year that spans like 15 years. So I have a lot of history that I've poured over and there's a lot of stuff I had to digest. So I'm really up to date, I think, on so much of the Star Wars history, but I have to translate that information into a narrative, into a documentary format and everything. So Right now, I'm writing. I'm done with the research. I've just been writing for the past month or two, and that's why I haven't been uploading daily. And there hasn't been much to really upload, but because YouTube doesn't like it when you do that, I have to kind of get back into the uploading cycle and everything like that. But it is late, and it's going to be a very late night if you guys want to stay up and do this stuff. But yeah, we are not getting the Mando panel at the moment. We did get a little information earlier this week that they're going to reveal the Star Wars Zero Company game. That's going to be a what do they call it? Like a single player strategy game or something like that. So I think I think we're gonna get something about that. That'll be at least a trailer and probably I would hope some gameplay footage. I really want to see what it's going to be about in a release date. They need to start releasing stuff. They're just not doing anything at the moment, and I think a lot of people are getting a little annoyed with that and everything. What's the documentary about? I don't want to reveal it yet, just because I don't want to market something for too long. I'll probably put out a trailer or something like that when I'm ready to like tell you everything. Because I am kind of in a I'm in a pickle with it where I have because it's so long. I don't want to do a 4 to 5 hour documentary. I don't like these video essays that people like Mahler and all these other people do, where they're like 8 to 10 hour videos about Star Wars. I'm like, you don't. Nothing you say is going to give me that much substance with your Star Wars opinions, or it's something I guess I wouldn't know already about Star Wars. So I don't want to do a 4 to 5 hour documentary. So I'm either gonna, split it up into multiple parts, or I'm gonna make 3 documentaries that is kind of like a documentary trilogy, with each one is about its own specific subject, but they're all very relatable to each other and very relevant to each other. So I'll reveal more is worked on and everything. Lunga's probably going to sleep because his work is normally really early in the morning. Um, if he's watching this, Lunga, if you are watching this, you feel free to join on anytime, brother. But yeah, right now it's just going to be a me stream. We have some more information from Screen Rant. They are saying things begin with a montage of Star Wars movies and TV shows, from Luke Skywalker staring at the twin sunset to Mando finding Grogu with the prequels, the sequels, Rogue One. Everything is in here. The biggest cheers in the crowd come from Ahsoka Tano, animated in live action, Cassian Andor in the Bad Batch, and now C-3PO and R2D2 are on the stage. Dang, man, that's it blows my mind seeing how the Star Wars fandom has changed, because they're saying in this that the biggest cheers in the crowd come from Ahsoka Tano, Cassian Andor, the Bad Batch. Like, some of that stuff does kind of surprise me a little bit. It's funny to see how the Star Wars fandom has changed in its opinion on characters and stuff over the years. Because for me, Ahsoka's getting a little old. I love Cassian Andor, but the Bad Batch, like, to think that these characters would get like the biggest crowd noise out of the original trilogy, the prequels and the sequels and all that stuff, and the Mando and all that. It really does blow my mind where we're at as a fandom at the moment. Keep an eye on the chat. Let me know if there's any questions you got for me, or anything about celebration you want to know. I'm disappointed that I'm not there this year, man, but it's what it is. It's kind of cool to just be home and watching it from afar and saving about $10,000 and spending. I'm hoping the next celebration is actually going to be here in Orlando, because they did that back in 2017, and it's been about 8 years, since that's happened. So be kind of nice to have that close to home. We're getting reports now from Empire saying that Kathleen Kennedy and Dave Filoni are in the building. Filoni starts by reflecting on it being 16 years since the last Star Wars celebration in Japan, and he says it's gotten a little bigger since. And honestly, I don't know if you've seen the video, what they're doing and everything like that, but uh, it's kind of a smaller venue than I thought it would be. At least like the main stage that they're doing everything on. Um, the official Star Wars page put out something saying that they're live. Star Wars Celebration begins now. Yeah, no, their page still says they're going live in 45 minutes. I don't know what put that, but it's all good. Keep checking the trade, see if there's any big information. They're saying that Hayden Christensen is going to be at Celebration. He's there right now. Kennedy and Dave Filoni are on the stage, presumably talking about the future and everything. I wonder if they're going to say anything about Dave Filoni's Mandoverse movie that's coming out. And curious, Dave Filoni and Kathleen Kennedy to say, where's Dave Filoni? He's not directing this movie. I want to see John Favreau up there. I want to hear something from my boy. All right, John Favreau's the guy, dude. I'm kind of sad. I don't know if you guys heard, but he's doing like a Mickey Mouse kind of movie. The Oswald Mouse, I believe is the name. He's doing something for them at Disney with that, and I'm pretty confident that means he's going to step away from Star Wars for a minute. Screen Rant saying Kathleen Kennedy, Dave Filoni with the cowboy hat, of course, are now on stage welcoming us to Star Wars Celebration with Kennedy teasing some big surprises to come this weekend. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they're all going to be big surprises, Kathy. I'm sure you're really going to shock us with all these announcements, and they're gonna come sometime, somewhere. We don't know. I mean, you remember in 2020 at the Disney Investors Day where they had like 10 things that they announced, and like half of them came out, and the other half that came out kind of sucked. I mean, whatever happened to a droid story? God damn it, Kathy. What are you most excited about moving forward with Star Wars? That's the biggest problem right now is that it's really hard to pinpoint that right now because even Lucasfilm and Star Wars, they don't really know what they're gonna be doing going forward. They're kind of just hoping something sticks. I really do think the best opportunity they have right now is James Mangold's Dawn of the Jedi. Something like that that's a different era, just completely disconnected from what we've done before and still Star Wars, if it's an Origin of the Jedi or something like that. That sounds great. Let's just do something new for once. A lot of this stuff has been really disappointing, and it's so funny because people kinda act like nothing's going on with it, but I think if you sit down and start talking about stuff and thinking about stuff for a little while, you'll realize how disappointing a lot of the recent Star Wars stuff has been for the past 10 years. Like a Boba Fett movie, that's an easy layup, $1 billion in the box office. They had done that in 2018 instead of Solo: A Star Wars Story. I mean, when you get the show Book of Boba Fett, it's almost like, I can't believe this is the route you went. It's extremely disappointing. So I don't know. It's hard to be excited, but because I am such a diehard Star Wars fan and I do want what's best for the brand, I want what's best for Lucasfilm and everything. Like I'm not against anybody over there. I'm not gonna come out here and be like, how dare these people? I think they're all trying to do their best. I think, you know, sometimes they're misguided or sometimes people don't have the best intentions, but it's what it is. But the future, it's not the brightest at the moment. That is for sure. Keeping an eye out on the trades. Kathleen Kennedy just said she talks about the importance of Star Wars as a communal experience of going to the theater, and says in development are movies from. All right, she's confirming. Here are the movies that Kathleen Kennedy just confirmed. James Mangold's movie, which is Dawn of the Jedi. Charmin Obad-Chinoy is still attached to the Rey Star Wars movie. Taika Waititi, his Star Wars movie is still happening, and the trilogy from Simon Kinberg. So let's count that. James Mangold's one movie, Charmin Obad-Chinoy, the Rey movie, that's two. Taika's a third movie, and then three more movies on a trilogy from Simon Kinberg. So she just confirmed 6 more movies because you add a trilogy, and then so you have the 3 from, Kinberg, Taika, Sharmeen, Mangold, then you have, Mando and Grogu, Dave Filoni's Mandoverse movie, and Sean Levy's Star Wars movies. That's 7 Star Wars movies that they're, like, saying are still happening, still in the works. So, whew, that is a lot. God bless you, Kathy, and that's a crazy thing about her leaving Lucasfilm. If that's true, who is gonna take over that stuff next? Like, who is going to be running the show with Lucasfilm and committing to 7 different Star Wars movies at once? Like, I don't, and then people are gonna say things, the narrative is gonna be, "Oh, this person, this is their Star Wars stuff and everything." But these 7 movies, let's say theoretically these are the next 7 Star Wars movies we're getting over the next 10 years. Those are all gonna have been started under Kathleen Kennedy's tenure. So she is setting up the next Lucasfilm president in a position where all they really have to do is see production all the way through. If Lucasfilm has these 7 movies that they're planned out for the next 10 years or whatever, the next person just has to see them to fruition. And then after those 10 years of releasing them, they can, plan the next generation of Star Wars and everything like that. So yeah, according to the Screen Rant report, James Mangold is still doing it. Um, saying Sean Levy's here. Oh wow, or is that a different article? But they're talking about Sean Levy saying that his Star Wars movie is a standalone adventure, and it takes place a few years after the events of Episode 9. Sean Levy and Kennedy have been discussing developing this movie since 2022, and now it's finally happening. So even more, just so much Star Wars, so many Star Wars movies, so many announcements of Star Wars movies, yet not a lot. So yes, Ryan Gosling. Oh wow, okay, so Ryan Gosling just came on stage. Gosling is going to be the star of the next Star Wars movie. That's pretty shocking. Honestly, I can't fathom just having a big Hollywood superstar, and such a big role. That is a big A-list superstar right there. I'm gonna put that in the little thing. Fucking Ryan Gosling in Star Wars. Because that is fucking happening, man. It's Ryan Gosling. What do you think about that? Ryan Gosling is going to be the next star of the next Star Wars movie. You got Pedro Pascal in The Mandalorian and Grogu, and then after that, Ryan Gosling is going to be starring in Sean Levy's Star Wars movie. Ryan Gosling's mom has sent a picture of her son's bed sheets from when he was just 5 years old. She's justifying her years of hoarding, he jokes, and it's a picture of The Empire Strikes Back and everything. So that's pretty cute. So yeah, looks like Ryan Gosling will officially star in Sean Levy's Star Wars movie. He's getting a lot of applause apparently over there at Star Wars Celebration right now. And yeah, it's a standalone adventure, and it takes place a few years after the events of Rise of Skywalker. Doesn't seem like they're saying anything about it, featuring Ray, Daisy Ridley, or anything like that. And oh my god, it begins filming this fall. Wow. Okay, yeah, so that's coming out 2027. The next Star Wars movie is Sean Levy's 2027 freaking film. It's crazy living through these kind of announcements and everything because you're like, well, this is a cool announcement, but is it going to happen? But this one having filming set up and everything like that, it seems to actually be happening. And I'm just shocked because you guys remember when the Sean Levy movie was announced? This was back in like I mean, it was never really officially announced by Lucasfilm, I don't think. I think it was mentioned in comments by, like, Kathleen Kennedy, like, "Oh, yeah, we're doing the Sean Levy movie." But when it came to, like, an official announcement, this was, like, just reported on in the trades back in, like, 2022, 2023. So they've been working on it for, like, 3 years. They clearly have a story that they like and a script that they're good with and everything. But this was happening before they announced the 3 Star Wars movies at Celebration last time in 2023, and then they announced the Mando and Grogu movie after those 3 movies. So 4 movies were announced after the Sean Levy movie was announced, but the 4th movie that was announced after the Sean Levy movie, the Mando and Grogu movie, is coming before the 3 that were announced before the Mando and Grogu movie was announced. But the Sean Levy movie, which was announced before all of this, is releasing after the Mando Grogu movie. So it feels like the 3 movies that they announced at Celebration back in 2023 aren't really relevant right now. But they're all still happening, and so is a Taika Waititi movie. I'm just shocked by some of this news. I'm gonna check the trades again, see if there's anything big. Oh shit! Oh shit! They just fucking dropped something. They just fucking dropped something. It's called Star Wars Starlight. That's what Star Wars. Oh, fucking idiot! It's called Star Wars Starfighter. Comes to theaters May 28th, 2027. Holy fucking shit, bro! Let's go. Let me see if I can pull this up. They put this on fucking Twitter or something, so we can all kind of see a little glimpse of it. Star Wars Starfighter, May 28th, 2027. It's fucking happening, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god, all these announcements. I'm actually surprised. I can't believe they announced another Star Wars movie so soon. Star Wars Starfighter 2027. So they're sticking to May now. That's another thing. Mando and Grogu 2026 in May, and then 2027 you're getting Star Wars Starfighter. All right, let's see if I can share this on the screen real quick. Please screen share. Boom. All right, let's watch this real quick, guys. Okay. Okay. It's definitely a different vibe than I'm used to. It's very operatic, I guess, and it's very clean. It's a very clean looking teaser. May 28th, 2027, another Star Wars movie directed by Sean Levy. Holy shit, dude. See if I can get a good little. Oh no, you gotta wait till Star Wars Starfighter. You know, I like that name a lot better than Star Wars: The Mandalorian and Grogu. Am I the only one who says that? And now definitely, what the hell's going on with Rogue Squadron? Is that ever happening now? Like freaking Patty Jenkins is throwing paper across the room right now. She is furious. Levy says that this is a period of time that hasn't been explored, and it features a collection of all new characters. Thank God. Thank God. I don't want to retrace some of this old stuff with some of these older legacy characters or anything like that. Like Lando, I mean, Billy D. Williams is old, man. He's an old man now. All right. Do you really want to drag this stuff along? Do you really want to do a legacy character with Rey in not only her own movie, but in a movie like this? No. Star Wars Starfighter, I who the hell knows what it's going to be about? Honestly, it is probably going to be the New Republic fighters. This might just kind of be Rogue Squadron reimagined. But I don't know. They've had completely different writers, so it's clear that Lucasfilm has wanted something with like dogfighting in it for a while, with spaceships and everything like that. That is a big Star Wars appeal. So I imagine that's been kind of on the top of their mind for a couple years because it's an easy and safe pick to do a movie like that. And it's going to be starring Ryan Gosling, so I imagine he is going to be the big star pilot of the New Republic in this new generation. The question is going to be, of course, who are they going against? What's the threat and everything? But it doesn't have to be some big galaxy spanning issue, really. Oh, there's Palpatine's my boy. Somehow Rogue Squadron has returned. Yeah, it's kind of similar, but it's different. Everything's changed, but nothing's changed, as my great friend Mark Hamill would say. This is I feel like I need a second to digest this. Can I hit the bong? Are you guys gonna care if I hit the bong real quick? Let me just take a hit of this bad boy real quick. Star Wars Starfighter. What day is it? May 28th, 2027. I will be 27 years old when that comes out. Now they're doing the Mandalorian and Grogu. Kennedy and Filoni are back on stage, along with co-writer and director, my boy, your boy, John fucking Favreau, bro. I don't care what you say about season 3 of The Mandalorian or Book of Boba Fett. Yeah, they kind of didn't do that great. But The Mandalorian was fantastic, and I do have faith still in my boy John Favreau to make it or break it with this next Star Wars movie. But I'm just still so shocked by Star Wars Starfighter. So not only is the name I think actually solid, this am I the only one who's kind of getting George Lucas vibes? And I'm not saying that just because it's Star Wars, but look at the image still with the logo and everything. For some reason, that kind of bright light, almost kind of simple cinematic look that they've done with this little clip of the teaser is very much akin to what George Lucas would do. And it's called Starfighter, and it's got this big star at the beginning. Like, it reminds me of watching the prequels on DVD when it did that opening crawl before you got to like the chapters and everything like that. May 28th, 2027. I'm just I don't know how to feel. I think is that a problem? They just announced a Star Wars movie, Star Wars Starfighter, May 28th, 2027, and I'm kind of like I don't know how to feel. It's not that I'm not excited. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there May 28th, 2027. Now I have something to do that year. Now I know what I'm doing that year. But Star Wars Starfighter. Is this the first time we've had 2 stars in the name of a Star Wars title? Alright, let's check the trades real quick, 'cause damn, are they gonna hit me with so much news this weekend and at the same time that you don't really have time to react to some of this. So nothing from Screen Rant. Let's check Empire on the Twitter space because Empire is extremely reliable. I will note they didn't do a media pass this year either, so my ass wouldn't have gotten in for free anyways. All right, so John Favreau is saying the relationship with Mando and Grogu is one of the most is one we really understand, the parent-child dynamic, and that really resonates with fans. Oh, that's what Kennedy says when she was talking about how much fans love the Mandalorian. John Favreau is there, and he says, "I love it here." Fantastic. I cannot believe we're getting a Star Wars movie called Star Wars Starfighter. That sounds like a video game. Wasn't that a video game? You guys remember the Naboo Starfighter game? And then there was another one where you played as like a Jedi. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. But Ryan Gosling, here's the thing with this movie. And I want to ask you this because Lucas has been very, adamant about not putting A-list celebrities like this in Star Wars. But do you think this is going to help the movie in the box office? Ryan Gosling, and this is the thing, big movie stars are kind of a fading thing. People like Tom Cruise are just eons above other stars of today, like I don't know, like Robert Pattinson or something like that. Like they're big actors today, don't get me wrong, but there were movie stars like Tom Cruise where you would go to a movie just because it was Tom Cruise in it. Ryan Gosling is one of those stars, and he's been with Disney since he was a kid. He was part of that Mickey Mouse Club. I don't know if any of you guys remember that or are old enough to remember that, but there's not a lot of people who are like born and bred to be a superstar, and Ryan Gosling is one of those people and has done a fairly good job at it. He's got a good reputation. He's a good actor. He's a great actor, and I think that will add a lot to the box office. I think him being in a Star Wars movie, especially if he's not like a Jedi and he is just like some pilot that's kind of like swaggerish, cool, and everything. Sure, this will work. This will work. But I do think that adds to the box office. I really do think that this is going to do a lot of positive things. Like this might be a very smart move from Lucasfilm just to get some money in, just to get some good faith going. Of let's get a big star like Ryan Gosling in a Star Wars movie. Just make it as good as possible, and let's see if we can hit $1 billion. Mind you, when Disney bought Lucasfilm back in 2012, Bob Iger has said this too in his book. Their quota was $1 billion at the box office for every Star Wars movie. Their estimate for the 6 Star Wars movies that released prior was about 1.5 billion. So for them to really make any kind of good money from these movies, and just from the movie release alone, not including the legacy of it, like the sales and the merchandise and everything like that. But for something like a Rogue One, if you hit $1 billion in the box office, you made that money then and there, and then some later on, as opposed to something like Rise of Skywalker or Solo, where it's like, well, you kind of went over budget and you also didn't make the money you wanted to. Rise of Skywalker made $1 billion, so it didn't lose money really, but it didn't really get the profits that they wanted. So I think with something like Star Wars Starfighter, having a Ryan Gosling type character or actor in this big franchise is going to make it a bigger deal. And like I said, you'll just look at that title. That kinda gives me this George Lucas-esque feeling. The way the logo doesn't have the typical highlight of yellow around it, and instead the middle thing, and the fact that it's just called Star Wars Starfighter. That is a very early 2000s kind of vibe title, and it's coming out in 2027. I know what I'm gonna be doing. You guys know Star Wars Only's back. I got next 2 years, I got 2 Star Wars movies coming out. There's gonna be so much that we need to talk about, honestly, and it does depend on the writing. All right, let's take a look at some of the updates and everything of what's going on over there. Da, da, da. Nope, it's just it's a lot about Star Wars Starfighter stuff. I cannot believe they announced that. I just can't believe they just dropped that out of nowhere. Oh, they got one for the Mandalorian and Grogu as well. Let's see if we can pull that up real quick. Nope. There we go. Okay, I mean it's what we've always it's curious. It's very curious how they're doing these like little intros and stuff and title cards for this because it's very different from what we just saw with Star Wars Starfighter. I think that's, I mean, clearly intentional. It's kind of smart because it is separating them in a certain way where you know that this is not the same movie. These are not going to have the same tone or anything like that. So, yeah, I mean, they're double dipping and of course confirming that, the Mandalorian and Grogu is coming out. What is it, May 22nd of 2026? It says in this thing. I don't know why the fuck I didn't press play again. No, it just says May 2026. All right, I guess I'll fuck myself. That bad boy up again. Yeah, May 22nd, 2026. Okay. Okay. May is back, baby. Oh my god, that's crazy. Star Wars movies are releasing in May again. I wonder why they changed it from December. And honestly, the only movie that they've done in May was Solo: A Star Wars Story. All the other movies were planned to release in May. And here's the thing with Disney, and this is where I get a little selfish of I know you have all these other Star Wars movies coming out, and now you have these Avatar movies coming out, and now you have these Marvel movies coming out. Can you not release them at the same time? Can you let my franchise win and maybe get like a little bit of a boost? I don't want to be overshadowed by these dumb Marvel movies or whatever the hell James Cameron's got cooking up over there. Just let me focus on my Star Wars stuff, bro. Don't ruin things. Solo bombing in the box office changed everything. People don't understand how that changed everything truly. Oh, they're finally showing stuff for Celebration, actually. All right, hang on. Play screen share. Boom. Look at that.
Oh, we're really starting Star Wars Celebration live off strong. From Padawan to Jedi Knight to a member of the Jedi Council, but not granted the rank of Master.
Please comment
Our
if you
first
can hear
guest
this.
is currently
I'm
celebrating
going to feel like an
20
idiot if this
years
has
of
been quiet
Revenge
for
of
a
the
couple
Sith.
seconds because
He
I
may
want to
not
listen
have had
to
the
it
high
and talk to you
ground,
guys at the same
but he
time.
has
So
a special
if you
place
can
in
hear
all
what
of
he's
our
saying,
hearts. Raise those
let me know,
lightsabers
please.
high and give
I'll
it up
probably
for
change
the
up the
one
volume if
and
it's too loud,
only
too.
Hayden Christensen.
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever.
They got Hayden up
I
there.
promise you.
You will be a Jedi. I promise. From the moment I met you, not a day has gone by when I even thought of you.
Got a little flashback, little Hayden time. All right, it's kind of loud. I'm glad he said that. I will turn that down. I got it at like 75, 60. All right, let me know if that's good with me talking and then talking in the background. I'm going to mute myself real quick so I can listen to it on my phone just to double check. All right, sorry. I'm a little mesmerized by this, but I wanted to turn it down as well. I don't want to blow your ears out, and I also don't want to get copyrighted.
Hayden, welcome back to Star Wars Celebration.
Wow. Fucking Hayden. His mic's not on. Turn his fucking mic on, guys.
This is quite the turnout.
Yeah.
See, just like Hayden, I too smoke cigarettes. Like a fucking degenerate. I smoke Newports, though. I'm sure he's smoking whatever they smoke in whatever country he's from. I'm gonna hit the bong real quick.
We just let them do this for 15 minutes and then you're good.
Sorry?
We just let them do that for 15 minutes and then you're good to go, man.
Sounds good to me.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You are,
What's that guy on the left's name? Andy? I think I've met him before. Or is the
you're
other
starting to
girl
become a
named
regular
Andy?
fixture here. We
The
love
girl who
having
does
you.
the Star Wars show. I've
How's
met
your
both of them
celebration
one time
experience been? 'Cause
in
you were
person.
kinda
They were
new to
very
us a few
nice.
years back.
Yeah, it's so nice to get to be back. I mean, what's not to love about this, right?
You know, he looks pretty good too. What's he in his 40s now? I mean, he looks like he's in his 30s still.
Just an awesome event that you guys do.
Must be nice to have a full head of hair.
And such an amazing
My shit's
concentration
going
of
away
joy
day
in
by
one
day.
place. And we all just come together and sort of share in our love of Star Wars. It's really a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Everyone loves Hayden
And
now
it's,
too because
it's
I
a
mean the
particularly
reception he's had over the
auspicious year
past couple
this year
years has just
because it's
been
the 20th anniversary of
overwhelmingly
Revenge of the
positive.
Sith.
That's right.
Let me see if I can not focus on their chat and open up
Oh
the
my
whole thing
goodness.
so you guys can see
Half a life
all of
away,
it.
man. Isn't that wild to think about?
I know. It's so cool. So it's the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith. It's coming back out in theaters for a little bit.
I guess not. Let me see if
Yeah,
I can
so,
fix
you
that.
know,
I don't really care for the.
Time flies.
Yeah. It's a bright, happy film.
There we go. Andy's the girl. Okay, yeah, I've met Andy. She was very nice. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's doing anything crazy or anything like that, or like doing these crazy skin injections. It doesn't look like he's had any filler done or any plastic surgery stuff. Yeah, he's aging like a man. We age like milk, but if you stay healthy, you'll look good. He's a good looking guy. Oh, you said you lost the sound? Hmm. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't know why it's not doing any audio on the stream. Yeah, fixed. I see why. Okay.
You know,
I'm just gonna have to do it this
just a
way.
really
Let me know
nice
if the
thing
audio
now.
comes
All
back.
these years later, I get to meet so
'Cause on
many
my
of
end, it
you
looks like it's back.
and to hear stories about how they would recreate that fight with a sibling.
Sorry
or
for
a
the
best
technical
friend
stuff.
when
You
they
guys
were
know I'm not the
kids.
best at this,
Yes.
but
I mean, that's what
trying
it's
to
all about. So
trying to chill with
Yeah.
everybody. We can all watch this
My
together.
little sister and I might have whacked each other a little too much on that one. That's okay, though. That's okay. We still love each
it's
other.
a part of growing up.
That's right. Yeah, how does it feel? I mean, the prequels really, and that Mustafar battle in particular, really solidified for a lot of people what a lightsaber fight should look like. I mean, to the point where you have things like the Saber Guild.
All right, while they're
Saber Guild
talking, I'm
members out
going to
there?
check
Anybody,
Screen Rants,
people are
see if
studying
there's
the blade
anything
based on like
going
the
on.
things that you all created as a team. What is that like to kind of find
Okay.
out?
It brings
I'm muting them for just a second so we can talk a little bit about what they're saying for the Mandalorian and Grogu, what has been revealed. From Screen Rant, it says footage begins with an Imperial officer asking what's going on back then. Has the target been eliminated? Walker 3 has gone. There are stormtroopers, snowtroopers, and a siren going off. Din Djarin bursts through the door and takes out a bunch of troopers with his blaster. The action is awesome. He's a one-man wrecking crew making his way through the Walker and destroying everyone in sight. Then we see the Walker being destroyed, on fire, collapsing. They didn't spell this part right, but that's fine. Into the snow and burst of fire. Mando and Grogu escaping. Sigourney Weaver's character tells them it was a mess, followed by shots of Weaver telling him he works for us. Din Djarin walking with Grogu and Zeb from Star Wars Rebels. Oh, great. You remember Zeb? More of the AT-AT fight. Grogu swimming underwater. Grogu using the Force, and then Grogu in the cockpit eating. Weaver talks about her role. She says she got really lucky to be part of the movie and tells the crowd, "This is all for you." Talks about watching the show after meeting with Favreau and Filoni, falling in love with Pascal and thinking that Grogu stole her heart. Now Grogu's coming out on stage 2 in Favreau's arm. It might be the cutest thing ever. When it comes to what they're talking about, when it comes to like the details of the movie, is not too much. But yeah, all right. So I mean, it seems like they got a trailer. Of course, we did not get a trailer for the Mandalorian and Grogu that was expected. I'm gonna check the Star Wars Twitter, just trying to make sure we're all up to date on information. I'd love to watch Hayden and everything, but I want to keep you guys privy to all the information as possible at the moment. So let's get back to Hayden and see what they're talking about
I
here.
came back to do Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
We would bring out our toy lightsabers and kind of have little battles in our living room, and that was sort of my early training before I got back on set.
Yeah, kid put you through your paces.
Yeah, absolutely, she was good.
Coming back for Obi-Wan and coming back for Ahsoka as well. That's such a relationship between characters that has become so fundamental for Star Wars fans. It started in
Everybody loves Ahsoka and little Annie.
Be part of Ahsoka and kind of add to that sort of relationship.
It was a real privilege. I mean, the relationship between Anakin and Ahsoka is there's such a rich history there and a really fun dynamic that Dave Filoni and George Lucas created in the animated world. And we really wanted to do that justice.
They have to drop something, right? They have to drop a trailer for something. I'm just so surprised that we don't have anything at the moment. But that's okay. That's okay.
Since we were teenagers.
We'll see what drops on the internet. There's definitely going to be stuff that leaks. Everyone always leaks it. I'm not going to show that on the stream. It's lucky that I could even show this right now, but this is one of those things that kind of boosts them in the long haul. But yeah, I try not to. I always go on the edge of the copyright stuff, but I don't dabble too deep. And showing the leaked stuff, I've had issues in the past. There's been some secret stuff I can't really tell you about.
See a little bit more of that.
I mean, maybe one day I'll tell you about, but yeah, they've done some shit to me. And other people that I've been like, God damn it,
it's nice to
fucking
see
ruined
that.
everything. That's all good.
I mean, Anakin's got a Padawan now, and his relationship with Ahsoka is much different than.
And he's definitely coming back for season 2. There's no doubt. Hayden will be back for season 2. The little Force Ghost stuff with Anakin at the end, you know he's going to be back.
To explore that a little bit.
There's too much popularity around him and the character to not have him reprise his role again.
As well.
That's right. Yeah. I've been checking off some pretty awesome bucket list moments. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans here as we're sort of starting off Star Wars Celebration Japan and the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith?
Oh yeah, any of you guys gonna go see that? The 20th anniversary stuff. I'm gonna go try to see it at the one of those theaters that do like the 4DX stuff. That would be cool.
Time here. You guys are the reason why we tell these
stories. They also have like a book
and
coming out, like a special book with annotations from
and
God, I can't remember the guy who wrote it, but it's like got red pages and stuff like that. It's like $60. It looks really cool. I'm probably gonna try to pick that up
to make it happen. And so maybe we could just give a round of applause for everyone at Lucasfilm and Disney that give us this really special celebration of Star Wars.
Well, Hayden, before we let you go, I'm getting a message in my ear. It's actually
oh yeah, a little something
it's
special.
Hayden Christensen's birthday.
Oh yeah, it is his birthday. How old is he now?
Oh my goodness. I guess we should probably sing happy birthday to Hayden Christensen, shouldn't we? All right. Here we go. I'll lead you off. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
God, that's so awkward. That's so awkward. Have your birthday sung to you in front of so many people. I mean, it's always, of course, it's a very sweet and appreciative moment, but like, what do you do? Everyone in the world has that, where you're like, what the fuck do you even do? And they're singing it. You're just sitting there like, oh, all right, yeah, thanks. Bro is a bad public speaker. He's just never been.
Well, that was amazing.
The biggest star in the world or anything like that. I don't want to say he's like a bad actor. I've never liked his acting, but
Hayden Christensen.
He's just not. He's not Adam Driver. Adam Driver is like a huge level of fame. Oscar Isaac and everything. Harrison Ford being the biggest of everybody. But Hayden's never really had so much attention like this that's lasted so long. Yeah, the prequels are one thing, but the love he's gotten from the fandom for like the past 5 years, it's reached levels that are insane. So yeah, I think the public speaking aspect of it, dude, it's not easy because you got to do it all the time. Oh, this is kind of cool.
We'll be back with more Star Wars Celebration right after this. Do not go away.
All right, that's pretty charming. It's pretty cute. I like that. He's just a chill guy. There's a leak image of Rada. No way. No way. I was really hoping all those leaks were fake. Let me check the website, see if there's any updates. It doesn't look like anything major has happened at the panel.
Cookie was like, I'll come
it should be
and I'll
over
do
by
it, but
now,
I'm
I
only
would
going to
think.
do it if Hayden's there. And I was like, Cookie works.
Yeah, according to
Cookie's a very
Empire,
specific chef
there's like
and
a
only
thing
works
of
in a very specific
Rado the
medium,
Hutt wrestling
you know?
in its
Cakes aren't
IMAX
really
size.
Cookie's thing.
The trailer, not Rado. Very curious, man. Past hour has been very, very interesting, bro. Fucking Rada. How do I feel about Star Wars Underworld? I'm personally not interested. I'm down for it. I have no issue with it in concept. I just really think the execution, the course, is always everything. And because we've seen so much from those two characters specifically, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit actually for the moment. Just because they're playing so much of the Revenge of the Sith audio, I don't want to get copyrighted or anything like that. While they're not doing anything other than just showing them do stuff. Yeah, Star Wars Underworld. The Tales stuff has been interesting because I didn't really like Tales of the Jedi. The stuff with Ahsoka I thought was just not that great. The Dooku, there was one episode I really liked, I guess, but even still, I was very disappointed with the overall story and the arc of it because I feel like it didn't like explore anything that interesting. Some people don't like the Tales of the Empire one. I thought that was great. I really liked the Barriss Offee story that they did and Morgan Elsbeth. I think it was the best way to do these little anthology stories. So Tales of the Underworld, if it's a prequel of Cad Bane, and we do see the finality of like Venestra or Ventress. Who's Venestra? Oh, that's the bald girl from Acolyte. If we see the ending, it's funny that they both have a V, right? Venestra, Ventress, and both are like bald at one point, if not all time. If Ventress dies in this, I'll be happy. I kind of want to get that stuff wrapped up. You know me. I don't. The whole thing they did with Bad Batch, where they said, "Hey, there's Ventress coming back, but we're actually going to have like a in canon reason and explanation for it," and then they don't explain it at all in the show. It's like, what are you doing? So this is one of those things where they're probably going to explain it again. Just so weird. But the guy who wrote it actually has a lot of experience with Lucasfilm and Star Wars. He's been around for a while. He's written some very good episodes of the Clone Wars and Bad Batch, I believe. I can't remember his name exactly. I think it's something Martinez. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Oh, this is fucking cool. This is that droid from Dexter's Diner. Actually, did not look too bad. And look at that crowd. God, there's so many people. This one looks really congested. Looking at this right now, like I don't remember it being like this when I went. Not to the Japan one. I've been to 3 of them so far, and they're normally pretty cool, but they're never really like overly whelming congested. All the pictures of seeing like them trying to get into the thing. I've been in long lines for this, but I'd never put myself in these little situations where I'm like elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder with people. I'm sorry, Hayden's cool and all. I'm not standing against the rails like these 4 people we're seeing just to watch Hayden. I'm in the back meeting people, walking around, doing something, seeing stuff. Oh God, look at the size of that little Grogu in the background. I think it's huge. That's the stuff I like doing. I like walking around the floor for a little bit, seeing everything. One time when I went in Chicago, I knew a guy who got up on stage, like the little stage that they got right here where they do interviews. I knew a guy who went up there and they were like, "Oh, what are you doing up here?" He's like, "Oh, I thought I was just allowed to." It was so fucking funny. Yeah, why is it always reused character? I think for sure with the tail stuff, it's just going to be reused characters for a little while. I firmly believe that. Um, I'm not playing any audio from the stream just because it is music, and I'm already toned the line. I don't care if I really get copyrighted, but I just want to keep the stream up. So if we're all watching this, we're all watching at the same time. All right. Well, the big news so far is that what's coming up first is The Mandalorian and Grogu on May 22nd, 2026. That is going to be out on theaters, and it's going to be our first Star Wars movie in what, 7 years? And according from these reports and the trailer and everything, Empire saying we saw Mando clear a room of snowtroopers, John Wick style, Grogu and Weaver's characters trading glances. "You work for us," she tells Mando. "We need you." an AT-AT blowing up, the return of Zeb, Grogu force lifting, a droid, and giggling, and maybe Rada the Hutt wrestling. It's pure Mandalorian, but IMAX size. So that sounds about what we would expect from the guys who have made The Mandalorian. I'm just hoping it's very cinematic. Oh, look at Winnie the Pooh. God, I love some of those costumes that they do at the celebration stuff. All right, they're showing some more stuff. They're changing it up. Let's see what they got.
Star Wars Celebration 2025 is here, and we're ready to party.
May the Force be with you!
After 17 years, Star Wars Celebration has returned to Japan. But Star Wars' connection to Japanese culture didn't start at Celebration. It all began with George Lucas finding inspiration for the characters, look, and feel of A New Hope in samurai films, releasing the mighty Zillo Beast similar to classic monster films like Godzilla in The Clone Wars and The Bad Batch. Our favorite father and son duo of The Mandalorian was influenced by manga and films. And Lucasfilm joined forces with some of the biggest anime studios across Japan with Star Wars visions. But we're not just here celebrating Star Wars. We're here to celebrate you, the fans. Your passion, creativity, and devotion is what makes Star Wars fans the best in the galaxy.
I love how much you.
The Andor panel is going to be tomorrow, the same time. So I'll do the same thing I'm doing tonight. Tomorrow night we'll live stream during the Andor panel. Hopefully they show the panel this time, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. But it's releasing in like a week. It's releasing like Tuesday, right? So whoever's at Celebration is definitely going to be watching the Andor episode 1 or 2, maybe even 3. And then after that, maybe we'll get like a big, glimpse at it. I have no idea. But yeah, I think they should live stream that one. I'm not surprised they didn't live stream the Mando and Grogu one. Even with the Sean Levy stuff, like, that's big news. Why wouldn't you want that live stream? I don't know. But damn, this little trailer is actually kind of cool. Look at that animation. Wow. Yo, they kind of went all out. I think it's so much better when they do stuff like this. When people like me and you can watch this together from home while not being there and everything like that. Yeah. This is fucking cool. Is that, who the fuck is that? What's her name? I don't know. She's gonna say it in a second. I've seen Kristen Baker, I think. Did I get that right? Don't correct me. I don't know. I don't know so much of these people at times. Older Star Wars celebrations just look so much better. Some of them were really good. Some were not. Don't let it fool you. You got a little bit of a specialer access back in the day.
Wow, what a way to start the show, huh?
It is pretty incredible and just wild. We haven't even officially started.
How you doing?
Already we chatted with the Jedi, the chosen one. The man who went from Jedi to Sith Lord himself, Hayden Christensen.
He brought balance to the stage. I felt it. But maybe not in the way we expected. That's the trick. And if you think that was wonderful, we have so many amazing things in store for you this weekend. I hope you're all excited, because we are so excited to show it all to you. And
I hope they have some actual special stuff even for the stream. People to react to stuff live, like actually see a trailer or something.
Especially when he brings cake.
So I feel that
What's
there
up,
is
Gold
no better
Man?
time than now to officially open the show.
And it is sequel trilogy. I don't think it'll have Rey in it, but it's definitely sequel.
Welcome to Star Wars.
So to get into the panels and everything, they do lottery system or reservations. They did the reservations this time, so you say like, hey, I want to see this one, and you can get in sometimes you can't. I was media for one of them, and I went into which ones? I went to the Mando one, Phantom Menace. What was the other one? I can't remember.
That's right. And
What'd they show? Was it Andor? And Tales of the Jedi, I think? I don't know. I got media access for 1 year, and I got to go like to a lot of panels without a reservation, but that was like only one time. The other times you had to have like a reservation and everything like that. Oh, well, Lunga, how the fuck am I going to know that's your account? How many accounts do you have? Good to see you. If you want to join in, by all means, let me know, and I'll send you the link in Discord. If not, I understand. It's late. I'm going to be doing this all night, so you guys are free to come and go as you please. You too, Goldman, if you're still watching. All right, who they got coming out here? I don't know who this is. Who is this? Did they say it and I just not listen? Oh, that's pretty cool. That's the guy from Star Tours.
Oh my God! Hello, everyone.
Oh God, I love Star Tours. If you guys have never been, I promise it's amazing.
And especially in my home of Japan.
Rena Scully. If I said that right, I hope I did. We're gonna get some Star Wars animation news for sure, and then I know you don't care about comics and books and stuff, but I know we'll get a lot of information about that stuff, so I'm excited about that. Video game stuff, I think too, but when it comes to movies, probably not. No, but we did get a lot of confirmation and everything like that, so it's just kind of the usual. But 2 movies, a brand new movie announcement, and then 2 movies over the next 2 years. I think that's a good direction for Lucasfilm. It will build up momentum, in my opinion.
She loves nubs. Who doesn't love nubs?
And not only do we
Gonna
have
check the
you, we
trades
have the
again,
best
see if there's
hype man
anything
in
big
the game.
that came from the panel.
Down in the crowd. What's up,
Alright.
Japan? That's right. Thank you,
Yep,
everybody.
Screen Rant says it is over.
Bringing you the hype. It's me, Cam, live in Japan with some of
Yeah,
the best Star
looks
Wars
like
fans
nothing,
you're ever gonna find worldwide.
Nothing else really from the Mando and Grogu panel. It looks like that is completely over at this point. And like Goldman said in the chat, I think this is probably going to be it for the big announcements, like a Mando and Grogu movie, like a Sean Levy movie. The animation panel is today. That will be at 3 p.m. their time, or something like that, or 3 a.m. our time. I can't remember. But yeah, that's the last panel that they got going on for today. You know what? Let me pull up the celebration panel list so I can
From the last years I have been watching
kind
the
of
live,
know what's
and
going
2
on.
years ago I was like, I need to be there in Japan for Star Wars Celebration first time.
Yes.
All right, panel schedule.
And where else are you gonna wear such a fashionable outfit, right? I mean.
All right, and then just so you guys can know. So they have the Mandalorian and Grogu panel that just ended. In about, I believe, 28 minutes, they're going to have the Hasbro Star Wars panel at noon their time. Everything's different. I'm just going to go in order. So they're going to have the Hasbro panel. During the Hasbro panel, actually, they're having the Lucasfilm Publishing manga Mania. Star Wars Visions, the Duel in the Pit. This is just something they're going to be showing in person. That's not going to be for us. Light and Magic, that actually is going to be something I think that's going to be streamed. That's the season 2 of ILM and everything like that. So I'm kind of excited for that because I really like the behind the scenes stuff. After that, they'll have Lucasfilm Publishing. I'm always interested into the stories and everything like that when it comes to the books and what the future is with a lot of these canon stories, even though I don't really like a lot of the Star Wars canon books they've done. So I'm interested in that. So the order at the moment is the Hasbro panel, Lucasfilm Publishing, Manga Mania. Visions is not going to be for us. Light and Magic, that's something we can all watch. Lucasfilm Publishing is going to be right after Light and Magic, so we can probably watch those back to back. They have something about telling stories across cultures, Star Wars and Japan. And then Lucasfilm Animation's 20th anniversary panel at 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. That's going to be the last. Nope. Dang, they have 2 more things after that. So yeah, the animation panels where they're going to reveal the next Star Wars animated show, which this is the one that I've been hearing about for a couple years. I don't know if it's actually going to come to fruition. What I've heard, because this was like 2 or 3 years ago at this point, but from what I've heard, we are getting a new like 3 to 4 season series of Star Wars animation. And someone said it was High Republic. Someone did not say it was High Republic. They said it was a different era. We'll see. Take that stuff with a grain of salt because Lucasfilm's in constant change, and I've been known to be wrong, or at least my sources have. So we shall see. But yeah, Lucasfilm Animation's 20th anniversary panel. We're definitely getting a new show announced. And then after that, you have the expanding Star Wars galaxy through plastic models. You have Doug Chain designing the world of Skeleton Crew. So, I mean, if I'm not tired and dead by that point, you guys still want to ride or die, let's do it, bro. I'll stream all night with you motherfuckers. All right, I'm here to kill it. Goldman and Palpines, good to see you guys. A little Tatooine reunion out here. New Outlaws trailer was leaked earlier, but you probably knew that. I did not know that, but thank you for telling me. I still have not played. Goldman said he'll hop on for hot sex. Send me a message on Discord. All right, sorry, Goldman. I'm just now seeing this. Let me Copy and guest. Let me get to my Discord real quick. I apologize for the delay. All right, brother. Check your thingy majiggy. I'm gonna keep checking the chat. I muted the stream. Let me get that back on for you guys. Sorry about that. Oh.
And why are they also my new best friend?
Well, we are all best friends with Cookie, because Cookie is part of a
Damn, look how
much
cool that
bigger
droid looks.
plan. You see, she is here to assist my other best friend. Please give it up for the one, the only, Japan native from Osaka, Oki the vegetable carver.
Oki the vegetable carver? What?
Welcome back, Oki.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
Now, for those of you who are new, Oki has been at Star Wars Celebration for as long as I have. That means this is Oki's 10th anniversary at Star Wars Celebration, and he creates some beautiful Star Wars vegetable art, don't you, Oki?
That's right. Cookie and Oki will be here for whole weekend, so let's
So is the
enjoy
droid gonna
the
actually
Star
cook
Wars
food, or is
together.
it just? I mean, it clearly doesn't have any utensils in its hand that are actually usable. That thing barely moves. It's just to the left and the right.
Stir, whip, stir in all 3 days. Or maybe more like chop, cut, chopping.
To-go art, if you will.
That's right.
No, that's pretty cool. Head
Everything
moves.
seems to be falling right into place. So what do you say? Want to keep the show going? I think we should.
All right, I don't know. What do you all think? I feel like we can do a little better than that.
How you
Come
doing,
on, we
Goldman?
wanna
Good to
hear
see you,
it.
bro.
I'm like so lukewarm towards Star Wars Celebration. When I heard they were only having a Mandalorian and Grogu panel and not like a whole Lucasfilm panel, I just didn't get like super excited.
I think a lot of people felt that because I mean, it's what I was saying earlier is that it's basically rinse and repeat. It's just
Mhm.
confirmation. Yes, the next movie is the Mandalorian and Grogu, and with the Sean Levy movie, it's like that's kind of cool, but was no hype on. You have a Andor panel, which is season 2, that's coming out like next week, so it's not that
Mhm.
big of a deal. And then Ahsoka season 1, they're not even talking about season 2. We might get a glimpse of it, but I doubt it. So there's just not much going on. It seems at Celebration.
Yeah, that is no, I have this metric in my when it comes to Star Wars for me where if they announce something at a celebration and then the next celebration they don't mention it, that means it's probably not going to happen. So
Well,
it's
then
like
how do you feel about them doubling down on Taika Waititi's Star Wars movie, Simon Kinberg's trilogy, Darmino Bachanoy, and James Mangold's Dawn of the Jedi? That's 6 movies right there.
did they like actually what did they say? Because I know I read the StarWars.com post where they did mention the directors, but like that was it.
Let me see exactly what because this came from one of the people who were there. This is from Screen Rant. And they say Kennedy talks about the importance of Star Wars as a communal experience of going to the theater, and says in development are movies from James Mangold, was that John of the Jedi one, Darmino Bachanoy, which is the Rey one that's had multiple writers, Taika Waititi, and then a trilogy from Simon Kinberg. So there's 3 from Kinberg, 1 from Waititi, that's 4. Darmine, the Rey movie, is 5. James Mangold is 6. If you add Sean Levy and the Mando and Grogu, that's 7 and 8, I believe. And then if you add Dave Filoni's Mandoverse movie, that's 9. 10 if you want to add in Rogue Squadron.
Starfighter's Rogue Squadron, right?
It is, but it's completely different writers. But I think it just confirms that this has been on their agenda for a good while now. That's the kind of approach for a movie that they want, where it is like an action dogfight movie akin to what we saw with A New Hope. I mean, that was a big deal for A New Hope, is a little dogfighting stuff. So I think they're going back to the roots with that, and I think that's a safe bet. I think that's what they're trying to do right now, is just the safe bets, whatever the hell they are. What do you think about them coming back to the May release dates? And did you peep that not only is Mandalorian and Grogu coming back in May, but I think we all thought December 2027 was going to be the next Star Wars movie, but it's actually May 2027.
I did really like the December release dates back in the day. Just something about like the whole year there was anticipation for the next Star Wars movie, and then the year ended with that Star Wars movie was so fun. I don't really care about it being in May. I do not want them to do 2 movies a year. I will not
No.
be pleased if they do, like, a movie in December. I guess there's now not gonna be a movie in December 2026. Like, that seems like it's off the board.
Yeah, I think they took that off at the beginning of last year or something like that. I can't remember, but within the past year on Disney's calendar, that was removed.
But December 2027, I guess that's on the board.
I I
I
I,
hope they
I
don't go that
imagine
route.
so. I mean, if they took off theoretically, what they could have done is they delayed the December 2027 movie to the December 2026 movie because there's supposed to be one I think in December 2026 as well, and move that to May of 2027 and everything, which
Mhm.
isn't the biggest deal. I think they all just want to keep that May and December slot. I think those are the 2 months that they're really only going to release them in. It's just curious on I wonder with like the Simon Kinberg trilogy, if they're going to do more trilogies or saga and episodic movies, if those will be the December slots now, and then everything else will be May. Because the style and the theme of both of these movies were very different, but they're
Mhm.
kind of almost talked about as like standalones. Like the Sean Levy one, he
Yeah.
said that that is a standalone Star Wars movie. So is that why it's getting a May release date? I mean, I don't know. I think May's a good time to release it as long as they don't do what they did with Solo, where you have Avengers and like Deadpool and all this stuff
No, but
releasing around the same time.
that's what they're doing. I mean, aren't the 2 Avengers movies planned for May of 2027 and 2026?
I don't know. I haven't kept up to date, but I mean, I do believe you're right. So it is kind of,
Avengers release dates. Was it next one Doomsday?
I think so.
May 1st, 2026.
2026. Okay, so yeah, that's literally
That's Mando and Grogu.
a few weeks before Mando and Grogu.
And then what's the second one? Secret Wars? May 7th, 2027.
Okay, so yeah, see, that doesn't make any sense to me. Something's going to have to change with that because I think it's irrefutable that it would affect both movies in the box office in some way because they're both big franchises. Star Wars is huge,
Y-
Marvel's bigger at the moment. And
Yes and no. I don't think this was our old Tatooine debate about whether or not these movies would gross $1 billion. I don't think Mando and Grogu is going to gross $1 billion. I don't think it'll come close.
with what they just did with the panel, I'm more inclined to agree with you now than ever before, just because there wasn't,
Mhm.
even still, there's not any momentum with it
Yeah.
right
I
now,
th-
and we're almost a full year out from it.
I think the Starfighter movie has a chance just because of Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, that was my big sticking point. Because they don't really do a lot of these big A-list celebrities,
Mhm.
and I was talking about like Tom Cruise is one of those last major A-list celebrities in the world, and Ryan Gosling is kind of one of them. Oh, he's on it right now. It's this is him and Sean Levy. Let's kind of listen to what they're going on. What great timing and what a great segue. We still got our Tatooine rhythm.
That is weird. I wonder how much they're paying him. They're probably paying him so much money.
Sean Levy, yeah, he's probably getting
No,
at
Ryan
least-
Gosling.
Oh, Gosling, he's getting back in. There's no doubt he's getting back. Well, once it passes, if it passes like $800 million, he's probably going to get back in after that because that's what they did with like Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill and everything. It's like after each film reached $1 billion, they started getting like a net percent of the sales or whatever the fuck.
I want to talk like conceptually about this movie, like Starfighter. Who's going to be fighting who?
That's
quarterback.
That's yeah. Like who is going to be the villains of this?
It's a nice place you got here. I like what you've done with the place.
Welcome to Navarro.
Do you mind if we sit down?
What? Make yourself cozy, Ryan. Sit a spell. Stay.
I will say I did not like Sean Levy's Deadpool and Wolverine movie. I thought that was really not good.
I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It was whatever.
Friday.
I'm not really familiar
Mind-numbing.
with his body of work, to be honest.
He's not a he's a typical Lucasfilm hire, up and coming, big now.
I do
but
find
maybe
it
not
so
forever.
funny that Lucasfilm, like a few years ago, made it such a big point that they were no longer gonna have just white men make their movies. Like,
And they still
had
have yet to
they had
have-
Patty Jenkins, they had
Yeah.
Charmin Obey-Chinoy. Now it's like the next one's gonna be Jon Favreau, and then after that it's
Sean Levy, starring a white guy named Ryan Gosling, who is like honestly like the peakest white guy of all time.
Tell us, how does it feel to be here with the fans in this moment announcing
They're not gonna say anything
Star
useful.
Wars Starfighter?
They might.
It does sound like a video game. Star Wars Star
It does. It sounds like a George Lucas Star Wars title.
It's one thing to know about the passion of all of us as Star Wars fans, but to feel it here in Tokyo, all of us in the same space, feeding
There's
off
one
each
fuzzy
other.
sweater. You see all the little hairs on that bad boy.
It looks
Kind of matches.
itchy.
It matches the hair on his head.
I think this is exactly what we needed. This is the perfect place to start this journey for us because it's such an incredible reminder of why we're going to make this movie and who we're going to make this movie for.
Oh, I didn't know he did the Night at the Museum movies. I love those. All right, that gives me a little more confidence.
When I hear these speeches, I just feel like the actors and directors are like trained behind the scenes to make sure they say the right things.
Oh,
This is for the
yeah.
fans.
Oh,
really
yeah.
emphasize this is for the fans. We're making it for you guys.
This is what I hate about these kind of things. Is like, no, Sean, I want you to tell me what annoyed you the most about like making this, like just simple shit, like on a human level. Like, Ryan, like, are you really excited for this, or are they just paying you so much that you just can't say no? Like, be honest with me here. Like, this stuff is all just PR. It's all business talk. It's all stuff to make us feel like we have to sit on every word and be like, oh, he mentioned the time. It's 5 years after Rise of Skywalker. Let's talk about that for the next hour. Yeah, I'm not really.
If I was the interviewer, I'd say the people who preceded you, the Star Wars directors who preceded you, all got fired. How does that make you feel? Do you feel safe in your job?
Like, are you confident you're going to make this, or is this still like a 50-50 shot?
You know what does surprise me about this whole celebration? It doesn't seem like they're going to announce any more, besides animation, not going to announce any live-action shows.
On screen.
All right, yeah,
I think that era is coming to an end.
Yeah, it's like the Disney Plus era of Star Wars is over.
They're going to probably take a break from it for a couple years, honestly, which I think might be smart. But I think it's, especially working on this like new documentary and everything like that, learning all like the research and everything. I think it's kind of clear how Lucasfilm and Disney have operated things, where the plan was 2015 to 2020. Release a Star Wars movie every year, including one in 2020. And a lot of those spin-off movies like Kenobi and Boba Fett became shows. So when Disney said they wanted TV shows and Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy told them we need a break from the movies, they adapted a lot of these movies into the shows and just wanted to keep that going for, however long as possible. And now the next thing they're going to do is a bunch of fucking movies. I mean, like I said, reportedly like 10 movies in development.
I do find it so strange, right? It's like they announced three movies 2 years ago in Celebration 2023. The Rey movie, the Dave Filoni movie, and the James Mangold movie. And it's like none of those three movies are even going to be the next two Star Wars movies, because first is Mando and Grogu, and then is this. So it's like they announced the Rey movies, say, in 2023. It's like the soonest it would come is 2028. It's like they're announcing this stuff 5 years beforehand.
Even the way they announced it, they actually never really announced the Sean Levy movie. It was just reported on in the trades and everything like that. So come 2023, this movie is in development, but they announced 3 movies at Celebration last time. And then 6 months later, they announce a 4th movie, but it's going to come before the other 3. And it's also coming before this one as well. But this one's coming after the one that they most recently announced. And there's 3 others that have been announced that just haven't really had any updates lately. I mean, the Rey movie has been constantly rewritten and everything like that by these writers and stuff like that. I think I know they have a story that they're committed to. They just don't have a script that they're completely sold on. Like, they're taking their time, but it's like, why announce this when yet again you're not ready to announce it, really?
It is so strange.
It's why I think this is one of those. This is one out of the 10 years that I've been covering Star Wars as like a semi-journalist or whatever the hell, as a major fan influencer. This has been one of the weakest celebrations ever in terms of leading up to anything. I mean, this really should just be about the Mando and Grogu movie because that's coming out in a year. But then I think they also don't want to overmarket it either, because if you market it every month for a year, steam will go away. So I'm really shocked at how they're doing this, because what they did with the December releases for every celebration, 2015 it was in May, movie came out in December, and 2016 it was in May or April, I think, and then the movie came out in December, and then they did one for 2017, but they didn't do one for 2018 for Solo. But then they did again for Rise of Skywalker, and then like in 2022, that was just none but TV shows, I think. So
yeah,
they do this to really show you what the future of Star Wars is, and right now, it's clear they only have a plan for like the next 2 years. They have Mando and Grogu, then they have the Sean Levy movie, but we're probably not going to hear any live action shows like you were talking about. We're going to get an animated series, but that's a keep the fans busy thing. That's all they've ever done with the animated stuff lately, is just keep us busy and, waiting for the next big Star Wars movie. So yeah, it doesn't seem like we have like a 5 to 10 year plan, but we have a plan for the next 2 to 3 years.
I am just so I'm so surprised that it's on the board. They're just scrapping the Disney Plus stuff. Like, I expected them to slow things down. Like, I expected them to do at least one show a year. I mean, it doesn't seem like that's gonna happen anymore. Like, Andor is it for this year, and then I guess like
you get Ahsoka season 2, and that's it. Honestly,
you think if Ahsoka season 2 is coming out in 2026, they'd have something to announce here.
You would think. I don't know, because when they did the Ahsoka panel, they just said it was a recap of season 1, which makes no sense to me why you would do that and not show anything for season 2. So we should get something, in my opinion. But even still, what's after that? Are we getting Ahsoka season 3?
What does the future of the Mandoverse look like? It's like we have Mando and Grogu, but
and then you get Dave Filoni's one, and then Brendan Wayne, when he was doing the Tatooine show, that one episode, he said he thought it should be a trilogy. So there might be 3 movies there, but that is entirely dependent on how good the first one does.
In the official StarWars.com post about Star Wars Starfighter, they don't mention Dave Filoni's movie. They say one of several theatrical. You read the same thing. One of several theatrical projects from Sharmino Bay-Chinoy, James Mangold, Taika Waititi, and Simon Kinberg.
That movie's not going. There's no way. There was no way they would take that away from him. Out of everybody, I feel like he'd be the one who would have it the safest. But
yeah, I mean, it's not mentioned.
Who knows?
Maybe they're just like completely redoing the Mandoverse now. It's like
they probably should. Honestly, doing the movie after the show and then trying to go back to a show or do another movie, like it's a little confusing. Shout out to the president, Barack Obama, though. He said, "Hey Goldman, only love you guys. Vids, what do you think about Sheev Talks?"
No clue who that is.
That's another YouTuber, I think. I think he's like a prequel fan, but like a rational one. I don't know. Hey only, I've been watching since 2017. Keep it up. Damn, that makes me feel old, but I appreciate it. Can't believe I've been around that long.
They leaked the Mando trailer on YouTube.
I'm not putting that on the stream.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, that's the stuff that gets you taken down forever. They do not fuck around with that. And it looks like they're having this to be a common thing, is every time a guest gets up on stage, they're going to be shooting cannons.
I found I'm going to download the Mando trailer. I just found the leak trailer.
Shit.
I like to download it so I can rewatch it a bunch of times, because this video is going to get taken down like on YouTube, so I want to download it.
Well, and they changed stuff too, because the footage I got at when they first did The Mandalorian back in 2019, the first footage they ever showed at Celebration was like this private stuff, like the behind the scenes stuff, and it's never been uploaded online ever. And so I have video footage of it, and so I'm just like, all right, I'm keeping that forever, because you never know, they change a lot of the stuff.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
I wonder.
Oh, I see the leaked image of Rada. Holy shit.
Oh, I haven't actually watched this trailer. I want to see it. I can send you this link if you want. Don't obviously play it on the stream. Oh, they're showing snow troopers.
Turn down the music so I definitely avoid a copyright. 2017 was 30 years ago. Yeah, no, if you look at the leaked image of Rada the Hutt online, homeboy is fucking ripped. Oh my god, he's ripped.
Is he short like the actors?
No, he looks pretty tall for like a Hutt. He's definitely not as fat as like Jabba was. Because Jabba was like a slug. This guy's like a slug with like a 6-pack of abs. You know he would kick your ass.
He's not in the trailer. Let's see, Rada the Hutt. Can you send me a picture, like on Discord?
Yeah.
What we call the Darth Vader's cherry blossom. And then you can see that actually we put a lot of Japanese elements here.
I've been on a Twitter hiatus, so I don't have easy access to the stuff anymore.
That's good. About Memes deleted his. We're all making progress. Oh, god damn it! I sent this to the wrong fucking thing. All right, I'm sending you Rod of the Hutt in his glory.
Oh.
Yeah, he a thickum.
He is a jack.
Yeah, he's fucking huge.
I want to touch on one more thing before I bounce. If the animated show is the High Republic, I'm gonna be so disappointed.
I think it's expected. I think Lucasfilm doesn't do the best job of like not setting up a pattern of things, and I think because we've had High Republic books for a while, we've had whatchamacallit, the Acolyte show, which, you know, first live action High Republic stuff. I think it's high time we get like an animated series of it, because I just don't really understand where else they would really go with animated unless they do something post Return of the Jedi, or like maybe the prequel era, like between episodes 1 and 2. Other than that, I don't know. So I heard High Republic 3-4 years ago that was something they were actively working on for a show that they at the time were already working on like concept art, but that was just because they had already started so much with the High Republic Project Luminous thing. This has been stuff that they've been thinking about since 2014, you know, so this has always kind of been something they've been wanting to do. So I'm not going to be surprised if it is a High Republic animated show. But honestly, with the Acolyte, who the hell knows? I mean, that probably changed up a lot of things too on like the television show side of things.
Oh, I just thought of this. I guess this was not a surprise, but no mention of Skeleton Crew. Like, no season 2.
No, that did nothing. I mean, even through the Star Wars community, that didn't really have a lot of traction to it. So I'm not surprised that we're not hearing anything about
I'm
that.
really surprised they don't even have like the kids on the panel. Like, have a Skeleton Crew panel.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess
these
Ahsoka.
events, it's one of those things where it's like, how much of a needle mover would it be to have the kids at the convention? Like, truly.
Well, how much
Like,
of a needle mover is it to have a Ahsoka season 1 panel?
according to Screen Rant, whenever they showed Ahsoka at the little montage thing to start off the entire thing, she got the loudest cheers out of everything.
Was it like
So,
Rosario Dawson Ahsoka?
It was animated and live action. So Ahsoka is. I hate it, but it's her time, bro. We're in her era. This is peak Ahsoka time. She just had a show.
Yeah, peak Ahsoka time, and there's no word on season 2.
No. And it also wasn't greenlit before season 1 came out, but season 1 ended in a way that it had to be a season 2. And it's how many years ago has it been since season 2 or season 1 came out? Was it 2023? I think.
Yeah,
so 2 years.
Closer to a year and a half, but yes.
Okay, well, it'll
end
be
of
2 years this
2023.
year. It'll definitely be close to 2 to 3 years by the time we even get season 2. That's the stuff that's kind of insane, and why it's hard to be a fan, and why I think it's actually smart they take a break from releasing, you know, these shows every year, because they should just do one show, one season every year for 3 to 4 years straight, and that's it. We don't need to have Ahsoka and then Andor and then Acolyte and then Mando and then Book of Boba and then Bad Batch and then back to Mando and then back to Ahsoka and then Skeleton Crew and then Andor again. Like, it's confusing as fuck. It's hard to get excited for anything.
To explore Star Wars in a whole new way with Star Wars Outlaws. Teamed up with
Have you played Outlaws? I have not played Outlaws.
No.
I haven't played a fucking lick of it. I haven't even played Jedi Survivor yet.
I never played it. I'm just not much of a single player video gamer. It's like when Survivor came out, I just sat down and watched a 4-hour cutscene video on YouTube, and I was good.
That's
It's good. It was a good story. I would
like
rather
playing games. I don't know. I don't play video games like I used to, but when it comes to like single player ones, they're so much easier for me because I can't do the online stuff. Like Overwatch, I used to be great at Overwatch. I'm too old for that now.
No, I'm a online competitive player. I play lots of Rainbow Six Siege and like Rocket League and shit.
Yeah, I've always been terrified of those games. I was like OG Call of Duty, and now that Call of Duty doesn't even look like Call of Duty anymore.
The future of Star Wars is certainly
It means so much.
I wouldn't say bleak. It's just like unknown. It's in the air.
It seems like no one knows, even Lucasfilm, especially that report that we got last year from a lot of the insiders over there, where they're like, yeah, they're just kind of market off nostalgia, and they really don't have anything at the moment to steer them towards the future. So one of the insiders said, like, it's trying to get someone to write the New Testament, basically. And I can see that. And what kind of kills me is that I think they have the ability to get people to come in and do it. But like Kathy has consistently said over the years, that they need people to commit to Star Wars. And I think they can, when they have someone like a Tony Gilroy, and you say that he's been working with Lucasfilm for 10 years, it doesn't seem like he has, because he only did one movie, and he came in like after it was done filming, basically. And then he did 2 seasons of the show that he wasn't even supposed to do in the first place. And they're separated by like 3 years in between releases. So it's like he did 10 years, and I mean, you only have 2 seasons and
that is
not his movie.
Him saying 10 years is such an exaggeration, because he's maybe spent half a year on Rogue One because he came in late for the reshoots, and then he was brought on for Andor in when 2020.
Yeah, but he behind the scenes had always been a lot of the times, like for Andor, they sent him like versions of the script and the drafts and everything like that, and he gave a lot of feedback on it, and was kind of involved with a lot of that before he even took over. So he has loosely been involved with like the Lucasfilm executives and everything over there. When he came in to work on Rogue One, almost immediately they were like, we kind of want you to stay around for a little bit. So he has been involved with Lucasfilm for around 10 years now, and because he's not really releasing anything in between. Rogue One came out in 2016, and they started working on like the Andor series in like 2018, 2019, at least in the writing stages, so he was around for that part at the beginning as well. So he's been in the game for a little while, so I understand him leaving, but I do want him to come back. He did mention that he'd like to do a movie, and I cannot think of a better person right now in this generation of Star Wars to do a Star Wars movie than Tony Gilroy.
I thought he just came out like a few weeks ago and said that after Andor he was done and he wants to move on.
Yeah, no, he said that, but I thought he said in another interview too that he would be, down to come back later on after a break and everything to do a movie. Like that'd be the one thing he'd come back, and I think that's the greatest thing they could do with him. I think that is a fantastic idea.
I hope so.
You have like a cantina built into the side of an asteroid. You have a
Man, I don't know. Future of Star Wars is certainly
and a bunch of other things.
Interesting.
I think the other cool thing about
It's interesting and uninteresting at the same time, because it's just, damn, like really, who knows what's going to happen? And especially with Kathleen Kennedy leaving. If she does leave in a year, it's like, this is kind of the worst time ever to leave, because the person who comes in next is going to have to look at all 7 to 10 of these movies that they have in development and just either decide to release them and work on them and, acknowledge that it's not really their projects, it's Kathleen Kennedy's, and they're just kind of finishing it. Or they look at what they have on the slate and go, okay, we need a new plan and reset things a little bit. Like I think you might end up seeing more Disney control than ever when Kathleen Kennedy leaves.
Oh, lovely. When was she?
Probably
Left
next
yet.
year. Yeah, but it'll probably be around the time Mando and Grogu releases or something like that, or maybe right after that she leaves, because the report was saying that she wanted to last year, stuck around. What I'm very excited for is that they say she has a reporter that she wants to do an exit interview with whenever she does leave Lucasfilm. I want front row seats to that. I would actually like to be the interviewer if I could. I mean, I'll do anything I can to become the interviewer. I'll walk there, whatever I got to do. That interview is going to be fascinating. I really want to hear her speak a little honestly about some stuff.
I bet you it's just gonna be softball questions. She's gonna.
She is a
doesn't want
master
any
of that
dirt.
PR shit. Yeah, she is so good at all that stuff. For me, I would just be like, the George Lucas story treatments. When did you decide you were like, nah, I don't want to do this? Like, who was the person who just sat there and said no? And not in like a facetious way. I'm just curious. What happened? Like, what really happened? Michael Art, what happened to my boy there? Why don't you just bring him back, Kathy? All right. Why did you say the Kevin Feige movie's not happening, but your boss Alan Horn at the time said it was happening? How does that happen? You tell me your boss is wrong?
I can't wait in like 20 years when we get a really in-depth book or documentary just about the Kathleen Kennedy era. There'll be some whistleblowers because they'll be so far removed from Kathleen Kennedy, and we'll just learn so many details.
I can't wait. Yeah, I mean, and what's sad to say is 20 years. She's like 70 something now.
Oh, she'll be gone.
Yeah.
I mean, gone. She'll be dead.
Yeah. She'll have become one with the Force. God bless her soul. But I am very curious. Like for me, it's like I want to talk to like the assistants and stuff, like the people who are like around her all the time and everything. Not like I don't think she's a bad person or anything. Like I know people have this weird fascination with her, but just like truly the decision making that has gone on and everything. Of like, what is it like? Because I know specifically with the Disney Investors Day, I'm more than confident someone like Bob Iger, the people who are Disney are like, yo, we need something for the shareholders. And they were just like, all right, well, here's a bunch of, I guess, projects we kind of think we're going to do or whatever, and not really put a release date. I think they've just put her in a rough position from day one, and she's never really been able to get the wind underneath her feet. I mean, she has a very hard job to do. I don't think she gets a lot of the benefit of the doubt anymore from people, unfortunately. I wonder if the stream is lagging for other people, because it's lagging on my end, but my connection
I'd love
says
to,
that.
in that future book or documentary or whatever, I'd love to have an interview with Lord and Miller.
I'm not interested in. I'm not. No, that,
I would.
That one doesn't interest me too much. I think they just weren't cut out for the job. Truly, at the end of the day, I would be more interested in like Michael Art and seeing what he did with his draft of like the George Lucas story treatments, the 40 to 50 page outline he did for like the sequel trilogy, what that entailed, and everything like that. That's like one of the few people I would love to like.
Oh, and what's his name? I'd like to see Controvar. What does he have to say?
Yeah, that's a big one too. Him and Josh Trank even. I'd love to hear more about that Boba Fett movie that they were gonna make and that they canceled. Oh, Palpmemes just sent me the trailer as well.
All right, well,
damn.
I'm gonna bounce. It was great chatting with you. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming back, buddy.
We'll stay in touch.
See you next time.
These are two great performers.
I didn't even see this in the chat. Thank you, Palpmemes. I'm gonna refresh my thing real quick to see if the connection can get better, because
These are
why it's
two
lagging.
great performers playing two great characters. What was it like hearing them, bounce off one another?
Oh, it's great. I mean, Hondo has such great lines. There's such good banter between Kay and Hondo.
Being a little weird for me.
Gives an amazing performance. Nintendo Switch 2, Star Wars Outlaws.
So this is it running on the Switch too?
That's right.
Oh, that's good.
Releases September 4th.
Amazing. It's going to be so good to be able... I just love being able to take something like Outlaws with me. I want it to be everywhere
Absolutely.
I go. Outlaws is what I call... Drew,
I have not played Star Wars Outlaws. I have not played any of it.
A good bathtub game is very
Well, thank you very much, Palpmemes, for sending me the link, brother.
For an hour and feel good about. That's a good bathtub.
That's true. That's true.
So I'm excited for that.
Try to fix the screen. I don't like it showing the chat. I think it looks awful. I think I have to have it showing the chat.
For those of you who have yet to play Star Wars Outlaws, we have a free demo. And it takes place in the original hive of scum and villainy, Tatooine.
Nice.
Yeah. And that is live right now. So you can play it right now.
Oh,
Amazing.
it just dropped right now. How good of them.
Tatooine demo right now. We've got a Pirate's Fortune coming on the 15th. This is great. This is great. Now, if people download this demo today, what are they going to see? What are they going to do?
That's right. So we wanted to give players the full experience. So you kind of start partway through the game.
It's so weird that it goes like
and
full
you'll have the
screen, but
open
not
world,
with
obviously to explore.
this
So you
actual
can
fucking
walk
thing.
around Mos Eisley,
The
visit
hell?
Chalmun's Cantina, use your speeder through the open world. Maybe you visit a moisture farm. Maybe you do that.
Some of them are not in such great shape, the moisture farms.
It's true.
I don't know if you heard.
But, it is just a small slice of the game, obviously. The full game has so much more to offer, a lot more diverse locations, and a lot more story. So, I mean, if you haven't jumped in, now is the best time.
Amazing. Demo today.
Yeah, none of this interests me.
Pirate's
Sorry.
Fortune May 15th.
Yeah.
That's
This
right.
is not
And
the
then Switch
greatest.
2 in September.
Oh, this is not the greatest
This
thing.
is amazing. Drew, thank you so much for being here, showing off everything. Amazing stuff coming to the world of Star Wars Outlaws. I know we're all excited to jump in. Drew Reckner, everybody, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Drew. And on to the next one, please. What do you got next for me? Dang, it's crazy. They still got a big crowd surrounding the stage just for these little interviews and everything like that. And some people do, they spend their entire day just doing this, the entire day just watching these little interviews on stage. Like, you can do a lot at Celebration, you can do a lot of things, and just spend your whole time doing them. Even like the show floor, I feel like it's a good like one day affair, but some people spend their entire time just walking around shopping. It's a great time, man. I really regret not being able to go this year, but you know, I'd rather be smart with my money than go into financial debt for it. I just got out of debt within the past year. Like, I paid everything off. It took a long time, and it was not easy, but I just finally got debt free not too long ago, and I will not be going back into it just for a 3-day convention at Japan.
Thank you.
Be just so financially irresponsible. But it's all good. That's part of life. I will go to the next one. Hopefully it's in the good old US of A or something like that. But regardless, I miss making it a yearly tradition. I used to get sent a lot of these books. The stuff they got playing right here, these little Star Wars cookbooks. I got a bunch of them on my bookshelf in the back that I just don't even use because, I mean, I'm no baker. I'm not a great cook. I'm not bad, but this stuff you got to have talent for. All this artistic shit, that is not me. Excuse me. You don't be here for a while, boys. Everybody get comfortable. Alright, what do they got next for us? Alright, my friends, I'm going to turn up the audio a little bit for you guys, and I'm going to go be a bad person and smoke a cigarette. Sorry if the audio kind of gets a little weird. Nope, no student loans. I was just bad with my credit card and everything. I had a really bad situation like 2-3 years ago. And yeah, I had no money for a little bit, but I'm back on my feet. I would love to say better than ever. How long is the show supposed to be? Yo, this is starting in the morning for them and ending at night. Not at night, like 5 p.m. their time. So right now over there, it's probably like 11 a.m., noonish or whatever. I have no idea. But yeah, no, this is going to be an all-night affair. So I don't know how long I'll be able to make it, but I'm going to be chilling here for a little while if you guys want to. So I'm going to go smoke a cigarette, and you guys enjoy the show. Be right back.
So everyone, this is Yamazaki-san's first celebration ever. So let's give it up one more time, okay? All right, let's make him feel welcome. Yes, yes.
すごい盛り上がりでめちゃくちゃ楽しいです。
ですよね。
見渡す限りスターウォーズファンってね、
そうですよ。
とてつもない。
はいですよね。
はい。
山崎さんもスターウォーズの大ファンだとお伺いしたんですが、はい、どんな点に憧れてファンになられたんですか？
やっぱり初めて見た時にもう今までの VX を圧倒的に超えてるなと思って、でもう現実のことだと思ったんです。スターデストロイヤーが頭上からずっと出てくるショットでもう完全に心が参っちゃって、それ以来のスターウォーズファン。
もう一目惚れみたいな感じですよね。
中2の時だったんで、
そうだったんですか。
一番感受性が激しい時にあんなもの見たらもう無理ですよね。
はい、本当です。昨年ルーカスフィルムの本社へ行かれたんですが、はいはい、いかがでしたか？
いやもうどこを見渡してもスター・ウォーズでめちゃめちゃ感動しました。僕にとっては聖地ですから、そこは聖地についにたどり着いたという感じで、皆さんとてもよくしてくださったんで、ルーカスフィルムでゴジラマイナス1を見てもらって、でその後 Q&A をやったんですよ。でその時にすごくたくさんのILM の人とか ルーカスフィルムの人たちがみんな見てくれて、ですごい喜んでくれたんで、もう忘れられない思い出ですね。
素晴らしいエピソードですね、ありがとうございます。デイブ・フィローニさんとお会いした時、どんな印象でしたか？
本当にカウボーイハットかぶってると。
アメリカンだと。
アメリカン。あとメカゴジラの T シャツ着てたんですよ。
そうだったんです
で、
ね。
デイブ・フローニはとてもメカゴジラが好きだということを聞いてたんですけど、本当に好きなんだなと思って、で僕スター・ウォーズの話したいんだけど、デイブはずっとゴジラの話をしてて、なかなか話が噛み合わなくて大変でした。
そうだったんですか、本当はスター・ウォーズの話をしたかったんですけど。
でもすごい優しく迎えてくれて嬉しかったですね。
よかったです。日本人としてスター・ウォーズセレブレーションが日本で行われることについてどういう気持ちですか？
いや、すごく光栄なことだと思いますし、やっぱり黒沢映画がルーツの一つだというふうに伺っているんで、その場所でまたスター・ウォーズのこんなに素晴らしい大会が開かれているということはなんかめちゃめちゃ嬉しいことですよね。で同時にすごくたくさんの海外の方たちがこのセレブレーションのために来日してくださってるじゃないですか。スタッフキャストもそうなんだけど、一般の方たちもたくさんこのために日本に来てくださってるっていうのが、もう本当にご苦労様と思いますし、嬉しいなというふうに思います。
思いますよね、本当に世界中の皆さんがここに集まってスター・ウォーズをみんなで楽しんで喜んで、もう本当に素晴らしいセレブレーションですよね。監督としてスター・ウォーズからインスピレーションを感じられる点というか、主にインスピレーションはどこから来ましたか？
何かこの今の時代ではないエキゾチックさというか、知らない世界でものすごいことが行われてるっていう空気感みたいなことが僕はすごく好きで、やっぱりただ単に宇宙だけとか地上だけとかじゃなくて、縦横無尽にいろんな世界を表現できてると思うんですね。それがやっぱり一番好きなのと、さっき最初の映像、セレブレーションが始まった時の最初の映像ですごく長い時間にわたってスター・ウォーズが作り続けられてきたってことがすごく分かった映像があったんですけど、あれを見た時にもう一つの物語ではなくて一つの宇宙、いろんな人たちがいろんな暮らしをしている宇宙そのものがスター・ウォーズなんだなって思って。
Alright, I'm back. I did not realize that guy was speaking Japanese. I just watched the Mando and Grogu trailer that Palpmeme so kindly sent me. It actually looks really good. Most of it is actually just one shot, the opening action sequence and everything. I didn't see the Rod of the Hutt stuff, unfortunately, so I don't think he was in the trailer. I think that's just an image that they have out there. But I think if you look hard enough, you'll definitely see it leaked online and everything like that, probably on Twitter. But it looks good. It looks very cinematic. I think Jon Favreau is going to do a solid job directing it. I just hope the writing is very solid and very good. So yeah, we've had a good amount of stuff announced. Thank you guys for watching. I'm not ending it or anything, but I do just want to say a big shout out to you guys for watching. If you're still watching, leave a like, support the channel. Do any questions you have in the live stream, I'll get to them. Super chats are, of course, greatly appreciated. Not necessary, but they do help fund me, keep me doing this more often than working and not doing it. And I will guarantee any answers to any questions with super chats, of course. They're not even translating. They didn't translate the interview. They're not translating it. That's so bad. From Judo, I know arigato masta means like thank you, sensei. I can count to 10 in Japanese. Ichi ni san shi go roku shichi hachi kuju. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I love this sushi guy over here with that droid. I think that is just so. I mean, the whole stage actually looks like really aesthetically pleasing. This is a very good-looking stage. I want them to show more of the exhibit floor and everything like that. I want to see what they got going on throughout the whole convention. Okay, so this is kind of showing us it. Look at God. listening to me.
You want merch or what?
Yes!
Okay, because we're at the Celebration store, and this is where you're gonna get
I would never go to the Celebration store. I've gone to it. I've gotten access to like interviewing people with, you know, showcases there. I normally show up, but I don't really. I don't know. I don't really do interviews like that. It's not really my style. But these convention stores, they're way too packed. They're too expensive and everything. They're not great on the first day or two. They're only good if you get like VIP and you can go like an hour early.
Badge art onto all kinds of things. If you look over here, this is wild to me.
This is made out of woven kimono material.
Wow, that looks beautiful.
You're getting a woven kimono.
Probably $300.
You weren't even ready.
Some of these things go for thousands of dollars. Like one thing, I've not grown up very rich or like privileged or anything like that. My family did like, mom definitely made like less than $60K a year for most of my childhood and everything like that. So going to some of these conventions, and a lot of times it's always just been with my own money. Some of these people just have so much money. Some of these nerdy people like spend thousands and thousands. I'm talking like sometimes people are spending $10,000 to $20,000 on these trips, and they do it every year. Like, do not underestimate someone who is a nerd forever and, you know, gets adult money and everything like that. Like, people spend a lot on this stuff. But it's fun. I will say there's the innocence of it and everything. There is something to it. Like, these conventions are always some of the best memories that I've ever had. You know, like, they're very fun times. Like Chicago, when I went by myself in Chicago in 2019, fantastic week, and that was 5 days they did a convention. I want them to do a 5-day one again. I would go for that. I love that stuff, man. See what he just said? If you have money, you should be spending it. That's exactly why they get you. I don't got money, so I ain't even there. Oh, that's cute.
Use it to do a kickflip, nollie the boy into.
I like the skateboard too. I like the design on that. That hat is everywhere. See, small stuff like this I could never buy. I'm really not into some of the, like, the small materialistic stuff like this. I can't be that kind of Star Wars fan.
That's your choice. I can't tell you how to live your life. I can only tell you that both lifestyles are available here for a very reasonable cost. This is actually
at reasonable cost.
This is something that you really could only get at Star Wars Celebration Japan.
In Japan specifically. So these are Emma boards, and you usually find them at shrines.
Little Lothal cat.
Is you're supposed to write your wish on the back of them and leave them on the shrine. But these you could take home, and you could get charms. I didn't know that. You look at these shrine charms. What?
No, that's it costs money.
A little Ewok bag. That's cute.
Yup, nub, wookie wookie.
Every time you do that, it costs me money.
Yup, nub. Yup, nub, wookie wookie.
Okay, but this is the last one. This is the last one. You're lucky. You're lucky.
If you hear any movement, I'm packing the bong. Okay, pin trading or collecting. I don't know if any of you guys know about that stuff. That is huge. Especially out here in Orlando and everything like that. And one of the girls I used to date for a little while, she was big in the pin collecting, and her family was big in the pin collecting. Like, yo, they really showed me that is like a whole niche market. People for these Disney pins, I'm talking spend hundreds and sometimes like up to $1,000 to $2,000 on just a pin, and they do go up in value a lot. So a lot of those Star Wars pins, I've actually started collecting some of my own. I'm not a big collector. I haven't spent any crazy money, but I don't know what it is about them, but there is an appeal to it. I even have a friend, his name is Punch It Chewy Press. If you guys ever want to get some good Star Wars pins, go to him. He makes them and everything, and they're pretty cool. And you know, he does it at all the conventions and everything. So that's a whole nother realm of being a nerd and being into this kind of stuff. Pins.
Because they're tiny little Star Wars.
Yeah, I'm sure this stuff is big in Japan right now too.
To get these later. For right now, you can only get them at Celebration, and they come with special Star Wars Celebration card backs. Which one are you hoping for?
I want Vader. What do you want? What do you want? Mine feels lucky.
Yeah, does it?
Yeah.
I want a Chewie, I think.
You want a Chewie?
Yeah.
All right. You're a pro at this. You're not going to put it in wrong.
They did a Star Wars celebration in Anaheim in 2015 for The Force Awakens, and they did it in 2022, and I went to that one. That was actually a very good one as well. I do like the Anaheim one just because it's right by Disneyland too. And I was going to Disneyland like almost every day. I went to the convention as well. Like that was a really cool time and a really fun trip. So yeah, I don't mind it going to Anaheim. I don't think it should do it again next year. I don't want to go back to California for the next one. Be surprised if they do it in Chicago again. I would definitely do a trip to Chicago. I like Chicago. But I'm feeling Orlando, man. I feel like they're going to come back to Orlando in the next couple years. And that would just be a dream come true to me. I don't know how long I'll live in Orlando. Hopefully for like the next I know I'll be here for another like 2 to 3 years at least. But I do want to move out to a different city eventually. But if they do a celebration like right after I move, I'll be so pissed. But even if they don't, I know Orlando like the back of my head, so not a big deal. Look at the size of the Ewok, yeah. But this one looks, I mean, just look how many people are there. This is just for this big stage though, but I want to see the rest of the exhibit floor right now and see how packed it is. But yeah, I would love to be able to go to every celebration every year for the remainder of Star Wars. They are fun. I have a very good time. Hey, what's up, Gus? Good to see you, bro. General Kenobi. That is a long-time loyal fan right there. Appreciate you joining in, Gus.
Now, there's no question about what this first one is. The beautiful, beautiful Star Wars logo. What went into making this iconic Star Wars logo into Lego form?
And I actually think stuff like this is kind of cool. I like the, damn, I think I like all those. I don't really care for Chopper that much, but the Jango Fett helmet and Slave One version of the ship, of his version of Slave One, I guess, looks cool. Probably not cheap. And the Star Wars logo, that's a good, like, one-time buy. Like, that's not for everybody, but it does look actually pretty solid. Kind of cool to build. I try not to buy stuff like this normally. But I've also heard if you buy it when it releases, a lot of time it goes out of, like, stock or something like that, or they stop making them. And so you end up making a lot of money if you just buy it and all that stuff and sell it, like, years later. That little scalper shit kind of sucks. People do that, but that's what it is. Oh. It's cute too.
I think you'll all recognize the famous Tantive 4 chase scene from the first film.
Amazing. I am a big fan of the brick-built helmets, and adding to the collection.
Well, Gus, I don't know if you heard, but there's a new Star Wars movie called Star Wars Starfighter, directed by Sean Levy, starring Rian Johnson, coming in May 28th, 2027. So I'm going to be here for another 2 years at least, guys. Star Wars only is going to go away when all this is done. $300 for this Slave One chip? Are you serious? Anyone got the prices on the other stuff? Like how much is like the Boba or the Jango Fett helmet and the logo? I'm curious if anyone knows that. But $300 for this? That is fuck out of here. I ain't paying no $300. All right, that does look kind of like it's kind of worth $300. But I mean, what are you gonna do with it? It's just gonna sit there. I mean, yeah, it looks great.
Fun, hands-on, creative activity. So yeah,
this Lego stuff too. That's one of those things I also can't get too deep into because if you do, you're in it forever.
Brick builder. How long would you say it takes to build Jango Fett?
Build like out of the box?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I actually kind of like the name for the movie, Star Wars Starfighter. Star Wars: The Mandalorian Grogu is less appealing in my opinion.
I've been waiting to get to this one. Our mischievous little chopper.
Never understood the love for Chopper. I've never understood it.
Fan favorite. Please tell us a little bit about Chopper.
Yeah, so I mean, Chopper is been one of the most
Star Wars Starfighter Episode 9. What happened to Ray Film? Wonder if it has any connection to the movie. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like it's going to be completely different.
Has been expertly crafted to show all the fine
probably look up on Reddit or Twitter right now. You'll probably be able to find it there.
Arms to pose them in a really awesome way. There's even a lever on the back that when you do it, you get that iconic wobble and bounce of Chopper.
While they talk, I'm going to check the trades. See if there's any news.
Perfect.
Super fun. And then you can also roll him around. He's got legs that are movable and removable to pose him in your favorite pose from any of the media that you've seen him in.
Incredible. Oh, he looks so perfect. And
there is a baby Chopper too. Yeah.
All right, and the Jango Fett fun continues. Can you please tell us about his famed starship?
Yeah, so you'll all recognize this ship here, right?
Are they going to call it Slave One, I wonder?
This is the Ultimate Collector Series Jango Fett starship from Star Wars Attack of the Clones. It's made of 2,970 pieces.
He still
and
hasn't
is
called
over
it Slave
44
One.
centimeters tall on its stand.
Wow, that was a lot more than I expected. I don't know why I expected any less, but that is intense.
All right, I'm going to go to the Star Wars website real quick, see if they announce anything. I'm sorry, I kind of hit the mic.
This one up. Can you please show us the U-wing?
Yes, with pleasure. So this is from Rogue One and Andor Season 2, the brand new.
If you don't mind, quickly, I would like to read the report from the Hollywood Reporter about the Sean Levy Star Wars movie. Namely, the most reliable. So, when it comes to this movie, it says, Star Wars Celebrations, Sean Levy, Ryan Gosling's movie is titled Starfighter. Star Wars Starfighter will open in the summer of 2027. The Star Wars feature product team's Ryan Gosling with director Sean Levy as a name and a release date. Star Wars Starfighter will open on May 28th, 2027. That's just 3 weeks after fellow mega Disney title Avengers Secret Wars, which bows on May 7th, 2027. The announcement was made in Tokyo, Japan at a packed panel for Star Wars Celebration, the biannual Star Wars convention. That I don't know how to say that word. I apologize. All manner of things related to Jedi, Sith, and other creations from the galaxy far, far away. It's unclear if the title has any connection to the 2001 computer game of the same name. Okay, I knew it. I knew there was something else named Starfighter. And then the quote is, the reality is that the script is just so good. It has such a great story, and with great and original characters, said Gosling from the stage. It's filled with so much heart and adventure, and there just really is not a more perfect filmmaker for this particular story than Sean. Why the hell did that take me a second to read? After Gosling took the stage, a picture flashed on the screen of his childhood Star Wars bedsheets, which was sent by his mom. She still has them, obviously. Naturally, she thought that it might be something that the fans would appreciate, but I suspect that she just sort of wants to justify years of hoarding. As you can see from the picture, I guess I was probably dreaming about Star Wars before I even saw the film. It's probably framed my idea of what a movie was, what a movie even was. Levy has been developing the Star Wars feature since 2022 with Jonathan Trooper, who collaborated with Levy on films such as This Is Where I Leave You and The Adam Project. He wrote the script. I watched The Adam Project, like the first 30 minutes, didn't really like it. Seeing if there's anything. The film is a standalone movie that will be unconnected to the so-called Skywalker saga. The story is centered on well-established characters and beloved characters like Luke Skywalker and his father, Anakin. The events of Starfighter take place approximately 5 years after the events of 2019's Rise of Skywalker. Sean Levy says, this is a standalone, it's not a prequel, not a sequel, it's a new adventure, and it's set in a period of time that we haven't seen explored yet. Who noted that it will be set a few years after Rise of Skywalker. He said production starts this fall. There's high interest in the Levy Gosling project. It will be the only second feature made since 2019's Rise of Skywalker, a movie whose reception through the Star Wars movie plans in disarray. Yeah, I had a feeling that was a factor why they stopped as well. Yep, that's really it. Mando and Grogu 26, May 22nd. All right. Sorry, just wanted to take a break to, talk about that real quick and actually read the article that they had for that. Let me go back to actual stream. Boom. All right. So there's a little rundown for that. See if there's any more news I can
That is an incredible
find. I'm going to go to the official Star Wars website now.
So much. It's so fantastic.
Damn, look at that K2SO.
Thank you so much for joining
Jesus,
us
look at the
today.
size of that thing.
Yeah, and come by the Lego Star Wars booth tomorrow to take a photo with this guy. He'll be there tomorrow and the following day.
That is amazing. Oh. All right. So, is there any way that I can find space in my suitcase to bring K2 home with me? Probably
You can maybe
not,
take
right?
a finger or something.
A
I don't
finger?
know, yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm down. I'll do that. To find out more about all these sets and more, head to lego.com.
Thank you.
Pretty cool looking K2. All right, going back to the chat. If Tony Gilroy were to make another Star Wars film by some miracle, what kind of film would you like to see from him? I think he would do a
Hey,
great
it's Cam right here on
crime,
the show floor. Let me ask you, have
like
you
Star
ever
Wars movie,
wanted to feel
like a real
you are
gangster
living in the
mob
Star
kind of
Wars
movie.
world with
I
all
think
of
that'd
the
be the great
sights
thing
and
he
the
could do.
sounds? Well, come with me as we go on a meta quest into a galaxy far, far away. Whoa! You yourself can come right over here into one of the pods here and put on one of the MetaQuest
I don't even know if this stuff is
3Ss
worth buying. I
and
mean,
experience
this
one
looks
of the
kind of
three
cool, but this is
amazing
expensive.
games that Lucasfilm and ILM have put together, like Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge. But don't let me talk about it. Let me bring on my friend
Star Wars
Alyssa,
Lego carrying
right
all
here,
Star Wars.
producer. How you doing, Alyssa?
I am doing great, Cameron. How are you?
I am pumped to be here. I'm not even wearing the MetaQuest yet, but I feel
I
like
haven't
I'm already
played
in the
Vader
world.
Immortal, but I really want to. It looks really
I'm
good.
glad of that. Have you ever been to Galaxy's Edge?
I have been to Galaxy's Edge.
Have you been to the Wilds?
I have not.
Well, that is what you will do in Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
That is wild.
Yeah, no, you get to hang out in a Star Wars cantina with my guy, Cecil Slack. He's the bartender, tells great stories.
Does he now?
Oh, he will spin you some tales that will take you places that you have never been. But on your own recognizance, you can go out into the wilds.
Ooh.
You can follow some adventures.
Look, I
You
really
can
like that
use-
they're showing
can
us
do adventures
stuff
in these
on a live
games.
stream
Yeah,
again, but 2015
I'm
one
gonna
was
get in.
peak,
I'm gonna get
bro.
right into it. What makes
I kind of
Tales
wish
from
I was
the
at that
Galaxy's
celebration.
Edge
That
so special
2015
to
Star Wars
So,
celebration,
Cecil
that live
Slack
stream,
tells stories,
I was watching
and
that
one of
bad
the
boy in
things
high
he will
school
do is he will
with my
tell you
friend
a
in class, and we were in
story
algebra.
of a
And I remember when they were like, shout out to everybody at home. Me and him looked at each other
transport
like,
you into that story,
yeah,
and you can live
this
it
is
for
cool.
yourself. So he has his
And everything they showed me,
storytelling
that stuff
power
was so
is
cool.
beyond compare.
The
Let's
interviews
put
and
it that way.
everything.
Full
It,
VR.
it was a little bit
Full
more
VR,
engaging. But
and
this is the
there's
first
not
one.
just
We got
one
a couple days of
No,
this, though.
Let's come over here. Let's go
Let's all
check
get
out over
comfortable.
here. Alyssa, this looks amazing. Of course, Vader Immortal. For those that are already familiar with MetaQuest, this is nothing new to them, but why is this so incredible?
Because you get to go to Mustafar and you meet this person, maybe Darth Vader.
What is she, like, having a
He's
stroke?
looking for
He couldn't
someone. He has
come on, spit
an
it out. It's
agenda.
Vader. We
He,
all know.
Offers a chance to do a test for him, and if you pass, he might train you.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Now, the experience for when guests can come in here on the show floor and put this on, it's got to be really exciting for them. What's the whole process go through? What can they do and expect?
You pick which of these games you want to play.
Yeah.
They'll pop a headset on you, give you some instructions, and you are in the world of Vader Immortal. You are in the world of Galaxy's Edge, and you can walk around, you can talk to people, you can get a sense of things, and in this one, you can play a lightsaber dojo and hone your skills.
Are you a pro at this point?
I am but a Padawan.
She's so modest. So modest. Alyssa, you are incredible. You need to get out here and check out what MetaQuest has to offer. Come on, dive into all the fun.
And we're back to the crowd work. God, look at all these people like packed together, like side by side, bro. I just,
All right, lightsabers up. There's no question that our next guest knows a thing or two about creating iconic films. From E.T. to Indiana Jones to Star Wars and everything in between and beyond. Our fearless leader here at Lucasfilm, President Kathleen Kennedy.
oh shit, here she is. Let's go, boys. Fucking Kathleen Kennedy in the house. Let's go. Turn this bad boy up. Come on, Kathy, what you got for me, baby? Good to see you. I've missed you. I don't want you to go just yet. Come on. Let's stay around a little while, Kathy. You know, familiarity's comfort. I'm so familiar with you at this point.
Always such a pleasure to see you, Kathy.
Oh, it's so great to
An
be
honor.
here.
My goodness.
Fantastic seeing everybody. So cool.
Now, here we are.
You know, I have to tell you, I was doing an interview down over there, and you guys kept interrupting. I don't know what was going on over here, but something major.
Yeah, we just had some new friends come by.
Yeah, some guys you don't know.
I think you may know them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know them a little bit.
But here we are at Star Wars Celebration Japan again for the second time, and Star Wars has such a deep history with Japan and with Japanese culture. So I wanted to ask you to kick us off. How excited are you to return here and bring Star Wars back to Japan?
This is something literally from the time we knew that we were coming back to Japan, we have all been incredibly excited to be here. And I walked around last night to see some of the incredible art, which I hope everybody here has had a chance to peek at or spend some time. There's just amazing, amazing work that's been done here. So it's really, really great to be back.
Absolutely, and so the cosplay especially
Yes.
at this particular convention.
Oh,
There's
yes.
a pit droid over there. There's a Max Rebo behind me.
I was even
there's
laughing
just
with
some-
Dave. I think there's some
Yo, they're not
Daves
wrong. The
around
cosplays
here.
at these conventions are
Daves. You got to really spot the
amazing.
real one.
By the
Hey,
way-
there's a George.
Yeah,
There's
a
a
George.
Dave and a George all together.
I see,
of
yeah.
course.
Okay, great. There you are.
Naturally.
There you are. Okay.
He's like, George,
That's
I know
good. I
him.
just want you to know that every time Dave sees a Dave, he's really happy.
That's awesome. All right, and
I wonder
know
if
you're
anybody
just
dresses
fresh
up
off
as
of the
Kathleen
Mando
Kennedy at
and Grogu
Celebration.
panel. And the announcement of Star Wars Starfighter, but before we talk about those things, I also want to just touch upon Andor Season 2 is right around the corner. Just a few days after we close out Star Wars Celebration Japan, we finally get to see that 3-episode premiere.
And I have to tell you guys, it is fantastic. I mean, it lives up to everything you might be thinking and beyond. Those guys have done an absolutely incredible job. Tony's writing is amazing. Diego is incredible. The crew,
believe you, Kathy.
everybody, just so good. Really, really good.
Absolutely. What can you tell us, what can fans expect from Season 2? Can you tease it a little bit for us?
Well, it goes right into Rogue One.
Yes.
So I think that as you start to feel the anticipation of each of the episodes leading into what you know from Rogue One,
Yeah, she
it's exhilarating.
is a master of this PR talk.
It's almost just talking about it, you don't really get the feeling, but as you're watching the show and it begins to build, it really, really hits you. And I think then you'll look at Rogue One with very different eyes, too.
Absolutely. I feel like you watch Season 2 and then you roll right into Rogue One, and it changes your perception a little bit.
Yes,
It'll
it
change your
does.
perspective. But at the panel this morning, we also learned a little bit more about the Mandalorian and Grogu.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tell me a little about Mando.
So excited for Star Wars to return to theaters for the first time since 2019.
Yes.
How does it feel to be back with a theatrical release with a big film and with moving these characters from the first Star Wars streaming series on Disney Plus into our first feature film?
No, it's incredibly exciting. And, the great thing is, I think what John's done with this movie is even if you haven't seen the series, you're going to have a great time with this movie because he's introducing the characters we know, but he's also introducing new characters. So there's a chance to be dropped in just with the film. And seeing Baby Yoda up on the big screen, I got to tell you,
why?
It's pretty cool. It's great.
Can you tell me, in The Mandalorian and Grogu, does Grogu get new snacks?
Does he what?
Does he get some new snacks? Do we get to see him have a few
Yeah,
cookies?
John. He's a chef at heart. He's always going to have food somewhere. Somewhere in the storytelling.
New Star Wars food in it. And as a surprise, I know you talked a little bit about things in development. Always excited to hear more
let's
about
hear what we got coming up.
what we can expect from the Star Wars galaxy. And Star Wars Starfighter has been unveiled as of this morning.
Can't believe we have another
Sean
Star Wars
Levy's new
movie.
project starring Ryan Gosling. Our new BFF, I think. Is it safe to say that? He came by, he tossed a few T-shirts.
Oh, yeah.
So what can fans look forward to with this new story starring Ryan Gosling, set in a post-Rise of Skywalker era?
Rise of Skywalker is where we're headed for obvious reasons. So between what we're doing with Mandalorian and the New Republic and now moving in to the future past Episode 9, it's just opening up a whole new world. And Sean's coming into this. I can't think of any director recently that we've worked with that is better suited to Star Wars. I think you're feeling that with his energy and excitement around what it is he's doing. I mean, he's just got the perfect attitude around making this a really fun movie.
Absolutely. And I think you can see that in some of his other films.
Oh, yeah.
Fans of his other work, fans of Ryan's work, have a sense of
Oh
Maybe
no,
a little bit of
Ryan is. I think you're seeing when he probably came out here. He's being introduced to all of this, and he's like a deer in the headlights. it's like he's so excited, incredibly excited.
Yeah, and it is. It's a little. It's exhilarating, but it's a totally different thing to step into the Star Wars galaxy.
Yeah,
There's
hard
nothing
to
like
explain.
it.
A lot of love in the room, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think Ryan said
Oh,
it best.
the
May
irony.
the fans be with us. May the fans be with you. And Kathy, do you have a message for the fans today? Is there anything you want to tell us?
Yeah, my message to the fans is that we do all of this for you. We cannot. There is no Star Wars without everybody in this room, and you are part of the galaxy, and that's why we do it. And you give us the confidence, and you give us the energy to tell
Kathy,
these
sometimes
stories.
it feels
So
like
thank
you don't do it for us.
Yeah, the fans are the reason
Sometimes
why
it
we're
don't
here
feel
at
that
Star Wars
way.
Celebration, but why we're here at all, why we get to keep telling these amazing stories. And I'm so happy that
But I
you
do
were here with us
appreciate
today.
everything she has done.
Congratulations on the announcements. Thank
Like
you so much
Andor,
for being here. I know you're
Force
very busy.
Awakens.
And thank you for helping make all of this possible and coming to the live stage to chat with all of us.
I wouldn't miss it.
Always a pleasure.
Wouldn't miss it.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Star Wars Celebration Live is still rolling along, so stay tuned for more.
Okay, so what they confirmed in that was, she talked a little bit about the Sean Levy Star Wars movie, Star Wars Starfighter in 2027, and, just kind of confirms that this is the future of, like, Star Wars storytelling right now, is that we're going to be doing this post Episode 9, post Rise of Skywalker approach. Here she is with the galaxy's greatest sushi chef. She's pointing at the next canceled project. They're having creative differences right now.
We've been gathering for, since she was non-Star Wars, just all the Star Wars.
I think she's thinking she might hire him for the next director.
The new announcement coming up when 2015. Yes. We get our breath back.
What an arm cam!
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
She was just ready to get out of there. She was like, "Wasn't that my time? I thought that was the cue to leave, right? Like, I'm good."
I came with you to
little Andor trailer. I'm gonna probably turn the volume down on that just because I could get copyrighted for that one. You know what? Let's not share this for the time being, just because I don't want to get copyrighted. We'll go back to that when it's done. That is a little funny one though. What about Rian Johnson's trilogy, Kathy? You have a message about that? I think her message is as normal as can be expected. I think now, knowing what we know about Lucasfilm and having this experience with Kathy's tenure and the Disney ownership, there is an image that they're keeping. There is a professionalism to it that they should maintain at all times. Some of that slips away from different people and everything like that. But for the most part, Kathy has constantly kind of been keeping the same message throughout her entire tenure of Star Wars. And that is that we do have a plan for the future. We have things in development, and we're just giving certain storytellers and creators an opportunity. And Rian Johnson is someone that she specifically picked, that she wants. She, had a good time working, all of Lucasfilm had a good time working with him on set of The Last Jedi. So that's why they greenlit a trilogy so immediately when it came to him. But they are done with the trailer, so let's get back to it. Right. Oh, Ashley Eckstein. She lives in Orlando. She lives near me. I know a guy who's interviewed her many times, and I will be honest, she is absolutely one of the sweetest people that we have as an influence in the fandom and everything like that. Her universe line that she does, I think a lot of women love that and everything. A lot of girls like it. It's a good aesthetic and everything. These Ahsoka Tano shirts and stuff like that. I like it. I do. I'll be honest. So I cannot deny I'm a fan of Ashley.
In collaboration with our friends at Scopely, we are bringing Star Wars to one of the most popular mobile games. So get ready.
Sorry if it was loud. Every time I bring it back, the audio changes.
As we experience an all-new limited time event in Monopoly Go! The Monopoly Go and Star Wars collaboration is launching on May 1st, and you won't want to miss a second of this limited time event. I think we also have a trailer to play, right? I think we have a video to share with you.
Oh.
Let's check it out.
Wait, what is this? This looks like is it a video game? I completely zoned out, dude. I'm so sorry. Alrighty then. I probably shouldn't be showing this because of the whole copyright stuff, but it's transformative, right? This looks pretty kiddie-ish. Charming. Looks like it's definitely for kids. My old ass. Obi-Wan. Oh, it's the Monopoly guy. It's Star Wars Monopoly. I just watched a trailer for Star Wars Monopoly. Oh, it's so cute. I haven't played Monopoly in probably 20 years. It's a Monopoly mobile game. Alright, well. Very charming. Is that it? Is Ashley not going to do anything else? Get back up there, Ashley. I need some type of Star Wars celebrity. A good one. They've had a good lineup so far. You know, they did Hayden. After that, we got Ryan Gosling and Sean Levy. I mean, just having Ryan Gosling at this thing is major. I don't think he will probably ever go to another Star Wars celebration again unless it's his. And yo, if he does an autograph signing, I might even sign up for that, you know. Will Smith. Oh my god, yes, bro. This has not been like one of those like, oh my god kind of reactions. Like, I've been to a couple of these, man, and some of them have been very entertaining, very fun and engaging. Like I said, the 2015 one, look back at those live streams, like there was a lot going on there. That was a good time and everything like that, you know? Alright, they're cheering. Yeah, we got some cheering going on. Something's happening. Are they gonna show any panels? Is there anything else going on? What time are these damn panels? Let me go look that up real quick. Star Wars. I think the Lucasfilm publishing panel has already... It's happening now, but that's the manga one. And I guess they're not streaming that. The next one after that is the Lucasfilm publishing from Stories from a Galaxy Far, Far Away. That's in about an hour and a half. And it says, join us in Japan for the latest publishing news from the prequel trilogy to the sequel trilogy and beyond, including news on the grand finale of the High Republic. Oh, wow. With Adam Christopher, Tessa Gratton, Mark Gunningheim, Lydia King, Ethan Sachs, Bill Stostica, and Alyssa Wong, and Marvel, CB Cebulski, I don't know, Cebulski. And then the last thing that they do, well, one of the last things to do is at, let me see the time. All the times I'm saying is for Eastern Standard Time. So if you're in America, you're probably like an hour or two ahead of me, behind me, something like that. In about 3 hours from now is when they're going to be doing the Star Wars animation panel. So we got some time. And they'll probably be keeping us entertained with a lot of stuff in this live stream. It is good to know. See if there's anything on the official Star Wars YouTube channel that we can watch, if they've uploaded anything recently. Star Wars Outlaws, really it. Go to Twitter or X. What do you guys call it now? You guys call it Twitter or X? Huh? Hey, only. What's up, the General? How you doing, brother? Thank you for tuning in tonight. Have you been enjoying the Star Wars celebration so far?
It's Star Wars Celebration live here in Japan, and I'm out here with my favorite peeps in the world, our incredible fans. How you loving it so far? Speaking of fans, we got an incredible fan right here. Someone went to the store. Hey, what's your name?
Damien.
Damien, where are you joining us from?
Hong Kong.
From Hong Kong, welcome. It's so great to have you here. What drew you to come here to Japan?
You. Everything else.
I didn't know I had one fan in Hong Kong. That's really sweet. That's really sweet. What does Star Wars mean to you, man? What does it mean to you to be around all of this love?
Oh, it's my life. Yeah? Yeah.
Since you were very young?
Yep.
Yeah. What's your favorite Star Wars film?
Film? Oh, my favorite is actually Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah! Good choice. Is there something about that film that just is channeling in your being?
Hayden.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not hating on Hayden. We're really not. We loved him being here earlier, kicking us off. Was that an incredible experience to see him live on stage?
Yeah, I sang happy birthday to him.
Right? Yeah. Put that on your, list of things you did in your life. I sang that. That was something, right? Absolutely. And we got so many wonderful fans here who are living it up.
Not seeing anything in the trades.
Hey, what's your name?
I'm David. I flew in from Seattle, but I actually grew up in China, so closer to where he's from.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. It's a whole international experience for you. Is this your first celebration?
Yes, this is my first celebration.
So you've watched it live at home, I assume, in the past?
Yes, in the past.
And felt all of that energy. What made you decide this was the
going to Japan for your first celebration? That's a big one.
While now, and I saw that it was happening in Japan, and that just drew my excitement out. I went on Amazon, bought a cosplay, and then came over here. I got a lightsaber.
Yeah, you do. Do you know how to use that?
Yeah, I think so.
I believe you. Absolutely believe you. Well, it's so much fun. Look at all of
It cannot be easy to host something like this and do crowd work like this. Because you have to be as positive as possible. You have to be PR friendly and everything. This is not an easy job. So shout out to this guy for doing it.
Celebrities to product reveals to trailers and much, much more. Oh my gosh, someone looks a little ominous over here. Hi, what's your name?
My name's Nick.
Nick. Very ominous. Nick, where are you joining us from?
From Sydney.
From Australia! Wow, we were crossing all the continents off. I'm trying to find someone from Antarctica. I'm hoping we'll find someone. But amazing that you made it here. First celebration, or is this a second? It's your first. What are you thinking so far? About an hour or so in. What do you think?
We're loving it. We're having a good time. I'm here with my son, Otto.
Otto, come on over here, Otto. I love Star Wars. Definitely is a family experience, right? Not only this extended family, but I hear the yes back here, like, amen. Yeah, it is. It's our own religious experience. What makes Star Wars so special that you wanted to share it with your son?
Well, it was a present, actually. He did very well in his high school last exams, and he said, can I go to Japan and see Star Wars celebrations?
So you aced all your tests, and now you get to be here in Japan?
I'd like to think so, yeah.
I like to think so. What's your GPA? Fantastic. That's really good to know. 4 point, whoa. That's what we're saying here.
4 point, whoa.
No,
That's good.
all serious. What do you think so far? What are you looking forward to? What are you hoping you're going to see?
I am stoked right now. I'm really excited to see different celebrities come out of hopefully later today.
I can pretty much promise you that's going to happen. So that's great. You love celebrities. Are you a big Mando and Grogu fan?
Oh, absolutely.
And I hope you're at home. And I hope you don't have anywhere to go soon, because that might be happening. Yeah. What else are you hoping to see on this stage?
Ooh, I'm hoping to see
Maybe some more interviews.
Cosplays, a whole lot more costumes, a whole lot more discussion about future projects. I'm really excited. Yeah.
You do sound very smart, right? No wonder you aced all your exams. It's so great to have both of you. Give them a round of applause. Give them a round of applause. Oh my goodness. Come deeper with me. Follow me, camera. Let's go through it. We're diving in here. I want to find folks that are having a go. Oh, come on over. Oh, yeah. Right here. Hey, my friend, what's your name?
Chris.
Chris, where are you joining us from?
New York.
New York's in the house, everybody. Big Apple. First time to Celebration?
First time.
What do you think so far?
Having an amazing time.
Yeah? What are you hoping you're going to walk away with from this experience? Do you have any high expectations, or are you just taking it as it is?
Really taking it as it is, but I'm honestly just overwhelmed and excited right now.
Yeah, and I have to say, the grill, bro, is so... Can we get a close-up of the smile right here? Oh, my God. That's 3PO right there. That's amazing. That's amazing. Favorite Star Wars character of all time? Do you have one?
I do. Anakin Skywalker.
Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, what is up with the
we had him
Anakin
here
Skywalker
earlier.
praise, man?
Don't you worry.
Dude
You
is
can replay it
crazy.
over and over and over again. You're going to go meet him? You're going to go get an autograph?
I would love to.
Yeah. Maybe we'll set that up for you. That'll be really cool. Give it up for New York is in the house, guys. New York is here.
Shout to
my
New
goodness,
York.
I'm diving further in. Where are my friends from Japan? My friends from Japan, where are you at? Oh, right over here. Follow me. We're diving in here. Yes, this is what makes it exciting. Hi, hello, hi, hello, hi, hi, hi. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. I'm working on it. What is your name?
Yuma.
Yuma, great. Cam, great to meet you. And who? Oh, come on over here. Hi. And what's your name? You. Nice to meet both of you. Is this your first time for a Star Wars Celebration?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. What are you loving so far?
Everything, really. I'm so overwhelmed.
You're overwhelmed. You're like, this is beyond what I thought it would be.
Absolutely. I mean, I didn't expect this many people.
Right?
All over the world.
I know, from all over the world. Like, can we get a wide shot of how many people are actually here? Can we just
Yeah, no,
raise
no,
that
I
camera?
do that.
Can
Yeah,
we
I want
show
to see.
everybody here. Yeah.
Look over to the left and everything. You see more of like the real convention center and
You're
floor
like,
and
"God, I'm
everything.
getting chills. I'm just so cold about it. Are you having a great time as well? Yeah, absolutely. You look lovely, by the way. Fantastic, fantastic. What does Star Wars mean to you, my friend? What has brought you here?
I don't know, I've been a big fan of Star Wars all my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and ever since I was small, and when I got to know that it's gonna be held in Japan, I was like, okay, I really have to go.
Yeah. You took all of work off. You're here. You're gonna be here all weekend?
Yeah, I'm taking day off from my work. I got permission.
He did not call in sick. No, he took the day off. Yeah. What else?
It's approval. It's approved day off.
It's approved. Boss, it's approved. Good.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay to be on the camera.
No, you're more than okay. He's doing a fantastic job, right, everybody? He's doing a fantastic job. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing all of your love for Star Wars. And it's throughout this room. I'm diving back in here. Follow me as we come on over here. Make some noise if you're having a blast. You're having a blast.
Damn it, I want to see something else. I'm sorry. This crowd work is...
Come over here. Look,
Don't y'all have any news to
someone
share?
is bedazzled right here on a Friday. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Kyle, the master code breaker.
Oh.
I notice how he doesn't look like he's in a Star Wars thing.
So you'd probably be very
Shout out to Ryan Johnson's beautiful costume design.
I love Star Wars, and I also love...
You love Star Wars.
Could you believe it?
What? Who
Yeah,
loves
one would
Star Wars?
not suspect
I love
that.
Star Wars, and I love suits, too. So I have over 100 suits, and I spent a total of $4 to put this outfit together. I already had all this in my closet ready to go.
I love you have over 100 suits, but you spent $4. I love that. It's $4 the amount of love you have for Star Wars. Be honest.
Well, I think a little bit more.
I would think you don't know. It's great. It looks amazing, man. I've never seen this for cosplay before. You look so great. What are you looking forward to most this weekend?
Everything, just seeing people here. I'm a Tokyo resident, and I love to see people from all around the world come visit my city and enjoy not just Celebration, but Japanese food, Japanese people, Japanese culture. I hope everyone here shares their love of Star Wars and goes home with a deeper appreciation of Japan and Japanese culture.
Yes. You
No,
know
that was
what?
actually
You're
really
taking
good.
My job. You're hired. No, I think that's exactly what is so special about it. It's beyond a fandom, right? We get to go to different cities around the world every other year, bring the Force, bring the family together, and yes, dive into more of the culture that's here, the people.
Checking to see if there's any more news out there that's been
And just
released
how kind Japanese culture
throughout
is.
the
They've
trades.
been so wonderful here. You really summed it up well. How long have you lived here?
20 years this month.
Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa! You're not going anywhere, it sounds like.
Mhm.
I don't think so, no.
Good for you. Good for you. You're looking good. Give it up for him, everybody. Give it up for Kyle. I keep seeing you right over here, and you look amazing. I've got to talk to you. Hi, what's your name?
It's Serena.
Looks like Star Wars is trending on Twitter.
In the United States.
Hey, the U.S. is here. We got Mississippi. Tell us about what's going on here. What do we have here?
This is Cinnabon Kenobi.
Cinnabon Kenobi.
He's cosplaying.
Yeah, look, show it right out there to the camera, right there.
Gus.
So cute, so cute. Is this your first celebration with us?
It's my second. It's his first.
Hey, welcome to the family, man. How you liking it?
It's a dream come true. I've always wanted to come to Japan, and this is my first convention ever. First time international.
Oh, wow.
And I want to live here in about 5 years, so yeah.
Mm.
I know a guy. Where's Kyle? I know a guy. Can get you set up real fast. That's amazing. What does Star Wars mean to you, and what drew you to come here?
Well, I was raised with Star Wars, and I've loved it.
Did you have bed sheets just like Ryan Gosling did?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Who had the bed sheets, everybody? You had the bed sheets?
I'm confident I had Star Wars bed sheets. I remember the Darth Vader ones.
My parents were huge collectors of
Did you guys have Star Wars bed sheets? I feel like that's like a common core memory right there.
Has it been through the family for generations at this point?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
You're going to carry it on, it sounds like. Carry on that tradition.
Yeah, I did think the same thing when the guys like my city. Tokyo, I was like,
hi, friend.
my brother in
What's
Christ.
your name?
Christian.
Christian. I love a Christian right here. That's
A
right.
Christian.
Christian, tell us, what is Star Wars to you, my friend?
A lot of things. It was an escape from a village in Alaska.
Really? Yeah. My gosh, yeah. So it was.
I've only known
in
one
a great
person
way,
from
I'm assuming.
Alaska.
Yeah. It was a experience when I first watched the Phantom Menace on TV.
Oh, you saw Phantom Menace on TV. Was that your first intro into Star Wars? Yeah?
Yeah.
What part about that film?
Yeah,
really
that just
changed
makes
your
me
life?
feel
The
a
speed
little
race.
older, man.
Yeah. Are you a speed racer at heart?
With my ATV, yes.
Oh.
Mm.
With your ATV, you go pretty fast?
Yeah.
Yeah? How fast do you often go?
70 miles per hour.
Dang.
Does he
That's
yell,
cool.
"This is
That's
pod
cool,
racing"?
man. What are you looking forward to most this week?
Well, seeing Anakin himself and meeting a lot of fans.
I mean, a lot of fans. We are doing that here live in Japan. Absolutely spectacular. Who else is out here? We've got the kids are here. This is what I want to see. Come on in here. Oh, no, you keep them up there. Keep them up here. You've got two. That's fine. Put them on top of each other. That's great. I'm kidding. Turn around right here. Hey, everybody. You are live around the world right now with Star Wars Celebration. What are your names?
I think I will definitely do this. I think I'll definitely bring my kids to Celebration when I get older,
What is
when they're
your
old
name?
enough to do it and like
Fantastic.
it.
That's great. Alex, tell me, how excited are you here to be at Star Wars Celebration?
A lot.
A lot? Have you always wanted to be here?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you look at that camera and say, I just love it?
I just love it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. EO, up here, you got a bird's eye view. What have you loved so far? What's been your favorite part?
With Grogu and Mandalorian.
Yeah. For Grogu and Mandalorian, is that like your favorite of the franchise?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how about you, sir? What is your
How adorable.
favorite part? Amazing, amazing. Right over here, what are you looking forward to today? Who do you want to see?
It's never really been like this.
Yeah, we're going for the big gun.
Has in the sense that they always do the main stage that they have going on here, where they're constantly doing stuff like this.
We got it. Anybody else?
But normally it's like consistently interviews. They will show panels while they're happening, even smaller ones that like most of us might not be into, but it would be something. This is just
Can you
the
show us how crazy?
way
Look at
they
the
keep,
camera and show us how
I
it's
guess,
at.
things
How
going
crazy
between
would you
panel
be?
and panel. What time did we say the next one was going to start,
You
guys?
say that you're gonna keep it inside. I
Let me
love it.
check calendar.
Fantastic. Yeah.
All right,
So
Lucasfilm
as a dad,
Publishing,
what does this feel like to bring your kids
the
here?
Galaxy Far, Far Away one, where they actually talk about like the books. That's going to be in about an hour, and 20 minutes. So
And now you're sharing it
yeah,
together.
we got a little
That's what
time
it's
to
all
kill,
about.
boys.
Wonderful fans here at Star Wars
Hopefully they show us
Celebration
something
Japan.
else
It doesn't
coming
get any
up. I
better
mean,
than
they
this 'cause it's
constantly
all
have
for
things that
you.
are
We're gonna continue
fill
live
in the
here in
gaps.
Japan.
But yeah,
Make
I need a little bit more news. I need stuff with the games or something. I know we got 3 days of this, but if this is how you're starting it, it was a solid, strong start. But yo, they didn't even show us the panel with Mandalorian and Grogu in the show. There was really no reason not to show that panel, because they showed the trailer. They could have hidden that. They didn't need to show us that. But they didn't show us the whole panel. That would have been so much better.
You know just the two to ask. Whether it's a cowboy hat, a Pittsburgh Penguins cap,
Oh,
a Mandalorian helmet, perhaps.
Okay.
These two can give you some tips. Here to chat more about the upcoming Mandalorian and Grogu, Dave Filoni
Let's
and
fucking
Pedro
go.
Pascal.
Let's go. All right, yeah. All right, this is cool. All right, I can't even deny it. All right. They got me. This is fun. Let's do this. Wow. Fucking gangster. It was cool seeing Pedro Pascal. I saw him at like the two big Mandalorian panels, the one for 2022 and the one where they introduced everything in 2019. That was cool to be in the room for that. And I was in like the front or the first or second row in the media section for 2022, I think, or 2023. I can't remember the last one. 2022, the one that I went to. That was cool. I thought Jon Favreau would come out. He probably will, but Pedro fucking Pascal, dude, and Dave Filoni, let's do it. Wow.
That is a beautiful thing. All right. We're barely getting started here on day one, and Dave, you've already taken the hat off. I don't even know. It goes up from here.
What are you? I can't even hear you. It's fine.
She's telling you to take. She's telling you to take the hat off.
Because we're inside.
You already took the hat off.
I did. Well, it's hot.
It's warm. It's warm. We also get instructions right before coming out and forget all of them immediately.
Yeah, see, that's what me and Golden were talking about. They have instructions.
You're in the right spot, I think. I think. Yeah, you know what?
Okay.
All right.
Once again.
It goes with the boots.
Wait, put it back on the screen.
It really
I look
does.
great.
You do look good.
So
You
good.
do look good.
Yeah. You know what?
Some indie vibes.
Yes. I think that's your hat now, Pedro.
Don't get
I think you
attached
should keep
to it.
that.
Attachments are bad. Don't do it.
All right, you two. How does it feel to be back at Star Wars Celebration?
It's amazing. This is amazing. This is a lot of people.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Yeah, I know. The amount of people in that little bubble, they've been staying there for hours probably, not moving.
That's what it feels like.
I wouldn't if I got the front spot. I'd be like, no, I'm here, brother.
Everyone here makes it feel like the most incredible experience that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, I think it actually exceeds expectations when you're in the midst of this, and it is deafening, and the fans are so excited to see you two, and cannot wait for what news you brought us. So tell me, Dave, I know you love to talk secrets and teasers and all that.
Yeah,
who's
sure.
your
Yeah,
favorite
let's
thing?
go for it.
Yeah.
I just like looking out in the audience, and I'm like, oh, look, there's Krennic. And then there's just right there. Look at him. Look at him. There you are.
There was a Dave.
How's that Death Star working out for you? Yeah.
There's a Dave somewhere behind you, too. I need you to know that if you
There are a
haven't
lot of
spotted him
Daves,
already. There's a
yeah.
lot of Daves.
Yeah, I've heard.
But only one original. There he is. Yeah.
Cosplaying Dave Filoni.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I want to see the cosplay Dave Filoni. Come on.
But tell us, what...
Yes, your question. Go
yes,
ahead.
my question. What can you tell us about the Mandalorian and Grogu?
Mm-hmm.
Well, absolutely nothing. I
Oh,
mean,
come
you
on.
knew you knew that going in. I mean, it's a wonderful movie.
everything.
It's a wonderful movie. You saw part of it.
Hey, there we
today.
go. Some Dave Filoni
What more do
cosplay.
I need to say that you saw? I mean, that was exciting right there. I mean,
We didn't
I
see
think
anything,
that
Dave.
What's really fun is watching John directing a movie again. You know, I have such great respect for John, and I'm so fortunate he took me in and taught me and mentored me as I learned to do live action and working with Pedro, which was what a privilege to be in that spot for my first time out. You know, it really was. And now to see it grow to this scale is just really exciting. So, yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I knew that was a trap. I knew that was going to be your answer.
He kind of sounds like a boss now. I mean, I know he is, but
I
like,
get it.
One of these days, you're going to
shouldn't John be giving this interview?
Probably not.
Probably not. No. I'm going to keep trying. All right, Pedro, what was it like returning to set and putting the Mandalorian armor back on for a feature film?
Shout out to my boy Brendan Wayne, also doing the work for Mando.
Like a warm glove. kept warm by two other incredible actors.
Got a Star Wars blanket and pillow. That's funny. That's good. Good for you.
It's being here today that I realize I've never had to be with the same people for such a long amount of time. It's been 6-7 years.
A long time.
You won't leave me alone.
No, I thought when I started.
Yeah, no,
Clone
Pedro's
Wars,
got a huge
it
fan
was a
base now.
2-year
Ain't nobody
job.
going anywhere, brother.
And this is
They
20
love you.
years, so get ready. You're in it now.
Yeah.
You're in it now.
I was doing a play in New York City, and Dave Filoni came because it was right before we were starting to work together, and he came to see the play.
Yeah.
With his wife, and the day that he had come to see the play, I had gotten my very first fan portrait of the Mandalorian. And it was in my dressing room, and you got to see it. It was just a strange coincidence. We're not answering any of your questions.
No,
we're
that's
very,
okay.
very, very
That's
jet
all right.
lagged.
You've learned the ways. I'm very impressed.
Just talk about other stuff.
Exactly it. Yes.
Listen,
so
I know
your question was what?
That's okay. I know, Dave, I know you well enough to know I don't need to ask you any questions. You'll
That's
just
all
run
right.
with it. You'll be good. Yeah. No, I think you answered it beautifully. We're so excited. But Pedro, as you mentioned, you have been part of this family since 2019 when The Mandalorian premiered. What's something, if you could go back in time and tell
If I could turn
Pedro
back
of
time.
those days in that dressing room getting cast?
And sooner, 2018 is when we met. Yeah. And
Mm.
when I got taken over to the first sets and put the helmet on, and it was that weird magical moment that it actually fit perfectly.
Yeah.
I remember that, and I was like, I can't see anything in
Look
here.
at all those people on their phones. Just put it down and stare at the man.
What would you tell yourself if you could go back in time and talk to that version of yourself?
Yo te amo también. One of the first introductions that I had with the fans was at a Star Wars celebration in Chicago in 2019.
Yes,
And that was like being on the receiving end of a jet. It was unbelievable. I remember feeling like a gust of like energy just like get blown at us, I have felt a kind of a part of that wave and family more than I have anything else in my professional experience. I can't tell you how humbling it is to be with all of you every single time. To be included with the likes of Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau and all of the cast and crew that they always assemble. They put their hearts, every piece
God,
of
he is
themselves
charming, is he
into
not? Holy
making
shit.
these, incredible episodic experiences, and now this movie. And I'm just along.
Once you look at him and you're just like, God, I wish I looked like
together a
that.
crew. Now, a lot of us know her as Ellen Ripley.
You think they're going to talk about Cara Dune?
What can you tell us about Sigourney Weaver's character and just how amazing it is to have her in Star Wars? Dave, I can already tell.
Yeah.
I can already tell this isn't going my way.
It's amazing. It's more of a feeling than a word, isn't it? Yeah. No, she's great. I mean, it's like you look at her body of work, and what's great is as a person, she's even more spectacular, I think. She's so generous and knowledgeable. What she brings to her craft was so impressive. And I mean, I've worn an X-Wing outfit. It's not like, look how good she
We know,
looks
Dave.
in it. It's incredible. I look like a grapefruit, but like I think that she just, so I respect that as an X-Wing pilot. We're lucky to have her as a leader. She's someone that
So she's a
fought in the
pilot.
rebellion
She's an
and understands
X-wing
what's at
pilot
stake with
leader
the
or something.
Empire. And,
Okay, okay.
Mm.
I think it's too
Let him
much.
talk, Pedro. Let him talk.
Yeah, no,
I
he's
love
giving
it.
us
Look
some
what he
details.
did. Look
Everyone
what he
knows
did.
everyone.
Well, I'll
he
tell
is
you more,
spoiler
but Pedro
Filoni.
said no,
I thought
so
we
I'm
were
not
friends,
gonna go
man.
against that.
I thought you were on my side here.
I got you. She's in the movie. How's that?
All right, you know what?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Confirmed.
something you didn't know.
Confirmed. All right. And you know who else is in this movie? Some of our little friends from Star Wars Parks, from Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, the BDX droids.
Oh, I've seen these guys around the parks.
Into the big screen. How is it having them go from Galaxy's Edge, where people can meet them in real life, and into your film?
It's weird. They're little, they don't take that much to charge. They won't run around the set. I don't really know what they do. They're funny. They're quirky.
They're
a
adorable.
little bit camera hogs, as you saw on the stage earlier. They wouldn't leave. But that's what they are. I mean, these
We didn't
are
see
droids,
this, Dave.
Droids.
You
What
didn't
are
show
gonna
us,
do?
you fucking
Like Chopper.
nerd. God dang
It's
it.
just, oh, God. That guy.
That guy.
That guy.
That
Like,
guy.
He's never done a nice thing for anybody, and he gets a big cheer. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Like, R2 I get. BB-8 I get. Chopper, though.
Yeah, I don't get the Chopper love. I know he's being sarcastic, but
See what
I do not
mean?
understand
It's weird.
Chopper.
He's like a cat, though.
They love a
You
war
know,
criminal.
cats, they only do things if it pleases them. So
And you know
that's-
Pedro does not know
that's a
who
cat.
Chopper
That's
is.
Chopper.
He's
That's
like, yeah,
exactly
whatever.
why.
Yeah.
I guess so. It's relatable. I don't know.
And there's a lot of big energy from little guys in this movie because, of course,
Yeah.
our buddy Grogu making his jump to the big screen. And Pedro, you're making the jump from a
Oh yeah,
TV
this
series to the silver
epic
screen.
universe
So,
is like
how does it
15 minutes from
feel
where I live.
to be the Mandalorian in this new space and to bring this story back to theaters?
Latino power. Thank you for answering the question for me.
Place does look pretty beautiful.
I think that Dave, I know that Dave and John were very intent on creating a very cinematic experience within an episodic medium, and they nailed it with the series. I always dreamt that it would be a movie. I think I dreamt it before you guys. Personally, I knew that I had no say in the matter, but I knew it was something that what?
You have a little pull here. I think you can suggest things.
Zero pull. I promise. But it was a fantasy, and that it's happened is unbelievable. Everyone has complete faith, as they should, in these guys to make it one of the best adventures we've seen since the first Star Wars movies were introduced to the world.
I like the way you put that, adventure. It should be an adventure.
Promise, I love it.
So now you look nervous.
Come on, tell us more, Dave.
Get back to work.
Yeah, everything's fine here. Situation normal.
I remember.
I like how you're just gonna stay on course too. What have
I'm
you
trying
got?
to right the ship. It's okay. It's all
do.
right. Dave, what can you tell us about what Pedro, not to put you in the hot seat, but what has Pedro brought to the character of Din Djarin that surprises you?
That surprises you. Not that pisses you off.
Oh, no. Well, these boots, for one thing, that was surprising
Yes, are
today.
those
That was a real
screen-accurate boots?
surprise. I
Yeah.
thought, who could do that, And there it was. It's
No
always-
one.
No one. It's such
Including
a surprise.
me.
I love it. No, I love it. I think that, and coming from animation,
Yeah, they look a little weird.
I worked extensively with voice actors, and I think that people underestimate how challenging that can actually be. And something that really impresses me, because there's not an automatic translation from on-camera work to voice acting. And while there's a lot of physicality to the Mandalorian, you have to portray something in your voice that's very unique in each situation. And I just really appreciate that and marvel at how well you blend together the performance of all you Mandos into one thing. Something that's very special about this character is that collaboration between you and Brendan and Lateef. and it all comes together with the voice. And so never undervalue that voice performance, that warmth that you bring, which is a special ability. And I've known so many great voice actors, and I'd put you right there with them. It's a really great talent, and not one everyone has. So bravo to you.
Thank you.
It is amazing how 3 different guys play Din Djarin, and they all feel like one character.
Me, earliest with Dave, had a lot of experience actually sort of authoring the physicality of the character and discovering what it would mean within the suit to understand the arc of a scene. In the slightest of gestures, head tilts, and stuff like that.
Yeah, because you can't see his face. You can't get those facial reactions.
With the mask on, quite a lot in the earlier stages, and that was a fascinating way of finding a new way of kind of like finding subtle expression through with a character.
We talked about Clint Eastwood. And it is all about.
It was all.
It's all about
yeah, it's
the brim angle, and when he's like, this is the T visor, the top of the T, and so when he's looking and he just tilts down, it's a different. It's more of an angry brown. And when he looks up, it's more examining, and every little head tilt, and then
and like the shaking of the head, you could like if
very
it was like
subtle,
it'd be too big, and it would all look like there was. A lot more authorship than you would realize.
A lot more goes
very
into it.
surgical.
A lot goes into a head tilt. I feel like all the Mandalorian cosplayers taking notes here of the
Well,
head
they
tilt.
already know. They're it every day. They try to, every day they know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy cosplaying. It's a lot of
You speak
work
so
putting it
much
on,
about,
taking it off,
the
and the
trio
heat,
and, what
walking
it takes
around
to
with
bring
it.
the Mandalorian to life. But in your estimation, how have you helped to shape him?
Well, I've been very, very lucky and brought into such early stages of development. Dave and John are so incredibly collaborative, and I think what you would expect in a role like this is really just kind of stand there, do what you're told, and they demand way more than that. And they really expect you to sort of put the kind of heart of authorship into it when it comes down to any kind of a line change or tone in voice or posture or any of it. They're always constantly demanding collaboration, and it's
demanding that Dave Filoni.
It's unbelievable, to have that kind of an invitation into it from the
I'm glad
beginning.
they mentioned my boy Brennan Wayne. He was on the Tatooine show. It was a very good
never
episode.
I've never had a chance to be so much a part of the post and sit in the room with these guys and see everything from its like crudest stages into what ends up getting shared with the world is fascinating. I feel very
It's crazy how it went from a show to now a full-fledged movie. It's the next movie we're gonna get. Like, this has been now 6-7 years in the making.
In filmmaking.
No one would have seen this
in
coming.
in the Star Wars galaxy and storytelling overall. But I think we're all fans here first, right? Yeah. Including the two of you, our two esteemed guests. So what makes going to the movie theater for a new Star Wars film such a unique experience? In your own words. I want to hear it straight from you two.
The popcorn bucket, obviously. Like, what will it be? Will it be the pram, and you have to reach around Grogu to get the popcorn? Where will they put the popcorn? I don't know. I mean, I think it's. I always look at stuff and say, well, Star Wars began in the theater, and it really exploded out from there. And we're so used to having a Star Wars film as a big driver behind everything else that we had in the franchise. One of my favorite periods of Star Wars, because now there are many periods of Star Wars, would have been in the prequel era. When and something I vividly remember in that period was I would see The Phantom Menace, but then there were all of the books and all of the games and all of the things surrounding it related to that, and you could like be with all that other material all the way up to Attack the Clones. And then we'd go watch that movie together, and then we'd go back and you'd all the more books and all the more games, and all things. And so there's a massive community around it, all kind of generated towards the same thing. And I'm very
Doesn't feel that way
interested in
anymore.
And I think it's something that the movie provides that big driver. And George understood that type of ecosystem for Star Wars. And so I have a lot of focus on that these days and how we can, really make that happen to give the fans the dimensional experience that I know they love about this franchise. Because it's not just, it starts in the theater and then it trickles out everywhere in a wonderful way. And you see it here take shape in reality. And it just, you get energized celebration to go back and say, all right, we're going to put in even more time because we will make this even better for all these guys. So that's what it is.
Pedro, how do you get back into the headspace for The Mandalorian when you're working on this film?
You just stuff your head in that helmet.
You don't just say
the
this is the way?
headspace is very economical.
All right, I was just trying
Checking
to make
all
you
the
say
news.
this is the way. I think we all
This
know
is the
that.
way.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. Anything else you want to tell the fans today?
Los quiero mucho. Thank
Lo
you
siento.
for having us
Mi
also
español
in
no es
Tokyo.
bueno.
It's been incredible.
And thank you for being here and for being especially with us on
Y
the
viva
Star Wars
Chile!
Thank you for being here on the Star Wars Celebration Live stage with us as well. Such an amazing day, and we can't wait to watch The Mandalorian and Grogu in theaters next year.
Okay, I actually think that was pretty good.
Star Wars is coming up, so don't you dare
Um,
touch that dial.
I do like the question if Ludwig is coming back to do the composing. I don't think so. I really hope so, but it doesn't seem like a likelihood at the moment. I'm gonna kind of bring this down a little bit because of the music. Can't really have that. Just give it a second. But no, that was actually a very good interview. I like Pedro Pascal. I do think it's a little odd that Jon Favreau wasn't doing this because Dave Filoni did it in a way and spoke in a manner where he was talking about John. He's like, oh, it's really amazing seeing him work on this and everything. He talks like kind of Kathy does, like an executive producer. It makes you wonder, is he going to be the next Lucasfilm president? I mean, that is a big what if. Some of the reports were saying it wouldn't be him. I don't think it should be. I don't think it will be. But if I'm giving you an honest look at the pattern of Lucasfilm, your possibilities are Dave Filoni, Carrie Beck, maybe a Michelin Chow. Not a Michelin Chow, Michelle Rizwan. My apologies. Ooh, I want to undo. I like the sushi guy. I like the sushi guy. Of course, let me know at any time if the audio is, if I'm too loud or if the thing from this is too loud. I want to make it as good as possible. This is a cute little moment. Of course, he picks up the Mando one. He took that one, all right. Are they all supposed to take one? Like, does he make one for each of them? Are we ever going to watch them eat it? What do they do with it? Damn, so I texted my friend because he's there seeing if he got into anything, and he said the panels are hard to get into but still pretty fun. If you guys want to follow him on Instagram, it's called The Hoth Spot. That is my good friend of almost 10 years now. So look at The Hoth Spot on either YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. My boy's out there in celebration right now. Look how crowded it is. Oh my god. Okay, so you got the X-Wing and the TIE Fighter. That looks kind of cool. That's the main stage. We get a little banta in the far left that you can see. Let's look across. Alright, it looks decent across, I guess. I don't know. I see a mural. I see a mural in the far back, alright. That must be the Celebration store. I have a feeling that's a Celebration store because of all the art. Got a big old Ewok. See, I think I would be those guys upstairs looking down. Yeah, let's look at some cosplay. Show us some interesting stuff. Show us some cosplay out there. You got a cosplay panel that you're going to do? I would much rather watch a bunch of these people show off their cosplay right now than any more of this crowd work. Go back to the exhibit floor, please. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's definitely the Celebration show store. Okay, oh, on the right. All right, bet. Yeah. I'm gonna pause this here. This looks kind of cool. Okay. Okay, you guys can see what I see too in the little mouse, right? All right. So this is probably a little toy spot. Back here is autographs, I'm going to assume. I'm pretty confident that says autographs. Looks like you got all kind of like toy and merch stuff here. Damn, that's what it is. Y'all see this little window right here? You'll see this little alley back here? That's where you want to go. That's probably the rest of the exhibit floor. That's probably so much more shit that you don't even know. Damn. All right. See if they show any more and we'll jump back to live. All right. And you got, they always do this. They always have like a little spaceship or two or something, little crew members, cosplayers doing stuff for it. Catch up with the live because it doesn't seem like you're going to miss anything. Well, if that's really it, that's kind of disappointing so far. I really need to see the rest of the show floor, like the stuff back over here. I kind of want to see more of. And yeah, just give us a whole tour. Didn't you have like so much time before this to actually like, record everything? So just go around and show us the entire exhibit floor. I'm not there anyways. Like this stuff. I want to see this stuff. I want to people watch. Look at everybody. Look at everybody out here just doing a little Star Wars celebration adventure. These guys just got back from panel. Probably got a poster right there. Alright. He's probably walking to pick up a bag or something like that. These guys are taking a picture over yonder. Look at that. Look at all those people. Oh my god. See, this is what I want to see. Look at all those people back there, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm going back to that. Damn, maybe not. Imagine how sore your feet are walking through this. You can't hear anything. Yeah, and these people here on the little front row. How many hours have we been doing this? I mean, they've been there for probably 3 or 4 hours, easily. This is a good spot to be, definitely. They're probably talking loud just so they can hear each other. He's just like, damn, I've been standing in the spot for so long. Let's see. Anybody interesting out here? Y'all got anything going on? Nope. This guy looks like he's just ready to take a nap. Been up since the AM. Alright. Look at this. All those people going upstairs. I want to see what's upstairs. I want to see what's over here. There is more to this in the back. I swear. Because this is too small. Look at this. This is nothing. This is nothing at all. This is like you do for like 3 or 4 minutes and then you're done. Same with whatever's going on in here. There's stuff back here. Maybe not. No, this is Galaxy. That's probably the Galaxy stage. Damn, dude. Damn. Alright. Good. We're not missing any big interview. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Jon Favreau. Sigourney Weaver. Let's fucking go. Oh my gosh, he looks amazing. Holy shit. How old is Sigourney Weaver? Like, you can see John's kind of aging. Just from when he started doing this. He's got a little bit more gray in his hair now. It's crazy. He's been doing this for a while now. Yeah, see, this, I would be front row for this. Especially the last one. Pedro Pascal and Dave Filoni, that's huge. Kathleen Kennedy, oh my god. Yeah, no, I'd love to be front row for stuff like that. All right, Jon Favreau will definitely talk about the movie.
Oh my goodness, you know, John, it is always wonderful to see you, but Sigourney Weaver, welcome to Star Wars.
I'm absolutely thrilled to be here, and I cannot believe how wonderful it is to see all of you guys. My goodness.
I know it's
I love you too.
Oh my goodness, I know it's day one and it's probably been a whirlwind, but how's celebration been so far?
I've never had such a warm welcome, enthusiastic.
Oh yeah, everybody at that convention adores Sigourney Weaver, no doubt about it.
That everyone, you know, everyone has.
She's in her 70s, that doesn't surprise me.
It doesn't matter. I'm part of the family now.
Yeah, no, I'll be first in line for Kathleen Kennedy.
So I'm thrilled to be here.
I just want an interview, please.
Thanks, dude.
I'm telling you, man, you're pulling in some real great ones, huh? You're pulling in some absolutely brilliant people for the last few years on these projects.
Yep.
It's got to be wonderful.
It's great. The whole thing is casting, whether it's in front of the camera or behind the camera. It's a team sport, and at the end of the day, with Star Wars, you want to see humans undergoing challenges, coming together as families, going through mythic arcs, and you need wonderful actors to do it. Yeah. And of course, you need the backdrop of all the wonderful artists, storytellers that are doing visual effects, the set builders, the stop motion animators, the CG animators, the puppeteers. It's that recipe that makes something that's very unique but relatable over generations, and that's why I'm so lucky to be working in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah. It really is. It's the
that is my boy.
Thing that really
Ride or
does
die.
only happen at Lucasfilm and really does only happen at Star Wars, and you've just jumped in, man, and you are part of the fabric.
And I won't leave.
Part of the ship, part of the crew. I love that.
Talk about this.
Please don't leave, John. I do like him as a creator.
And Grogu were obviously created for Disney Plus, but now they are jumping to the big screen. You know, what is the difference for you in writing these characters in something episodic versus creating something for the big screen?
Well, there's a lot of opportunities that this affords, right? In television, as a showrunner and as a writer, that's a big part of the process. Here, I only got to direct one episode of all the seasons that we've had. And Dave Filoni, my partner, who you just had out here, who's been just an incredible mentor.
That's right, partner.
He directed the pilot, and we together established a look. But in feature films, to get to be the director is a different process.
Yeah.
There, the storyteller is there on set every day. We also had the opportunity, which is different, to have a much larger span of time to tell the story in. Not on the screen, but in making it. You know, we had to turn around within a year to get each season of The Mandalorian up. Here we have many years. And so that allows you to plan differently, to have more, build more sets, to explore things virtually beforehand, to have rehearsals, refine the costumes, build more practical opportunities than we had before. And then, of course, filling the IMAX screen. Yeah. It's traditionally, Star Wars has been, 2:3:5 aspect ratio from its earliest days. But then for certain sequences to be able to open up fully to a tall format, and how do you fill that with all the wonderful imagery that Star Wars
Okay, so we have to see this in IMAX, guys. When we see this next year, we all got to go see it in
The
IMAX.
team, I know you and the team have been working so hard on it, and it's just everybody's the best in the business.
Yeah,
over there.
I really get to work with, I don't know if John Knoll's been through here, but to work with a legend like him, and Doug Chang is here, and Hal Hickel, just names that I've learned so much from. And when you plug into the Lucasfilm and Star Wars world, you get the best people, and the people who know and love Star Wars so much.
Yeah.
And so that's our, the challenge too with the big screen is, you may have 3 people who've seen every episode of the show and they want to bring a friend along or a younger brother or sister that hasn't seen it. For the movies, you want to make it something where we're inviting new people in, but we're also rewarding people who've been since the beginning. And so the big screen, you want to tell a story that where it's a new adventure to invite people in, but again, as we always have, keep all of these fans in mind who've been here since the beginning.
Yes.
Yo, he's so good at this.
I mean,
I like everything he
you wanna
said.
talk about some legendary sci-fi and some legendary titles. I mean, Sigourney, you have been. I mean, come on. We're talking Alien. We're talking Ghostbusters, Galaxy Quest, which is a personal favorite of mine.
Never seen Galaxy Quest.
You know, so you've been part of some of these big things before. What's sort of different, and what sort of drew you to Star Wars?
Well, I just really can't believe how lucky I got. I've admired the Star Wars films, and you always have such amazing actors in them. And I love being taken to another world, and where you can see things play out that are really important, but they are about another world, not your world. I think everyone needs that escape, and it's why I've consistently gone back to science fiction. I just feel it's about the future, it's about being human, it's an exploration of so many things. It's just endless. And I think science fiction fans really understand how important sci-fi is. So
I think the Light and Magic panel is starting right now. I know someone is asking about the animation panel. I hope they show it. I don't know if they will.
Tie it to the day-to-day is a really lovely and
We'll just have to wait and see, my friends.
So when John, out of the blue, asked to Zoom with me and then starts talking about Mandalorian and Grogu, and you know, I think we're both a little shy, so I didn't, I'm embarrassed to say I hadn't watched the show. If I'd known what it was, I would have watched it, but soon, he said, well, just start watching, and of course I just fell in love with it. How can you not? With both characters and the world and all the other supporting worlds, and it just was very inspiring and really cool. And so the next Zoom we had, I knew a little more, and irresistible. Are you kidding me? So I'm so grateful to John for even thinking of me, because some people go, oh, she's this, she's that. We have to find someone who hasn't been in this other universe.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful that he thought of me.
Now you're saying and you fell in love with all the characters, but I literally have in my notes that you just about had a complete meltdown when you met Grogu for the first time.
Well,
We have some breaking news that we'll get to whenever this is over.
get used to being with something so adorable. I mean, I was fascinated by him. I don't think you can escape every little gesture and sound, and he's very mischievous. So you have to keep your eye on him. But no, I had to actually kind of go against my character's instincts and keep myself aloof from what could be a little troublemaker, and immediately tries to take advantage of me. And so I couldn't express my true feelings for Grogu, which we all share, right? Until cut.
I love that. Okay, so here's where we see if you put her through the mandatory Star Wars media training, John.
Okay.
Tell us about your character.
I play a great character.
What is so secretive about her character?
She came up, she's a fighter pilot. She's
Okay.
still a pilot. She's going to be in all those, eventually. And she's, she came up in the rebellion, and now she's trying to protect the New Republic. And I believe is completely committed to what she does, has had the good sense to hire Mandalorian and this sidekick. And, this is, I'm going to find out if they're as good as they say.
Nice.
I'm counting on them.
I think she did it. But let's talk. I mean, you're saying the Mandalorian and this psychic, and it's the way that Grogu's reputation has changed and the character of Grogu has changed. You've been doing this for 5 years now, 2019. If you, knowing what you know now about the process, is there anything you would change about the things you did along the way?
No, I think things unfold the way they do.
Interesting question. Very interesting question.
Know where it's going, but if you have a good group of people who are seeing things eye to eye and who are all committed to the same vision, that vision might shift and change over time. We had no idea we'd be seeing these characters go to the big screen in the way that we did. It's interesting to look back and think about those times, because there are people now, even though it seems to me at my age like it was just yesterday, there are kids who are like teenagers now who grew up with those characters since they were little. And I really try to remember what it was like for me, young, seeing Star Wars for the first time when I was small, and then how my mind was blown by Empire, and I was tricked that's Yoda. I was tricked by, spoiler alert, there's a family relationship between Luke and Darth Vader. I don't want to, maybe somebody here hasn't seen that one yet.
Cut the feed.
No, right, cut the.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of food at
Jedi
Celebration.
Came out, I was an usher in the movie theaters. I was in high school, and how my relationship with it changed over time, and then the prequels and then animation, gaming. So, George Lucas really wanted to capture rites of passage, and he was always very cognizant of the coming-of-age story and the Joseph Campbell mythic hero's journey. And I think that we always have to look back. And what's nice about Star Wars now that's different from then is between all the different streaming shows, the extended universe, gaming, there's different flavors of ice cream for everybody. They all work together. It's great to have somebody like Dave Filoni, who was just up here, who is very aware and thoughtful about how all of those interplay and how it's all Star Wars. And what's great about events like this is you see people of all different ages from all different parts of the world who connect with different aspects of Star Wars, but we're all one big community.
Yeah.
God, man, Jon Favreau really should be the Lucasfilm president. He's got that great PR image, in my opinion.
Watch you and Dave and all of the creative people that you've pulled into these shows get to play around a little bit and get to tell different kinds of stories and try out, does this work in Star Wars? What is this kind of like in Star Wars? One of the things I told you last time is I love that sometimes you can have an episode of Mandalorian that's a buddy cop. Yeah. And sometimes you can have an episode of Mandalorian that's a Seven Samurai story, and it's very, you can play with it and see how it all works. Yes. What kind of story are you hoping to tell for Mandalorian and Grogu?
Well, I think there's a few things we're keeping in mind. First of all, we want a sense of play and adventure, right? Because that's what it is. And you think about, we always sought to not just be inspired by what George did, but what inspired George. And, you know, he connected with Flash Gordon. He connected with, from his childhood. So there's a type of a flavor of sci-fi that has a sort of adventure that I think he also explored through Raiders. Yeah. So there's a swashbuckling, fun romp. So there's adventure, but then there's also
it needs to be adventurous. I think that's a very good point, a good approach to making a Star Wars film.
And we, especially the directors that we've brought in to do the shows over the years, we definitely connected them with that. Also, mid-century war films. That there's imagery that George was drawn to that we try to maintain, and an aesthetic of the lived-in world that he created that felt like there was history. And even though it's sci-fi, it doesn't feel like it's
I
set
think
in the
it's
future. If anything,
good
it feels like it's set
news-ish. Yeah, I'll say it's
in the
good news.
archetypes of
It's
the
nothing bad.
past of classic storytelling.
But we'll talk about it whenever this is over, just
All of
because
those things, like you said in the show,
we'll need stuff to
go on
talk about
little
after this.
tributaries and trajectories.
Yeah.
But with a movie, you want it to be for everybody to enjoy. And how do you draw all of that together and put it in a package and experience that if it's the first time somebody's coming to see Star Wars, they're going to want to be here and be part of this.
Well, I'm so excited. I'm sure everybody here is excited to see what happens with Mandalorian and Grogu.
I'm excited, but I want to be more excited. I want a
Anything
trailer.
you'd like to say to the fans before you all take off?
Give us something, please.
Well, someone asked me earlier, what is this movie going to be about? And I said, it's about action, it's about adventure, and it's about adorableness.
That's Star Wars,
You're
yeah.
gonna love it.
Well, we are excited for the action, the adventure, and the adorableness. So thank you so much for coming by, everybody. We've got more Star Wars coming in hot. Do not go away. Jon Favreau, Sigourney Weaver.
All right, let's have them do the sushi thing, and then we'll get to the breaking news. I like the sushi thing. I'm sorry. I like seeing the droid. I think the guy's fucking amazing. Like, the sushi stuff is a vibe. All right, let's be honest here. They kind of cooked with the stream so far. It may not be the most entertaining thing of all time, but it's cool to be able to actually even watch this. All right, I will give credit where credit is due. I greatly appreciate that they do this because I'm having a good time. I don't know about you guys, but I thank you for tuning in. You know, this has been a good little night, good stream. We'll keep this going. I'll be pretty tired. I'm tired now, and I'm been hitting that bong for a little bit, but this is good. Are they doing the sushi thing? You better do it. I'm gonna be tight if you don't. Look at fucking John. Yeah, he seems so happy to be there. He loves the fans. He has a good finger on the pulse of what a layman audience member wants. Truly. And he can do it all. And so I think he's just a great fit for Lucasfilm and Star Wars, and I just hope he stays forever. I mean, I really think this is the future of Star Wars. I think he should wrap up the Mandalorian story, the Mandoverse, and then maybe think about, you know, he can go do another side project too outside of Star Wars, Lucasfilm, Disney, or whatever, if he wanted to. But come back and maybe do a couple films or something like that. You know, I know he's doing this one, but do something different. I would love to see John come back and do that. Is she going to the sushi guy? Is she going to the sushi guy? Did y'all see him? I think they're talking. In the background. I don't see her walking past the thing. John, where's Sean going? Is he gonna walk past? Okay, he's walking to the other side. She's talking to the sushi guy. Let's fucking go. Okay, look at the droid. Look at the droid. Look at that bad boy. He's got like one arm moving, spatula's kind of moving. I don't know what's on his like bottom left arm on our right side. Is John signing a microphone? He's explaining the pencil to her. Showing her that he does know how to write. Despite him being in a galaxy that does not need writing. They can probably barely hear each other. She's taking hers and she's getting the little baby Grogu one. Oh, come on, zoom in. Show us. Is she gonna eat it? She's gonna eat it? Is she gonna be the first person to eat it? Of course it's Sigourney Weaver. She's gonna eat it, right? Alright, we got a little glimpse of it. That's cute. Is Jon Favreau still on stage just waving to people? Is that him on the right? Who is that on the right? Is someone else doing an interview? Or are we setting up for the next thing?
What an incredible morning so far. For 50 years, Industrial Light and Magic has brought the impossible to life, and the documentary series Light and Magic gives fans a look behind the curtain for a peek at the magic.
Okay, let's All right, this is good.
Stage for a deep dive.
And don't worry, we get to the news in a second. It's nothing like a brand new movie or anything like that. Not holding that from you.
ファンの皆様、あの恐るべきダースモールの声を務め
Okay, well, hang on. This is in Japanese, so we'll get to the news right now. Let me bring up the little thing for it and the part. So, in an interview with Screen Rant, they asked her about the Taika Waititi movie. It says, speaking to Kathleen Kennedy, Screen Rant's own Ash Cronson inquired about the status of the Taika Waititi Star Wars movie. Waititi's been attached to direct a project in the galaxy far, far away. And, development, what I gotta. Yet, Kathleen Kennedy remains confident the film will happen. She says, and I quote, Taika is on Taika time. I've just continually said to him, look, when you feel that you're ready and you can really devote the time, we're going to do it. We'll be waiting. I'm just hoping we get there. That will be a great Star Wars movie. So it sounds like the movie is, still in development and that it's actually up to Taika about when he turns in the script and everything like that. From what we've heard about Taika's Star Wars movie is that he's done the first act and the third, I think like the ending of it they have mapped out and they've agreed on like the opening and the ending and kind of how it begins. They probably have the good first 30 to 40 minutes, kind of like The Force Awakens, up to the point where they get off of Jakku. It's a different film after that. They probably have that much of the Taika Waititi film done. And then now they're kind of fill in the middle. So Taika's working on it. It's coming, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, right now the Taika Waititi movie is she is still adamant that is happening. So we'll see. Still have not heard anything about Rian Johnson though, and we have not heard anything about Rogue Squadron. She talks also about the movie for the Star Wars Starfighter for 2027. She says that Sean started talking about Ryan from the very beginning. When he was developing this, he had Ryan Gosling in mind. I've known Sean for a long time, and I think he's one of the perfect directors for Star Wars. He's a wonderful sense of humor, fun, loves Star Wars. He's been dying to do this forever. In fact, I talked to him, as he mentioned, in 2022, but I talked to him even before that because he had gotten into Stranger Things, and suddenly with that success, kind of took him off the market for a while. So I've been thinking about this story for quite some time and wanting to do something in the Star Wars universe, I think his whole life. According to Kennedy, who confirmed the idea for the film has been in the works since 2022 and even earlier, it's very exciting that Sean Levy's Star Wars Starfighter is finally becoming a reality with a release date in 2027. So she gave us a little bit more comments and clarity about both of those films. It looks like the Taika Waititi Star Wars movie, which was announced back in 2020 in December, is still happening. So that was the breaking news. Give me your thoughts in the comments, of course, and everything. Leave a like if you guys are still watching this. This has been a fun little night. Let's keep it going. Let's see what they got to say for Star Wars Light and Magic.
Very special message from our series executive producer, the legendary Ron Howard. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy Light and Magic, a glimpse into the magic of Season 2.
Very cool.
Hello, Star Wars Celebration Japan. We at
Fucking Ron Howard
Documentaries teamed up with Larry Kasdan to create the first season of Light and Magic. And now we're thrilled to bring you Season 2. Now, Larry and I have both had wonderful experiences working with Industrial Light and Magic in the past. I worked with them closely on Willow and Solo, and Larry, as the writer of Empire Strikes Back and Raiders, was endlessly intrigued by the people behind the magic. The stories of these unsung artists somehow made the iconic movies they were working on even more fascinating. So for Season 2, we really wanted a director who, like Larry, was part of the fabric of ILM. And we were
Thanks for tuning in, buddy. It's been a good night. Get some sleep.
Who not only played a crucial
Really appreciate you
role at ILM
staying around for so
early
long.
years, but also directed several films in which ILM's pioneering visual effects were critical. Films like The Rocketeer, Jumanji, and Jurassic Park 3. Season 2 showcases how the innovators at ILM, with the visionary guidance of George Lucas, continued to pioneer new techniques, develop revolutionary digital technology, and transform the way we experience the art and craft of filmmaking. You'll see some familiar faces and meet some new ones too. And I promise there will be even more stories behind the magic this time around, like the making of the prequels, Twister, and Pirates
Oh.
of the Caribbean, just to name a few.
Oh, okay.
We hope you enjoy watching it as much as we enjoyed making it.
So they'll be talking about the prequels in Pirates of the Caribbean for season 2. I would love to see that. I like learning about that kind of stuff.
Please welcome to the stage President and General Manager of Lucasfilm Business, Lin-Win Brennan. Senior Vice President, General Manager, and Head of ILM, Janet Lewin. Senior Vice President and Executive Designer.
Deep note, guys, these people are pretty powerful over there at Lucasfilm. These are some of the kind of not top executives, but they're up there. They're up there. There's our boy John Knoll. Doug Chain's pretty great too. I can't take anything away from Doug Chain. I will say his art has been very good for Star Wars, in my opinion. He fits the tone.
The voice, the body, the heart and soul of Jar Binks.
Oh, Ahmed Best?
And Jedi Master Keller and Beck, Ahmed Best.
Wow, okay. Kind of cool to see Ahmed. Ahmed's a really good dude. He is a jiu-jitsu black belt. Please respect that.
Creative Director and Animation Supervisor, Rob Coleman.
Rob Coleman's a higher up. That's not like a executive higher up. That's like a legacy. You know, you're gonna be around for as long as you want to be.
All right.
Same with John Knoll. But John Knoll's a higher up.
Can I call you Lin-Win?
Yes.
Great.
What else would you call
Yeah. I want to start with you, but before I do, let's take a clip. Let's watch a clip from season 2 of Light and Magic.
The prequels, I had but I couldn't write them unless I knew what I could do. That's the one thing about Star Wars, is I always wrote for the technology I had available to me.
Fucking George, man.
Episodes 4, 5, and 6 were using old technology. And the analog technology wouldn't allow us to do so many things. We pushed that as far as we possibly could here at ILM.
God, it makes me so happy seeing
The
him.
other stuff I wanted to do was much more complicated.
George Lucas
Ben Burt.
was always forward-thinking. He was always mentioning how he wasn't satisfied with one bit of technology or another and how he wanted to see it change.
And if I were to go on and do the next 3, that I needed digital technology for.
Yeah, after Jurassic Park, he knew it was time.
So we just heard from George Lucas about why he started ILM, what the purpose was. But in your mind, what is it that makes ILM special? And what I want to focus on is something that I've heard you say before. You've referred to the ILM employees as being rogues and rebels and being quite like the Rebel Alliance. What do you mean by that?
They absolutely are. I think what makes ILM so special is definitely the people.
One thing you should know about the politics of Star Wars and Lucasfilm behind the scenes, and not a lot of Star Wars YouTubers will give you this kind. ILM and Lucasfilm are kind of treated differently under the company. You know, if you're working at Lucasfilm, you're working at ILM. Of course, it's the same thing, but ILM, I believe, is unionized, and Lucasfilm's not, or at least wasn't when Lucas was running the show. So at least during his tenure, the people were different. It just wasn't. It's like you work next to each other in the same, not the same building, but in the same lot. You know, so it's not like there's ever been any issues. It's just that ILM has always been kind of treated differently under Lucasfilm and everything like that, because there's like Skywalker Sound. ILM did Pixar and everything. Like ILM is very legendary, but it is a separate entity almost from Lucasfilm because of how much they actually do. Because they've done a lot. They've done a lot of VFX work. They became the standard in the industry, and that you can never take that away from them. You can never take anything away from these guys, especially someone like John Knoll. John Knoll is a fucking genius, bro. I mean, just an absolute genius. It's really good to see that he's stayed around for so long. I feel really rude. I talked over her the entire time. I can barely hear them.
Lucas, he was aware that he had captured lightning in a bottle with ILM, but
Yeah, no,
he knew he
barely
couldn't
hear
keep him
them.
busy all the time with his films alone. So it was time to allow ILM to work on other filmmakers' projects. So let's take a look at a clip explaining what that meant for the company.
It's like the studio now.
ILM was scaling at the same time as filmmakers were getting more comfortable using visual effects and pushing the envelope and resurrecting ideas that now seemed within their reach. These heavy effects-driven projects can be really challenging. A number of them were
Fantastic movie, Saving Private Ryan. I mean, just fantastic. Steven Spielberg
I am
is an
constantly
amazing director.
in awe of how a crew of people at ILM can solve pretty much any problem, any filmmaking problem that's presented to them.
Back in those days, when you were meant to do something that hadn't been done before.
I don't know why I love stuff like this. I think documentaries and everything, learning about the world and learning about stuff like this, with how it works, how it's made, just beautiful.
So, Janet,
Just beautiful.
okay, if you're lucky, you're working on a film that does one new thing that has never been done in film before. If you're lucky. If your film is ambitious, you get this one thing you
I'm really glad they're showing us this panel. Thank God.
you work for George Lucas. It's 12 things
Big shout out to Star Wars,
that no one's ever done.
letting us see this
So,
one.
Please explain to me, because I can't figure this out. How do you create a schedule where you have this thing that's never been done? Okay, we've never done it before, but it's going to be done by this date, because then we need the pieces from that to interlock with this next thing that hasn't been done, which
Right after this is the Lucasfilm Publishing panel. And then right after the Lucasfilm Publishing one is the animation.
Well, it's a great
So we're in the good
question.
stretch, I feel like.
Part of what makes ILM so special is that it's a team sport. You know, producers are collaborating with creative supervisors and our technical experts to come up with a blueprint for a plan to realize the director's vision. But we know, like
All right, I'm going to step out real quick, use the bathroom, smoke a cigarette. I will be back, my friends. Please stick around. Take a break if you need to. Come back in like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
And sequences. So producers are responsible for the budget and the schedule, and they lay out a plan. But a really good producer has to operate in the gray and know that it's constantly going to evolve.
And do you have to project a lot of confidence, I imagine? Because I have to, I mean, come on. If you were in that position, would you not have moments of panic? I mean, how do you?
Yeah, you're making me a little panicked right now thinking about it. Well, it's actually, you know, so for Phantom Menace, I was at ILM, but I actually was not on that project. You know, ILM was still working for other filmmakers. I was on Deep Impact and Galaxy Quest at the time, watching with admiration at my colleagues who tackled something that had never been done before. At ILM, a big show was 100 shots, 200 shots. Phantom Menace was thousands, you know. And I watched it all, and I was secretly relieved that I wasn't in the hot seat on that one. But then as the show was coming together, and they were actually achieving it, and they had a plan, and it was working, I mean, many plans, but it was coming together. I said to my boss, sign me up, I want to do the next one. And then I got the opportunity on Revenge of the Sith to work with John and Rob.
Much smaller project, Revenge of the Sith, much smaller.
Yeah, exactly.
They only get smaller, of course.
That's true. But there was a template. You know, these guys were prequel pros by that point. And so they helped me acclimate to this new scale of working. And of course, we had additional challenges, as we always do. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
It's amazing. This is cool. I'm literally getting to ask the questions I've always wanted to ask. This is exciting for me. Hey, Doug.
Yes, sir.
How's it going?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Because Doug, you know, I saw the season, and you said some things that absolutely intrigued me. And you had an experience on screen that also intrigued me. In fact, can we roll a clip, please? This is really interesting.
I had always known that I wanted to come out to work for George Lucas, you know, ever since I saw Star Wars when I was 15 years old. Because I grew up studying your work, Joe, And that was my schooling because, I didn't really take formal art classes. So when George made that announcement, it was just mind-blowing because of like, okay, maybe I could have a chance to actually work on Star Wars. And the irony was that at that time, I was the creative director for Industrial Light and Magic. I was head of this art department.
So go more extreme, because we need more stuff up in here. All these little highlight areas are still real soft.
And I thought, okay, well, George is gonna staff up this art department. I'll be first in line. And the funny thing was that George actually said, no, I don't want anybody from my companies. I want to look worldwide. So I realized I had to just get in line like everybody else. And so I submitted my portfolio, and I didn't hear anything for a long time. And it was kind of like, okay, well, maybe if I'm lucky, I'll get to be a PA in the art department. And then I got a call from Rick McCallum. He said that George really responded to your portfolio. And so we went up to George's office. And I remember that day vividly because it was like my first opportunity to really actually just meet George and speak with him.
Yeah.
And I was terrified.
So there's something that you say that wasn't in that clip where you say that your strongest skills are not in fact in art. Which, that's weird, Doug, because I think you're a great artist. So how, can you explain to me, what did you mean when you said that you didn't think perhaps that was your strongest skill set, so you were surprised that George tapped you to design for the prequels?
No, it's absolutely true. This is the crazy part, is that I've always dreamt of working at Industrial Light and Magic, ever since I saw the making of, behind the scenes. And it's the craziest thing because I didn't know if I could actually fulfill that dream. And to actually be sitting here right now with everybody here, it's still a little surreal. And honestly, the weird thing is, being an artist, there is that part of insecurity that all of us have. And for me, when I got to ILM, I was a young kid. I was the least skilled person in an art department that was filled with some of the industry's best. And I realized that I really had to up my game. And that's been kind of my whole path in career, is that I've been constantly trying to sort of meet a bar that I had artificially set. And I had no idea where that bar was, but I set it super high. And I actually looked at Ralph McQuarrie and Joe Johnston without really knowing their process. But I kind of read all the behind-the-scenes books, saw their documentaries, and I thought that they were the most amazing artists, and I thought that they were super prolific. And when I compared myself to them, it was like I was nowhere in that same league. And it's a funny insecurity that I have, but it kind of drove me to try even harder. And the irony is that when I got that phone call from Rick McCallum to interview with George, it was really surreal because I wasn't sure if this was really real. And I thought honestly, I thought I was like one of many people that he was calling. And I had no idea that I was the only one, at that time. And that meeting at Skywalker Ranch was mind-blowing because prior to that, I'd only seen George maybe peripherally, like 100 feet away in the hallways at Industrial and Magic. I never really talked to him. And here I was going to his office to talk to him. And I was kind of starstruck. And I really didn't know what to expect. I didn't know that it was actually a production meeting, that he was actually going to start giving us ideas to tackle.
So you thought you were going to sort of an interview, and next thing you know, you're in a production meeting where he's asking you questions about stuff, and you're, what are you doing? How do you fake your way through that, man?
No, believe me, it was terrifying because one, I was already nervous, and so my mind was spinning. But then when he started talking and starting to describe the visuals that he wanted, I realized very quickly that this was a production meeting, and I was unprepared. I had no paper, no pencil. And so my first thing was, I looked at the coffee table in front of me, and I just grabbed all the napkins, and I just started writing notes. And George, he's very prolific. His mind is running so fast, and he's always so far ahead that he just started spewing everything. And I remember I came back from that day with like a stack of napkins with all these ideas that he wanted to explore.
They have this on camera, by the way, in the season 2. You see Doug after the meeting, and he's like, just the look of shock on your face. Let me ask you one more question before we move on. You set this bar for yourself, and you are now going to redefine the look of Star Wars. And there are millions of fans across the globe, myself included, who had been seeing the prequels in their head for their whole lives. And you had to exceed that. And you did. Do you feel like you did when you see those films? Do you feel like, yeah, I maybe I was ready for it? I mean, have you reevaluated?
No.
No.
No, here's the funny thing is, I can't. Because I hold Joe Johnston and Ralph McQuarrie at such a high level, and all the artists that I admire, that I don't consider myself in that same league. I can't be in the same room with them and talk, the same way. And so for me, it's always like playing catch up. And so for the prequels, it was really a really hard challenge because prior to that, I did a lot of homework studying Ralph and Joe's work. I copied their style. I studied everything about them. And I vividly remember my very first day at Skywalker Ranch. It was in January 18th. George basically came in and said, okay, are you guys ready? And I said, yes. And I thought I was going to be drawing just like Ralph and just like Joe. And that's when he said, no, forget about what you think Star Wars design is. We're going to sort of establish the design language and the philosophy for all of Star Wars. And that terrified me because I felt like I had been studying for the wrong test.
Oh my God. Wow. Well, that's. I think you may have passed the test. Do you guys think?
Thank you.
All right, I'm back. What I miss?
Speaking of tests.
What did I miss?
John, speaking of tests. We've all seen the episode 1 documentary, the beginning, and
I love
got to
that
see
documentary.
season 2 of Light and Magic, and you had an interesting reaction when George presented at Skywalker Ranch. He just kind of brought in all these storyboards.
Oh yeah, when John's like, this seems kind of like a lot.
This is real. This is digital. This is real. This is yeah, you get it. And
This is real, not so real.
look on Doug's face. It's right there. It's amazing what the camera captures, right? Because John is just okay,
Had a great behind the scenes crew.
let's see if we can see a clip of this. I'd like to see this again.
Yeah, this is a great clip.
There was a meeting out at the ranch where George had Doug Chang and his group storyboard all of episode 1.
The storyboards were on kind of moving whiteboards, and they just kept wheeling it more and more, and they were completely covered with beautiful artwork. And each one of these represented incredible amounts of work and new worlds, and
Looked pretty good.
It was an astonishing amount.
And George talked us through the
Yeah, this is iconic right here.
one board at a time.
This is real. This is not. This is real.
And it was dizzying to keep up with it because every client comes to us wanting to do something a little bit different that we hadn't seen before.
That guy with the mustache, his face is the best.
Storyboards, there were
And look how young John Knoll looks compared to now.
have a good way of doing that.
Time is a bitch.
And he was regularly including things that were kind of way beyond our capabilities.
I know this is going to work. I know it's going to work because it's impossible. But we're the only ones in the world that can pull this off.
The reason they don't make documentaries like that anymore, especially like over there at Lucasfilm, is because they don't want to show you the bad side. They don't want to show you anything that happened that shouldn't have happened or anything, any mistakes. They want to make it seem like it was perfect and nothing but collaboration. That Phantom Menace documentary, like, it really shows a lot of like flaws with how Lucas approached it and made it. When they react to the rough cut, they're like, that's why he says I may have gone too far in a few places, because they looked at it and they were like, yeah, this isn't really that good, so they don't show stuff like that anymore because it paints it in a bad light, and they don't want any of us to see that anymore. So a lot of studios don't do anything like that. But the Lord of the Rings ones are fantastic. I mean, you can spend days watching because they did so much. Really wish they would do that for Star Wars again. They won't.
For us around that era,
And yes, George is a weird guy. He is weird. Okay, so that's all I missed. Doug Chang talking about being hired by Lucas. All right, I don't feel bad for missing any of that.
supervisor on those projects to divide and conquer. And yeah, this was.
I gotta turn my volume. I can barely hear it.
Clip, and beyond just the quantity, it was sort of the content of what was being depicted there. was a lot of things that that were beyond the capabilities of our tools. So through all that meeting, while I was watching George going through all the storyboards, I was keeping this mental tally of all these different things that, all right, we're going to have to write something to do, cloth simulation.
It is a bit ridiculous to not show a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, but like for The Force Awakens, Harrison Ford, he like broke his leg and then Abrams broke his back, and they had to pay a lot of money for that, and that delayed things. They also delayed the movie by 6 months and everything. Like they don't want people to know about that. Look at what happened with Solo, a Star Wars story. They fired the guys so many months in the production, and there'd been a lot of reports about it not being that great in production anyways. So like today, if it's smooth sailing and the production's fantastic, you'll see everything that you could possibly see. But other than that, if there's any kind of problem, you're not going to see anything, and you'll know there's a problem if you don't really see anything.
There was no contest. It was easily the biggest visual effects.
But even with season 1 of Mando, they showed a lot of it. They did like what 8 episodes of the Disney Gallery, which were amazing, and then after that they never did that again. They did 2 episodes, 1 episode, 1 episode, nothing vast.
Phone booth to go and visit them. Did you feel as if, since you were a teenager, you're a fan of these things, you were interested in this stuff? What was this like? The moment that George dropped the biggest challenge ever in your lap, did you feel like, oh, this is what I was made for? This is it. This is the thing I've been waiting for.
It was something I wanted to do. You know, as a teenager, I was very inspired by the Star Wars films and felt like, yeah, someday I want to get to a place where I can work on something of that kind of scope and scale.
Gus, I think that was a April Fool's thing from like a week or 2 ago. Because I saw the same thing and thought the same thing. I thought that Peter Jackson was doing a Silmarillion thing. But I think it was an April Fool's article that I fell for.
Problems all at once and figure out how to tackle them piece by piece.
Well, yeah, the way you do that is you take big problems and you break them down into smaller problems until they're manageable. So you start off with just, all right, I'm just going to write an exhaustive list of all the different R&D challenges that we've got here, and let's just tackle them one at a time and see, all right, how are we going to deal with dense scenes? How are we going to deal with rigid body dynamics? We just went through them one by one, and we had our plan A and our plan B for every one of those challenges, and we just worked through them.
So this panel is going to end in about 5 minutes, and then after that, we're going to get the Lucasfilm publishing panel, and then immediately after that is well, not immediately, 30 minutes after that one ends is Lucasfilm animation. So we will see what they have in store for us.
As we're talking about astonishing,
But yeah, we're coming up to the end of this one.
Hello, Sam.
yes. So, John just talked about all this stuff that had never been done before. Well, there was another thing that was never done before. There was the first CG lead character in a feature film. So let's take a look at what George is going for in that performance.
George and I worked really closely together for about 2 years.
Oh, the infamous Jar fucking Binks.
So he would really dive into these Buster Keaton movies and talk about why he's moving the way he's moving. And it just wasn't a comedy bit, but it was a real motivation behind it. And that helped me a lot.
So you are the first actor to create a motion capture performance mated with a vocal performance.
Yeah, see, people underestimate that about Jar Jar. He was the first one to do this. And this was revolutionary. No doubt. This was very revolutionary for the time.
Like I should be a lot richer. Jeez.
Well, he didn't invent the technology. He didn't do what Andy Serkis did for the technology either.
I think for me, what was really important about making that happen was not only having all of these guys do most of the work before I got there and being able to help enhance what they've done, but I think what, we've been hearing and what you'll hear a lot from all of us is there was really no straight path to the Phantom Menace. There was really no straight path to Star Wars. What we had was this incredible passion and desire to make these things. We all have our history with it. We all grew up with it. I grew up with the OG trilogies back in the 70s and 80s. And I had no idea. I grew up in the South Bronx, New York City. There was no way I was going to be in Star Wars, right?
Yeah, that's a rough area. Poor guy.
It was just by just a sheer shred of like hard work in the theater on stage and luck that somebody saw something in me. And that somebody was George. And I think what we all have in common is George had faith in us to figure it out, right? And through all of the trials of the imposter syndromes, we all had a come to Jesus moment when we all were just like, okay, we're here, and we didn't get all this way to not fight for this. And that passion to want to deliver the best performance or the best work that we could do for this thing that we all love and for this person that has so much faith in us, we just had to bring our A game to everything that we did. And that's what I tried to do. Buster Keaton and Jackie Chan, for me, were the big archetypes for Jar Jar. And working with George and really talking to him about this and how to develop the almost, lyrical ideas of the movement of Jar Jar and, developing the comedy timing of the voice and being able to work with everybody else. Like, it really helped form this very believable, livable character. And it was an incredibly special time, but it was also a time where I realized that this couldn't happen without.
All right, it's
Jar
it's
Jar
time for the
isn't
next
just
panel.
me,
Come
it's
on.
all of us.
Wrap it up, baby.
I know I get a lot of the
Let's keep
spotlight
this
when it
show
comes
on
to
a
Jar Jar,
roll,
and I get a lot
Ahmed.
of attention, but there would be no Jar Jar without everybody sitting on this panel right here. So I can't take the full credit. We are Jar Jar.
Instead of we are Venom, we are Jar Jar. Yusa, Jar Jar. Misa, Jar Jar.
Story you once told. This is a long, this isn't so much the technical challenges of creating Jar Jar, but you told a story about a particular line that you went, and I was fascinated. I loved this, right? Because, you told a story about a particular line that you went to George and you said, what does this line mean?
Silmarillion trilogy with Peter Jackson with the proper time, unlike The Hobbit, I think would be fire. I love Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings adaptations and all that.
Me, Liam, and Ewan just finished, the whole Boss Nass situation in Autogunga, and we get in the submarine on our way to surface Naboo, and there's always a bigger fish line, right? And that day was really fun and interesting because everything looked. That was one of like the poor man's process classical filmmaking days. It looks all fancy and CGI and all these fish, but it was really just me, Ewan, and Liam sitting in the back, and these two like big burly British guys like shaking us, And like in between takes, they would just like shake us around, and then afterwards they were just like, "You all right, man? Yeah, you're all right. You all right?" So there was the one part where McGregor is like, "How you
Why will you
manage?"
banish Jar Jar?
Yeah. You might say, Misa caused one or two little bitty accidents. Yeah. You might say, Misa boomed the gasser, then crashed into buses, hey blibber, then banished. Right? So I had no idea what that meant. And like the whole day I was like, boom the gasser, crashing the bus, like what does this mean? Like, how am I gonna say this convincingly? Because I don't know what that means. So I go to George and I'm just like, hey man, and a Star Wars set, there's like a million things going on at once and people are always asking George questions and I always felt like, oh, is this the right time? But I was just like, I gotta ask. So I went up to him and I go, hey, this boom the gasser thing, like, what does that mean? And he's like, I don't know.
I'm not surprised at
You
all.
should be able to tell me. And he was like, that means. But it was a really important lesson for me, right? Because my job as an actor, and I got this from Ben Kingsley, my job as an actor is to make the line work, right? It's not my job to critique the line. It's not my job to come up with a better line unless I'm asked. I'm not the writer, right? My job as the actor is to make the line work, full stop. And what I think he was like, I think he Jedi mind tricked me in that situation, because I was probably the least experienced person in that movie. Jake had done 2 movies. Natalie was Natalie. Liam Neeson had his thing. Ewan just came off of Train Spotting, which was huge, right? And I just jumped off the stomp stage. Like, I was just like, hey, I'm just trying not to get fired. So I was just like the least experienced person on the set. And I think what George was trying to do was just say, you know, I know you don't feel like you belong here, but here is the power to make something. And I trust you, and I have faith enough in you to make this work. So
I don't think it's that
say
deep.
the
I
line.
think George just did not know what it meant, knowing George.
George, what do you want from this?
Well, that sounds like a you question.
You know, it's really kind of special.
I feel like Sam Witwer
Working on a
wears that
Star Wars
jacket
movie,
all
especially with George, was this
the time.
incredibly stressful, scary, but enlightening and life-changing experience. And it's very rare that you find somebody like George Lucas, who we all kind of revered, right? And we're somewhat terrified of. But, you know, George Lucas was never trying to make us him. He was trying to make us better.
I'm gonna see if there's any news updates.
So he was showing us that you have this incredible you inside you, and I'm gonna help you bring it out. And that, you know, he gets critiqued a lot for not saying a lot as a director, but being a director is not telling you how to work, right? It's not telling you what to do. Everybody thinks that directing is just like the notes, but it's a lot like playing jazz. It's like what you don't say, right? It's the space in between the artistry that actually makes the thing happen. And that's what he had a lot of. And I tell you, I miss it. I miss it every day. I want to be a part of something like that, like every day.
It's amazing. And before we move on to Rob,
He's like, I want to be back in Star Wars.
what's the line mean?
Boom the gasser. So the way I interpreted it, right? So Boss Nass has this.
Yo, isn't the publishing
badass car,
panel
right?
going on right now? How long is this going to go on?
GTR, right?
They said an
911,
hour.
right? And I borrowed the car, and then I crashed the car, right? And what the car is called a hay blibber, right? And boom the gasser me. And I got this because George is a race car guy, right? So I was like, I probably jumped in the hay blibber when I wasn't supposed to, right? I popped the gasser, clutch, and then I crashed the car into some kind of crazy ass auto gunga thing. But that's how I interpreted it.
That was a fascinating story. Thank you.
So, being aware, because I'm fans of all these guys, of the caliber of people that we have on stage, I have a really hard time believing that any of you feel like you somehow got lucky when you got the job at ILM, and yet I keep hearing this sentiment from all of you. And you'll see what I'm talking about in this next clip.
What do we got here?
Welcome. Hi, Joe. The computer graphics department at ILM I started in October of '93, was about 45 people. And I think I was animator number 9 they hired. There were 6 animators on Jurassic. So it was still early days, but it was beyond intimidating. The legends were there.
God, he looks so young
Austin
then.
was there, and Dennis was there. There were people that I knew their names, and they were in the hallway, and I had the worst case of imposter syndrome for about 6 months. How had I fluked myself into this place?
Dang. That's beautiful.
So, Rob, we were having a little talk backstage. In season 2 of ILM, there's footage of Rob Coleman presenting the first Yoda animation test.
I remember this.
With the
I remember.
Hey, we could do Yoda animated. I mean, we have to do this fight anyway.
They wanted to do it for the Phantom Menace, but they couldn't. The technology wasn't there, so they had to do it for Attack of the Clones.
Sure. George had said to us that he'd wanted to see Yoda fight for a long time, and he knew he couldn't do it with a puppet, obviously. So a digital Yoda was on the plate, on the table. And once it was, I was then thinking, well, we should aim for a high bar. And the high bar for me was to do the full character. The performances, both verbal and nonverbal. And so, like
Yoda looks really good in Revenge of the Sith, I will admit. Attack of the Clones, not really.
Looked at what Frank Oz had done with a puppet.
But Revenge of the Sith is like one of the best versions.
To be 16 and see that character for the
I think they'll announce a
Now, I'm in the
new
generation
animated show
years old when Sesame
at the
Street came out.
panel.
Grew up with the Muppets.
I think it'll be like a three season kind of series.
But the way I approached it,
And that should be coming up soon. We're almost there.
what did I remember from 1980 versus what I was now seeing and analyzing, looking back at that footage?
I think the puppet Yoda in the Phantom Menace looks not that great, not as bad as I probably remember it. I'd have to rewatch that version, which is DVD for me. God, I can't believe it's been so long since I've seen that version. It for some reason though just looks so drastically different at the same time from the original trilogy version of Yoda. It's a little unappealing. It's, I think, almost better that they went back into the digital thing. I mean, just in hindsight. And no, that is an absolute great point, Ben. No, not this part. Sorry. Yes, this is a great point. This one. CGI Yoda does hold up pretty well. Not in Attack of the Clones, but in the Phantom Menace, the re-edited version, and Revenge of the Sith. But a lot of prequel CGI, like Commander Cody and a lot of the clones and everything, look really dated. There's some scenes that look phenomenal, and there's some scenes where you're like, this is bad. This is aged a little bit.
And when I went up there was a
Yeah, he looked high. It was just a very odd looking Yoda.
I am nervous enough, and having a camera in my face is going to really mess up what I think is a really important pitch. And they went, yeah, fine. And they disappeared. Thank goodness they've recorded it.
So wait a second. You said, hey, please don't.
Wonder if they're ever going to get to the next panel. I'm trying to see if there's any news that has been released.
You were like, all right.
They positioned themselves sort of 3/4 back behind me, so I couldn't see them.
But you were aware, right? You're like, they did the...
No. When I was pitching to George, I don't know how the other guys have this. I would get into kind of tunnel vision, and I get almost, I'm going to call it like a trance mode, where I'm not even thinking of the sentences I'm saying. I know the work really well, and I'm just kind of going on autopilot. And
you're
I'm
hearing
resonating.
You're hearing faster, more intense.
Yeah,
faster,
there's all that, but there's this sense where I just am pitching to him and focusing on his reaction. And there's other clips you're going to see George teasing me, but also me teasing him.
Okay, that'd be cool to see, I guess.
Documentary because it captures a time in my life, in our lives, when we were doing some pretty special stuff, and there we were, right beside him, working side by side to create his.
Yeah, the CGI on Kashyyyk was not all that great in hindsight, or when you watch it again today.
Yes. That's good. So incredibly grateful. Yeah. I'm so incredibly.
Upscaled seat photo in the Phantom Menace. I don't think so. No, I don't think I have. I don't have a 4K TV.
Both old me, gray-bearded me, but you see young me, and it's surreal because those.
It is surreal, bro. I've seen that documentary countless times.
And they come racing back. They're not forgotten, but they had been
Mm-hmm.
put away in dusty boxes in my brain, and now they're alive again. And I haven't talked to these guys about this. I have a.
Oh, it's on YouTube?
I know that's me.
All right, I'll have to watch
I'm
that.
watching, and it is me, but then it's also not me because I've grown so much, and I am, I'm so lucky to working at ILM, now creative director in the Sydney studio, but to have been there at that time with these folks doing this incredible work.
I know, man. He's been around for a long time now.
In 20 years until this morning.
Wow. That's
We
crazy.
worked so closely together.
Well, so this leads me to the next thing that I wanted to say, because we're doing all right on time. So I wanted to express to you that I'm grateful to you. Well, I'm grateful to all.
Oh, so Light and Magic
Grateful to
is
you
streaming now.
particularly for a couple of things. One, you helped get the Clone Wars up on its feet. So,
Well,
thank you for that.
No. I was
Checks in the mail?
once again. That was right time, right place at the right time.
Yeah, checks in the mail. So,
Mhm.
also, you gave me as a young fan
Dan Whitwer
one of
is
the most magical
phenomenal. He's great for the fandom.
in movie history for me, and that's when Obi-Wan and Anakin, they just get creamed by Dooku. He just knocks them aside like they're nothing. Then Yoda walks in very slowly. And then there's a wizard battle, and they're shooting lightning and throwing rocks at each other and all this stuff. And the anticipation is building. And right there in the theater.
Yeah, the publishing panel has been going on for like 15 minutes. So I don't know when this is ending, but I don't think they're going to show it to us.
Pulled out his lightsaber, and we saw a fight that fit no description. I mean, we'd never seen or conceived of anything like that before. And I remember thinking, oh my God, movies are winning right now. Movies are winning. And because we have time, I would like to sort of open it up to
Oh,
all
we
of
have
you
time.
guys
Oh my God.
to talk about things like the Yoda fight. I know, Ahmed, you probably have a couple of things to say about that, because I didn't realize Ahmed helped with that fight.
I did not know that.
He did.
Did not know that at all.
Everyone chime in.
Well,
Teach me.
I'll jump in quickly because John and I were in Sydney. We had not seen the script before flying down from California. The day comes, we get to see the script, and the line literally said, "In a fight that defies description, Yoda and Count Dooku battle." Period. Right? And I'm like,
good.
That sounds exactly how George Lucas would write. In a fight that defies description. That's just so deep, George. Thank you for the clarity.
I pointed at that line, and he went, "Yeah, you got to figure it out." Yeah,
Mhm.
that was it, right? So I went to Nick Gillard, the stunt supervisor, and asked him, and he told me all about how Jedi fight, and he had some suggestions, and I kind of came away, and that was like a sliver of the pie. And then luckily, my friend here, he comes up and he says, "Hey man, what are you going to do with this fight?" And I'm like, I have no idea. So then you take over.
Yeah, so I had read the same line in the script, and I was like, we got to get this right. Like, the Yoda fight it's got to be spectacular, And I remember I remember seeing you walk across.
The Dark Side Vader book coming out in October. It looks really good.
Of like, I've got a million things going on. And I was like,
I did not, unless that's the Revenge of the Sith one. That's the only one I've seen recently.
You said, I
don't keep up with the books too much.
I can't talk to George, and I don't know.
I don't see any breaking news, though. Anything big, at least.
Come to the dressing room.
You hear Discord in the
show me
background.
A bunch of movies. I think I got an idea about this thing. And this is how phenomenal working at ILM is, right? Anyone who has a crazy idea, they have time. They'll make time for it. You know, Rob came to my dressing room for real. And we sat down and we started watching a whole bunch of Japanese anime. I was like, check this one out, and then check this out, and then check this out. And I was like, all right, here's how I think this fight should go. And then we
Damn,
started
this one is
kinda
not
like
really
scripting out
all that
a
engaging,
basic
if I'm being
kind of
honest.
framework
I'm trying to see if
of
there's
what
any
the Yoda fight
articles
was
that
gonna
we
be
should
about.
read
And I was just like,
and go
yeah,
over while we wait for the next panel to start.
right? And then, you know, so we worked it out.
See if there's anything on the Star Wars website or the YouTube channel.
And I think you saw the Jet Li movie.
Yeah, so that was at the San Francisco Film Festival. Henry Selick had picked a film that he liked, and it was Swordsman 2.
Yes, Swordsman 2, Jet Li. And I remember you were like, all right, I got it. I'm going to pitch it to George. And then you pitched it to George. And then I remember being at the premiere of Attack of the Clones. And I hadn't seen anything after like we talked and we kind of, you know, scripted it out and you went away. And then I was waiting the whole movie, the entire movie for that one part. And I was just like, oh, this is going to be amazing. You have no idea how good this is going to be. And as soon as Yoda just starts like limping in, I was like, here it is. And the audience was just like, is this going to happen? Like, is this really going to go down like this? And I was just like, oh, you have. And then I saw what we worked on. I saw it scripted out. And it made me emotional because I was like, you didn't really have to do that, you know? You didn't have to like listen to me or take any of the ideas that I had. And then when I saw this fight, I was just like, this is exactly what we talked about. And
we did have to do that.
It was just amazing.
All right, if they don't talk about anything interesting in the next little conversation, I'm going to look at something else real quick because we got some articles I think we can look at.
Moments for you where you saw
All
a
right.
department or a person or someone just hit a home run that you didn't think they were going to hit, that was so badly needed, because that was a home run. We need.
All right. This is where we at. What they revealed at the Hasbro panel for some of the toys. I'm just going to scroll by quickly because I'm not a big fan of this stuff. But what's this set? Fallen Order, Night Sister Mirren, Cal Kestis, and more Jedi Survivor stuff. Some Han Solo, Chewbacca. They look pretty solid. That Dash Rendar, yeah, he looks good. Vintage Collection Rocket Launcher. Moff Gideon. That's my boy. That's my boy right there. Cobb Vanth. Got the Bantha. Who's that? Crosshair. That's all for that one. The next one is the manga stuff. What they just revealed at the publishing panel for the manga. Let's see. Star Wars A New Hope manga. All right, that's kind of cool. I don't think a lot of people. I think a lot of people will buy this, but it's not. It's a niche within a niche, and there are Ooh, yo, I'm not gonna lie. Wow, that actually looks pretty good. For some reason, the covers of it, I just absolutely love. That's a lightsaber. This makes me feel so young again, bro. I haven't read manga in so long. Star Wars manga, bro. If you had told me about this like 10, 15 years ago, when I was a kid, I would have fucking loved this. Oh, is this what you're talking about, Master of Evil? Just now pre A New Hope. This is coming out in November. Creepy cover, yeah. That's a pretty scary looking fucking Darth Vader. It looks like a good book. This seems like something that's interesting. I'm not a big guy, so I don't normally like look at this stuff, but it could be interesting. This stuff is always cute. I always liked this stuff when I was a kid. Art of the Acolyte, I cannot believe Can't believe what happened to that series. Look at the Acolyte. Isn't this all just so uninteresting? Visual guide. This is spaceship stuff. Never really been into that kind of stuff. Women of the Galaxy. Girls do it better. But yeah, that's what they were showing at some of the other panels that I guess we were not allowed to see. But that's okay. We'll go back to the mainstream.
At ILM, where I was used to designing into the limitations of the technology, into the models that we could do. There were certain shots that we couldn't do. And George said, don't worry about any of that. We'll figure it out later. Just design it purely. Let's go for the aesthetics. And it's one of those amazing things where when we have people like John and Rob, everybody there, they all step up and they figure it out. Even though going into it from day one, it was like, we have no idea if this is even possible. And in some ways, I had the easy job because I
Yo,
just
Doug
invented
Chain
it.
still looks
And it was
solid.
up to John
He
to
is
figure out
aged like
how to
fine
execute
wine.
it.
He's
And
not
that happened
any
across
wrinkles on his
everything. I
face or
think that's one
anything.
of the
Just looks
great things about
solid.
Light and Magic that highlights, both George and Industrial Light and Magic is that attitude of, okay, we're gonna do it. We won't know how, but we have enough smart people here that collectively we will figure this out.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that a little bit because I had the same feeling about how well Joe Johnston was able to tell the story of the non-linear approach to visual effects. You asked the question, what's an example of someone who's knocked it out of the park? That happens literally every single day. And I think there's a misconception in the industry or broader than that, that visual effects is a linear process. You're delivered this beautiful artwork and we execute it. And actually, it's extremely iterative. It's groundbreaking. It takes artistry and innovative ideas as well as innovation. And these guys are the leaders, but we have incredible artists, producers, people in technology, and everyone has a voice. And that's what makes it so exciting. And I love the fact that we have a program here that highlights that process. And
This is so fucking boring.
I
Oh
agree.
man, I really wish they would have just showed the fucking publishing panel, bro. Just switch it up. It's just been some of these panels are just not that
No
interesting.
matter where it comes from, and that's
I don't
so
go to
true
these when I'm there in
within
person.
ILM
I would
as well.
not sit there for
Ideas
this
are
one.
coming up all the time, and I agree with Janet that that Joe did such a great job, I think, on this series, and the behind-the-scenes crew, even though they sometimes lied, did such a great job at capturing these moments, because sometimes
All right,
there's
I'm
a
gonna get some water. I'll
misconception
be just a
that with
second.
visual effects, and we do it to ourselves a little bit, like there's this mystery, we're a little bit of this black box of secrecy of what happens, and it can come over that there's a visual effects button that we just press. But it's literally thousands of incredibly talented artists, R&D technicians, producers, as Janet said, kind of figuring it all out together. It is a wonderful thing to be a part of. And I think the wonderful thing about this company is that we still all get to do something that is impossible every day. And that never stops, thank goodness.
Can I ask a quick question to the ILMers for the audience? What are you looking for in someone who wants to work at ILM?
Oh, I would love to start to answer the question. Of course, everybody chime in. I mean, one of the interesting things about the people here is, John Knoll, as an example, applied a number of times to ILM and didn't get in the first time, which is shocking. I mean, he is Mr. ILM. So we look for people who have potential. We hire for potential. We're not only looking at, a certain expertise or a skill set, although that's important. We're really looking for a spirit of passion, innovation, collaboration, and we have a lot of programs actually around the world that encourage young, aspiring visual effects artists and technology people to get a foot in the door, and we develop and nurture talent from within. All of us started on the ground floor. You know, I was a temp in the purchasing department. Lin-Wen was the talent manager. So that's one of the wonderful things about ILM, I think.
Well, I'm going to submit a resume. Thank you. So we have heard from these extraordinary filmmakers and all of these artists and leaders up here. And what do you say we give them a big round of applause for all of the work that ILM has done over the last 50 years? Yeah.
Hey, Sam. Yeah. They've been so great. Don't you think we should show them a little bit more?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, let's do
We
it.
just so happen to have a trailer, the first trailer for Light and Magic Season 2. Joy.
Industrial Light and Magic, it says it all.
Well, I always wrote for the technology I had available to me.
And how do you move it ahead? Computer graphics is the future.
ILM's ready to do the Phantom Menace. This was an enormous undertaking, and the scale and scope of it was overwhelming.
I know it's going to work because it's impossible.
This was the first time we were going to create a CG character that could live in a live-action film.
We weren't prepared for the backlash. But because we were all together, we were going to make this thing work.
Oh, it's a movie based on a theme park ride.
How do you make a story?
Wow, little Pirates of the Caribbean. That looks so good.
The challenge came from Spielberg. Can you make digital tornadoes?
I didn't want to go down in history as the guy who wrecked Yoda. No puppet. It's a fully digital character.
The old way of doing things was going to be gone.
It was all hands on deck. Everyone worked really hard, but we also all played together. So much magic was made here.
ILM was created to do the impossible.
This actually looks really good, and it is streaming now, so maybe we can all watch this when we wind down from Star Wars Celebration streams.
The work that was done here
Mhm.
will live forever.
It's very charming, very touching, very sweet.
Light and Magic, Season 2.
Yeah, it makes you feel a little nostalgic, doesn't it? Damn, that was just such a good, so much work and effort put into these movies.
Thank you all for joining us today.
Oh wow,
Let's
that's a
give
pretty
another
big
round of
stadium,
applause for
actually.
ILM.
Hey, it wasn't a bad panel, but it got kind of boring. It definitely dragged on. I mean, were we here for like an hour and a half of that? I mean,
ladies and gentlemen.
that was at least an hour for sure, but I think it was like an hour and a half of that motherfucker. Yeah, okay, thank God. Move on to the next thing. Thank God. Oh. All right. What do you have next for me, Star Wars Celebration? Hit me with your best shot. A Bantha. And a Rebel pilot. Alright, yeah, let's get back to the stage. What's up, Kristen?
Thank the maker for ILM and the magic they do.
Said it, Gil. We cannot wait to watch Season 2 of Light and Magic. Where are my fellow Star Wars publishing fans at?
Yes, let's get a little publishing news out here,
All right,
please.
I can get louder than that. Come on. You know how I love to write a Star Wars book. I love to read a Star Wars book. Where are you at? All right, from the prequel trilogy to the sequel trilogy and beyond, there's a Star Wars book to expand on the lore that you love.
Let's jump into Lucasfilm Publishing. Stories from galaxies far, far away. Panels to find out more about latest book news, including the grand finale of the High Republic for Light and Life.
Also, it's getting into the grand finale now. I'm actually surprised they're wrapping it up.
Maggie, love it!
Okay, so they are doing
Hello, Japan. How are we doing?
publishing stuff.
Welcome to the Lucasfilm Publishing Stories from a Galaxy Far, Far Away panel. We are here to talk about books and comics from a galaxy far, far away. And we can't do it without an incredible group of panelists. And for the very first time on a Lucasfilm panel, we have not one, but 2 doctors who will be joining me on this stage.
What?
So without further delay, allow me to introduce our all-star panelists. First up, oh, there we go.
Oh
We have
my
Adam
God.
Christopher.
What is up with the professionalism here? What is this, a teleprompter that she doesn't know how to use?
Mark Guggenheim.
Does she not know
Dr. Lydia Kang.
who she's interviewing?
Dr. Chris Kimshall. Ethan Sachs. Phil Sostak. Alyssa Wong.
I really don't feel like I know
And
any of these
last but
people. Is there
certainly not
something
least,
wrong
we
with
have
me?
CB Sobolski.
Do you guys know these people?
Excellent, excellent.
I don't recognize a
Thank you
single
all so
person
much
on this
for
panel,
joining
except for
us.
maybe
This
that
is
guy.
Awesome. So to start things off, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith this year, and publishing is celebrating that special
Yo,
occasion
the
with
obvious
an annotated
teleprompter
edition
thing
of
is
the
killing me.
original novel from Random House Worlds. So because of this anniversary, please let me know, each of you esteemed panelists, what one of your favorite memories is from
Yeah, this
Revenge
looks
of
really
the
good.
Sith,
I
whether
actually
it
do
be
want
when you
to.
first saw
I
it
do want
or
to buy
something
this,
that kind of
like
still
$60.
lingers with you today. You want to start?
Yeah, I think I
Oh my
remember,
God, Gus.
seeing the
Jesus.
movie. There's one scene that sticks out, and it probably sticks out for everybody, which is that, have you heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? But it's the bit
Plagueis?
where Palpatine, they have this conversation with Anakin, and then
Plagueis.
Anakin's like, these secrets, like, how can I learn these secrets? And Palpatine says, not from a Jedi.
Yeah,
And it's
I
just
remember.
the way that he does that. This is the moment where he realizes that he's got Anakin and his master plan is kind of being fulfilled. And for 20 years, that's just stuck in my mind.
Love that. I love that. Tessa, do you want to go next?
Was it Pablo
Revenge of the
Hidalgo?
Sith came out when I had just finished graduate school, and so I barely even knew what movies were and hadn't done anything fun in a really long time. But my family is a huge Star Wars family, and it's always been something we've done together. And so I really remember that my parents threw a party, and we had a whole bunch of people and went to go see the movie together. And it just reminded me that, things can be fun. Not everything is graduate school. So I'll always appreciate that.
I love that. Do you want to go back here with Chris next?
I think similar to Tessa, I finished university.
Did this start
the
late,
year
I
that
wonder?
Revenge of the Sith came out, so I think I handed in my final essays and then went to the cinema for a midnight showing.
Are we behind?
And
No,
similar
we're
to Adam,
live.
kind of an ongoing love/hatred of Palpatine. But I remember almost getting vertigo in the cinema in that opening battle sequence as the Jedi fighters go down and down and down and down and down, and thinking that it was the most astonishing kind of fight scene on screen since Return of the Jedi, which is a film that I absolutely adore anyway.
I love that. Next up is Ethan.
So I'm old
I
enough
love
that I saw
that.
the original Star Wars as a 4-year-old in New York City in 1977, and I was so obsessed, and my father was obsessed with me. He read something in Rolling Stone magazine in the summer of 1977 that was, that basically Obi-Wan threw Darth Vader into a volcano, and I was 4 years old, and that image, it was something Lucas just threw out there in an interview.
It was like the talk of all the schoolyards. Like all the kids were like, knew that story already.
So I waited all those years to actually see it, and the amazing thing was, it was as epic as my 4-year-old brain would have been able to handle without spontaneously combusting. And I was older than 4 at the time.
I love that. Now, who can top that with a memory?
I love that.
Not me. I was in.
That is not
2005,
Pablo.
Still 3 years out from.
I thought that
starting,
was him.
but believe
My
it or not,
bad.
Yeah, it was that long ago that I started with the company 17 years ago. But
yeah, I haven't kept up with the books either.
Previous job prior to Lucasfilm.
Was hoping they would have
a
something
little
interesting. This
ADM
is kind of
studio in
dull so
San
far.
Francisco, but yeah, I loved the film. And the scene that really sticks out in my memory, and as I was reflecting on this anniversary, the Padme's ruminations sequence is just amazing and gorgeous. And such
This was
a
supposed
beautiful
to
scene for
start
cinema. Yeah, I think one of George's finest moments as
at
a director.
2 p.m. their time. It is seemingly started at 2:30, and it was supposed to end at 3 p.m. their time, and it might end up ending at 3:30. So this might be an hour long. Hopefully, it's only 30
I was
minutes.
gonna talk about lightsaber
'Cause
battles, but listening
it's
now,
scheduled to
I think what
only
really sticks
last
out
until the
is
end of this
he was
next
like,
hour.
You can die of heartbreak, and I think that
But in an hour, we're getting the
imprinted on my young mind and has informed
animation
everything
panel
else
finally
about like my writing ever since.
with Dave Filoni.
I love that, Alyssa. I feel like we all like that stuck with us. The broken heart syndrome. Ugh. Mark?
So I did something weird for Revenge of the Sith. I grew up, with the original Star Wars trilogy, and
I wonder what has been going
when I
on with
first saw Star
Pablo. I haven't
Wars,
seen him in a
see any
while. It's
trailer
a,
ahead of,
it's
Star
a
Wars,
curious theory.
and thinking that Revenge of the Sith would be the very last Star Wars movie of my life. That didn't turn out to be the case. But I thought that was going to be the last one. So I avoided all trailers so I could go in totally, cold. It took so much self-control, and I'm not renowned for my self-control, but I did it, and I think it actually made the experience of seeing the movie even more amazing and profound.
I admire the self-control of not watching the trailers. Lydia?
I think for me, it was probably the actual physical transformation of Anakin to Darth Vader, which you really see at the end of the movie, but it was so horrific, but it was also really fascinating because you wonder your whole life after watching these movies. For me, mine was, I was 6 years old when I saw the first Star Wars. And so finally being able to see that transformation as kind of awful, but fascinating and awful, I said awful twice, but it's pretty awful, was the thing that was the most memorable for me. And I still think about it.
CB?
From a story standpoint, for me, what's always sticks out is the brutalism. George didn't pull any punches on this one. Star Wars is a kid's franchise. No, it's not. It never has been. I think this movie proved it in spades. And then the thing that always sticks out as another memory personally is that I was working at Marvel at the time, and a bunch of us went to see it. And when those doors opened, people at Marvel still joke that they've never seen a human being run so fast for a seat when I took off and sprinted up the stairs at the theater. And I did pick the right seat, though, because seated right behind me were the three Beastie Boys when we saw it on opening night. So that will be a memory that I always cherish.
I love that. Talking about memories, there is another anniversary this year, which is The Force Awakens. Does anyone have any? Yes! Can you believe it's been 10 years already? It breaks my mind to think about that. Does anybody have any The Force Awakens memories they would like to share?
It's I think The Force Awakens is the movie that I've seen the most times in the movies. Oh, wow. Probably tied with The Phantom Menace for some reason.
Yeah, because those were the big ones that came back. That's why.
17 times. Wow. And then in 1999, I saw The Phantom Menace about 16 or 17 times. I don't know why I saw it 17 times, but I love the movie and I love the sequel trilogy. And it's the happy memory I have that Star Wars was back. Will be with me forever.
I love that. I love that. Anyone else?
I think because, and anybody out there who is also from the UK, we got it first. We got to watch The Force Awakens first. And similar to the reaction that everybody did a minute ago when everybody cheered, the place went nuts at midnight. It was the most joyous film experience that I've ever had because this was never supposed
It didn't
to
go
happen.
crazy at my theater, but we definitely had a good time. It was very good seeing The Force Awakens premiere.
Far, far away, and it was fantastic. It was the best night.
Anyone else? No? Yes?
I have.
Is this in a publishing panel? Are we going to talk about anything relevant to the publishing?
Covered movies, and one of the last big movies that I covered for my time at the New York Daily News was The Force Awakens, and I got to meet Carrie Fisher. And I was interviewing her at a table in the Hotel Carlisle in New York, where there were two chairs, and it was Carrie and Gary Fisher, the dog, and then I was seated on this basically footstool. But that was the movie that I basically got to tell her how much the first Star Wars meant to me, and so I will always associate that with her.
I love that. That's a beautiful memory. Yep. Do you have one?
There's no news.
Force Awakens, I think for me was, you know how there's a movie where you're oh, this is my Star Wars, and it's your whole brain just lights up. I think that's what Force Awakens was for me. I want to say it was a couple years out of college, I think, and the whole time I've been like, I always think of different eras of Star Wars as like, oh, this is a Star Wars like my parents love and they shared it with me, and this is a Star Wars I saw as a kid, and it like made me want to be a pod racer, and then I was like, oh, this is a Star Wars that makes me believe that I could live here, you know? This is a place where I could be, and another way to open up the galaxy for everybody. It's special.
I love that. That might be a beautiful. Anybody else have any memories before I? Oh, yes.
So when The Force Awakens came out, I had been working for the company for 7 years at that point, and it was the first evidence of it was the first project I worked on that actually came to fruition and came out, and the day that the film was released was also the day my first book was released. So it's a very important, special film for me. Yeah.
I love that. And going off the idea of Star Wars being generational, we are celebrating another anniversary this year, the 50th anniversary of ILM. So we will be celebrating with a retrospective of those first 50 years. And this is the Industrial Light and Magic, 50 years of innovation from Abrams, which will include insights about ILM's history and some of their most iconic and
Yeah, that seems
groundbreaking
kind of
work.
cool, but
So
I don't
be
know
on
if
the
I'd
lookout
buy
for
it.
that this November. And if that's not enough, the brilliant folks over at Abrams will also be releasing a retrospective on the art of Doug Chiang. This special
like I said,
two-volume
I'm not really
collection
into the
details
art stuff.
truly amazing art of one of the most iconic Star Wars concept artists of all time. So be sure to check this out and also go to Doug's panel today for more about this. Okay, now let's talk about one of my favorite topics, which is the High Republic.
All right, yeah, let's talk a little bit about how they're ending
We
this.
have a little sizzle reel to kick us off here. Let's see.
With the High Republic, we want to tell a story of the Jedi at their height. We want to tell a story about what scares the Jedi. Now, we come to the grand conclusion that pits the brave and wise Jedi Knights against Nihil Marauders and the Nameless. It is a story about good versus evil, about overcoming fear, about light.
Can't believe it's coming to an end. End of an
We
era.
couldn't be more thrilled with what the High Republic and this era inside of Star Wars is all about.
As a publishing initiative, the High Republic tried to honor what George Lucas created, but also add to it.
And it did add something.
We
It
told these
wasn't the
stories in
greatest,
books
but it
and
wasn't
comics,
awful.
magazines and manga, and the High Republic soon expanded beyond the printed page, inspiring and informing VR, games, animation, live action. We're honored to deliver an exciting, meaningful, and satisfying conclusion with Phase 3. Thank you to everyone involved, but most of all, thank you to the fans for coming with us on this epic journey. Indeed, we are all the Republic.
This is the way for light and life. Alright, that was a trailer, sure.
Wow, that was an epic.
I want some
epic
Sith
sizzle
stuff,
reel.
bro. Give me some
so
Sith.
getting into the High Republic, Tessa, Lydia, Alyssa, the three of you have been writing these novels and comics and serialized fiction for this era. What has that experience been like for the three of you? Who wants to start?
Yeah, don't everybody speak at once.
I'll start. It's been just life-changing, honestly. We all came in during Phase 2. We had some very large shoes to fill and to stand next to these incredible creators. And the fans have been amazing and so welcoming. I think that's maybe one of the best things about writing for the High Republic. You guys are awesome. But being able to create in this world, in this era, has been just so much fun, honestly. We really had a lot of freedom to write the stories that we wanted that really meant a lot to us.
I love that.
Yeah, I got into writing novels so that I could sit alone at my
Mm.
desk and not talk to anyone. And that is the opposite of how it is to work on the High Republic, because it's such a big collaboration, and it's been so fulfilling and challenging to learn how to collaborate not just with one person or an editor, but with, I think there's 12 writers doing the main novels, plus multiple editors, plus story group, plus all this stuff. And it's just been really wonderful and life-changing, like you said, So I can't really imagine ever finding something like this again.
Third vote for life changing. Oh my God.
Mm.
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been so special. I think it's really cool to work on a project that feels as alive as it does, and to get to build something brand new in a world that you love and kind of get to
Yeah,
experience it first when you're
the
making
rock
it, and then get to
thing, being
experience it as
alive
you
and
get to see
sentient and all that
fans
stuff.
react
It's
read and connect
it's like a
with each other and
level of
build
like
community around that.
ridiculously and
That is
unseriousness where it's like this is like just corny. Like some of the
Republic
High
is
Republic
so
stuff
special, and to
and a
keep
lot of
up
these new books that
reactions,
they've done with the new
here
canon,
is a
they're really
cover
just
up here
corny.
for the
Like
Battle of Eriadu. What can you tell us about the Battle of
I see, I
Eriadu?
feel like you just wouldn't really
Oh my
see this
God. So
stuff
first
with
off,
the old
Jake
Lucasfilm
Bartok, who
publishing.
this cover is
With the
here
expanded
somewhere.
universe and
Oh, there we
everything
are,
like that.
Jake.
It's just
You're
it was
great.
definitely a different tone. It was like a little bit more serious.
Yeah, so we are opening on the last moments of this phase. This is a story that began with two characters who are best friends who find themselves on opposite sides of a war. A young Jedi for whom compassion is his greatest weapon and also his greatest
Not really
weakness.
selling me on this kid.
And a young Nile girl who has sacrificed everything for her revenge against the Nile. So we have these two best friends on opposite sides of a war who are pitted against each other, and this story began in Escape from Valo, our very first middle grade book of Phase 3, and thank you. It's been really cool. We've been building threads of this story.
Yeah,
and their
there's nothing
journey
like the Old
together,
Republic and
throughout
Darth
books,
Bane
throughout
and all that
comics,
stuff. There's just a
and
grit
we're
to
finally
them,
reaching
and a
our
scale to them, and
explosive
a
conclusion.
deepness to the
So this is a story
philosophy of
about
everything that you just
how
don't
far
get in
you're
any of
willing
this
to
new stuff.
go to get what you
This is
want.
like surface level
What
stuff.
does it cost you when all you want is to save somebody? And in the end, how much is compassion worth? And yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for this. I know you can tell this because I'm really stoked. But
okay.
this is a very special story to me. So I hope you enjoy it.
I think we have. I think we have an
That's funny.
interior reveal as well. Yes, there it is.
Yeah.
It looks like it may be cut off a little bit, but it is up
No, it's
there.
like a manga.
Oh no! Well, I think Elisa
No, it's a comic
Romanelli,
book.
who did the art, is incredible. I've been a huge fan of her art for years, and so getting to work with her on this is so special.
Excellent. All right, next up, Lydia. Oh, yes. There we go. Lydia, what can you tell us about what's happening between Joss and Pika in Eriadu?
Well, Joss and Pika.
I don't really have an interest in any of this.
And it's not a really.
But no,
great
the
thing
Darth
to
Bane
be
trilogy is not
putting a
canon.
child in the occlusion zone,
In the current canon,
So they have made
he
it to Eriadu,
is
but
the
it
Sith Lord
not
that found the role
safe
too
still, and so there's just a lot
at
of
the
tension
end
about, is
of
everything
like the Sith
okay? Are they gonna be
Wars and
safe?
everything.
And there are a bunch of other characters who've been along for the ride.
That's really it.
El Pingsu, Visma Tarko, Gal Tarfin.
I don't even think it's confirmed that his apprentice was Darth Zana, honestly.
And so
Everything's
things
just
are gonna get
changed.
pretty explosive by the end of the story. It's been really fun writing for Star Wars Insider magazine. Serialized fiction.
I think
is
Star Wars
really
Insider is
hard
actually
to
kind of cool.
do. It's
I wonder,
actually
is that a
easier for
monthly
me to
thing? I don't think I've ever
write,
had
like,
it.
a 400-page novel
I should
than
sign up for
to
that.
write
Why
these
am I
short
not
stories.
signed up
It's
for
been
that?
challenging,
What's
but
wrong
so
with me?
much fun. So I hope you guys
Let me
stick
look
with
that
it
up.
and enjoy these last bits here. Yeah.
Star Wars Insider.
And your story ties into the events of the final novel, Trials of the Jedi. We've already seen the front cover for that book, but let's look at the back of it. So here's both sides of it. Beautiful art by
Dude, this one
Grant
actually looks
Griffin,
kinda cool.
as always. And as we can see, these are our Luminous 9 who traveled to Planet X to stop the Nameless. Let's get another look at them. Here are our Luminous 9, featured in concept art by Minji Yoon. We have Aslan Rel, Bel Zettifar, Rith Silas, Torben Buck, Avar Chris, Elzar Mann, yes, Buryaga, Ty Yorick, and Tarek. All right, Tessa, Lydia, Alyssa, please give us one word each for what fans should expect from the big finale.
Intense.
Epic.
These are all just such vague words.
I like that. Very good. All right. Next up right here, CB, Marvel is also in on the action. So can you shed a little light on Fear of the Jedi?
Sure, but first, if you don't mind, as I believe this is being live streamed, I just want to give a big shout out to Michael Seglain, who you saw on the screen up here. Mike was the architect of the High Republic. He's been a champion.
Welcome back,
for all of
guys, who
us
are coming
straight
back.
through, and we would not be here.
You haven't
without
missed
Michael.
much,
So,
honestly.
if you're watching at home, Mike, thanks for everything.
We're just back. Sorry.
And then, yeah, so the High Republic, like just
Oh my
like
God,
the,
sorry.
the novels are wrapping
Like,
up, the
all the
comic
smoke
series
was
are wrapping
getting
up
to me.
too. This is where we have to walk that tightrope because
Not much
what's
has
a
been
spoiler
going
and
on
what's
lately.
not. We don't
It's
wanna
really
say
just
too
been
much, but
this High Republic
Cap
stuff,
Scott's been with us,
Light and Magic, about like behind the scenes stuff. You still have the Mandalorian Grogu, May 22nd, 2026. Trailers kind of online, like leaked, but not like officially uploaded. Star Wars Starfighter by Sean Levy, starring Ryan Gosling, May 28th of 2027. So May is now the new release month for Star Wars films going forward.
Very good tease. I like that.
We are waiting for the Star Wars animation panel. That's going to be in about 30 odd minutes from now. So we're in the home stretch, boys. We're almost there.
Now we are going to stick
Get back
with
to
this
some
era as we
good old High Republic. Let's get
with
high.
the titles based
I'm
on
getting
the
high
Acolyte,
while we
which
watch the
will be
fucking High
releasing
Republic.
very soon.
Oh yeah, don't you miss the Acolyte? Yeah, you love this, right? Yeah.
In the pages of Marvel's The
It's
High
awful.
Republic comic, and Vernestra can be found in the pages of Wayseeker.
It's just so
from
sad how,
Random
like,
House
that
Worlds. And we should
show
note that all of these stories
takes
are
away
a
any
step back
excitement
to
from
before
these three
the events
projects
of the
right here.
Acolyte, which for the young adult book is a necessary thing, given what happens to Jecki and Yord. Too soon?
Yeah,
I
I will
figured
be
I'd get a few
doing.
groans for
I'll
that one.
try to be doing
Tessa,
uploads
what can you tell us about
for
Crystal
everything.
Crown?
I hope it's
Like
not
I'll try
too
to do
soon to make
uploads
jokes
on
like that
all the big
because
stuff, and then tomorrow
there are a
night
lot
I'll
of them in
do
the
this
book
again.
as part of
I'll
my
try to
own
do
therapy.
the streams for everything as it happens, and then upload the following day. So I'm back on the daily upload schedule. I'll be working hard this weekend. So thank you for tuning in, man. Get some good sleep. We'll see you tomorrow night, and we'll do this again. It's been a good night. If you guys are still here, leave a like. You know, keep us going. We're almost there. This has been pretty fun, honestly. I haven't done this in many years. It's been really fun doing this. I just wish the stream was a little better with the panels, man. Some of these panels are weak this year, bro.
Very wrong, of course, because it's a
Like,
Star Wars
this one is
novel. And they have to learn
lacking.
how to
Some of
work
these books that they've been
together
announcing,
and
it's not
save
like it was when they
themselves and their
announced
new
the High
friends,
Republic
even
initially.
if
When they announced
maybe
it
one of their
initially
new
back in the
friends
day,
is behind it
when
all.
I say back in the day, it's like 4 years ago, 5 years ago
Great
now.
tease and more than I was
It's pretty cool. It
expecting.
was a
I'm
cool
so
concept,
excited.
but now
So
that we've
staying with
had it for a
the
couple years
Acolyte,
now,
let's
it's like,
take a
oh
look at the
man.
visual guide.
All right,
Can I ask
good
one
night,
question?
brother.
Keep going back a slide.
Yes,
Any Kelnaka fans out there? Yeah, all right, I thought so. Just wanted to point
Why are
out
you a
too
Cal
that
Naka
in the,
fan? Is it just
the
because he's a
High Republic,
Wookiee and a
the
Jedi?
finale,
Like
the
really,
Beacon,
what
the
did he do
one-shot
in the
that is
Acolyte that
coming,
made you a
in
fan?
July,
Huh?
as you pointed out. Not only
I
will
can't be
Kelnaka
aesthetic. I
making
can't be
appearance,
mean.
but
Some of
it's
these
the
people are
first time,
just
too, where characters you
they're
have
people
not seen
too.
in the Marvel comics and maybe other comics and other medium will also be making
Mm.
cameos in it. It's called the finale for a reason, and fans of the High Republic who have been with us from the beginning will not be disappointed. So.
Oh, I love that. You heard it here first.
I think they have to
Right,
show the
so
Sith
let me
from the High
click back
Republic
over.
before
Yes,
Plagueis.
The Acolyte visual guide. Here are some new spreads. There we
Oh,
go.
yeah.
From
No,
the
Pablo
Acolyte
Hidalgo
visual
is
guide,
not
written by
fired.
Lucasfilm's own
Just-
Pablo Hidalgo. And also,
Just mentioned him.
yes, look at those. Aren't they epic?
Yeah, no.
All right, and
He-
also
he's not
just
going anywhere
revealed
for.
is the cover of the Acolyte, art of the Acolyte, written by Lucasfilm's brilliant Kristen Baver.
That's her name, Kristen Baver. I was calling her
Who all
Baker
has seen her over on
all
the
night.
Celebration live stage?
None of you
today?
guys
She's
knew her
killing
name
it.
either, I guess.
know. All right, and here are some stunning interior pages focused on the Stranger.
And that cover was by the
Huh.
production designer from The Acolyte, Kevin Jenkins. So it's
Oh,
yeah,
very
I mean,
nice.
He was a cover illustrator before he was a production
All right,
designer.
that looks kind of cool.
Oh, very nice. I love that. So make sure you check this book out. Speaking of art books and Phil, you are the Jedi Master of the art of art ofs. So what's the process like for you diving behind the scenes and finding the right art to use?
I could use up all the time left in this panel going into the process. I mean, it is a multifaceted process. And yeah, I mean, it's such an amazing privilege to get the access that I do get, diving into the database for each one of these shows or films and just pouring through literally tens of
I
thousands.
think they're scared of the High Republic era, or not the High Republic, the Old Republic era, because it's so coveted, and there's so much you could do that they're scared to commit to anything. If you make a show that's a season or too long and it like covers the biggest part of the Old Republic,
which is how
you could ruin the rest of the Old Republic. So I do think you need to have a very strong multi-medium approach. I think you need to spend 10 years on the Old Republic. That's what I would do if I was in charge. Old Republic would be my New Testament.
Right out of the gate, it could be. I mean, for Kylo Ren alone, it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds until they finally landed on what they landed on, which is a brilliant concept by the costume department. So yeah.
Very nice. Now, can you let folks know what else you've been working on here recently?
I am very happy to reveal that for the past year and a half, I've secretly been working on The Art of Andor. And it covers
Okay,
both
very
seasons
cool. Very, very cool.
with an introduction by Tony Gilroy himself. And I spoke with executive producer and star Diego Luna as well for
Nice.
the book. So yeah, I'm very, very happy to finally reveal this secret project that I've been working on for so long.
So excited about this
Okay, yeah,
one.
no, I think I would buy
All right,
that.
let's move further down the line and talk about some other things that we have coming up. Yes.
All right, this looks
your
interesting too.
time. Adam, it was just revealed that you will be writing a Darth Vader novel titled Master of Evil. Tell us what this one's all about and maybe tease the timeline.
Yeah, let me just.
It's so funny, the background they use for this is the same background everybody uses. The starry background for Star Wars. I noticed by the 3 black dots on the left. And the one on the right.
So the thing about Darth Vader is that he's such a fascinating character.
Multi-billion-dollar company. I'm just saying that some of the stuff, tried and true, we all know it
Between
works.
Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, that's when he develops as this kind of new person. You know, Anakin Skywalker is basically dead. Vader rises. This book is, I can tell people things, can't I? Yeah. This book is like, it's set very close to the end of Revenge of the Sith. There's a very interesting period in his timeline where nobody really knows who Vader is. You know, the Republic falls, the Empire rises, Palpatine is the Emperor, and this guy shows up, looking not quite as bad as that, but like, and all the new Imperial officers are like, who is this guy? He's like the Emperor's enforcer. No one knows what his rank is, no one knows what his position is, but he's clearly got authority.
Yeah, no, I'm actually pretty interested
To
in
speak of
this.
the timeline a bit, like this period is covered very well in Charles Soule's Marvel Vader comic, which is incredible. And one of the interesting things about his comic is that it picks up from the end of Revenge of the Sith, like it's continuous. The scene continues, Vader is created, and it just goes on. And there's a lot of storytelling across like 50-something issues where it's continuous storytelling, except there are gaps in the comics. And in fact, there's a particular...
Oh, this is the one you're talking about. Yeah, no, this one actually looks really, really good.
Or Marvel knows about, and I'm not going to reveal what it is, but like this is like, when I discovered it, I could not believe my luck. Because literally in the comic, it sets the book up. And it's like, we do this thing. And then the comic continues like nothing's happened, but like Master of Evil. So it's Vader going on a journey. You know, Palpatine made a lot of promises to him, to Anakin, about what being a part of the dark side and being a Sith means and what abilities.
Yes, I want to learn about all that.
Power the dark side
Please.
has. And you know, Vader's like, what were you going to tell me? I think I should probably stop.
Okay, yes. All right, you got me sold.
I do have a
I want to
follow-up
read it.
question for you, which is you've written villains before, but how did you approach writing the Dark Lord of the Sith?
I've always found kind of the dark
All
side.
right, the animation panel is going to be in 30 minutes, guys. 30 minutes.
The Star Wars toys,
I'll be back.
I always played with the Imperials because they had the best like costumes and uniforms and toys and starships. The Rebels were kind of like, they're kind of bland, you know. Although having said that, my last book, Shadow of the Sith, was a Luke Skywalker book. So I've done Luke Skywalker and I'm doing Darth Vader. I just find it kind of fascinating, the kind of the mentality of evil, or the kind of antagonistic qualities of someone like Vader. And Vader is so important, and he's also in a way he's so mysterious. And he's a mystery in the book. He's a mystery to everybody. But yeah, I it sounds bad if I say I have an affinity for the dark side.
I feel like a few of us
That's
do.
like not
It's
what I
okay.
should say. Yeah. But
Dark
yeah.
side has cookies. Remember that?
Yeah. But like, yeah, and writing Vader is like, what a privilege. I mean, this is the Star Wars book that you've been waiting for. It's been 10 years since there's really been a last Vader novel, which was Lords of the Sith, and it's the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith. So it's like, yeah, this book's out in November, and it's a rollickingly dark book.
I like that, rollicking dark.
So Adam, if I can read into what you were saying a little bit, that if this comes out in November, that means that the fans here have 6 months to read every single Marvel comic from Charles Soule and Darth Vader before they get to this.
Yes. I have spreadsheets upon spreadsheets upon spreadsheets of Vader's timeline, every scene and every panel in some of the comics, to make sure that this worked. Because I know a lot of people are like, but Darth Vader's been covered in the comics. Like, we've heard this before. It's like, you have not heard this before. And I can't wait to tell Charles what I've done.
Gosh, I cannot wait to read it. And you gave me a perfect segue there in talking about the Empire. Chris, you wrote an in-world novel titled The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire, which is pretty intense. I recently just reread this, and it's a lot. What was that process like for you?
Yeah, I think intense is probably a really good word for it. It was interesting the extent to which everybody got into it. I mean, there's a slight element of me saying, you know, I've got this great idea for a book about the Galactic Empire. Is a little bit like being the guy who on the plane who stands up and goes, "Don't worry, I can land this thing." And you know, Lucasfilm would have been in their rights to have gone, "Can you really?" But the more that we talked about how this might work and then started kind of looking at what we know about the Empire, which actually is, in its own weird way, not that much. So much of the Empire is kind of implied to us through the films or through the comics or through, you know, shows like Rebels and the like. So to start unpicking the bits that we know to go, well, if this is the end result, what must have been the process to get to this point? What must be the kind of underlying social or cultural or economic foundations of the Empire to make this awful thing that we now see on screen? So, I mean, that was a ton of fun. It got pretty dark at points. You know, occasionally I'd send stuff into Lucasfilm. I'd be like, they're never going to go for it. There's no way that this is going to make it into the book. And oh, no, actually, they seem to be fine with it. Wow. I'm going to have to redraw the lines to try and find where the stopping point is. But yeah, I think the fact that everybody kind of just bought into the concept when we were writing it and then kind of hopefully bought into the concept when we released it.
Did it feel a little too realistic?
As a historian, writing a book about the Galactic Empire, did anything in there feel realistic? I mean, maybe a few bits. What I think actually felt the most realistic, and the thing that we really wanted to channel, is that a lot of people kind of start thinking, oh, are you drawing on this event? Are you drawing on that event? And what we wanted to draw on was the feeling of looking back on these things and what it feels like to feel this kind of despair and this horror and to not really know what it is you're supposed to do about it, and transmit that feeling of kind of real-world concern that kind of existed as I was writing the book and kind of in the back of my mind, and trying to kind of channel it into Beaumont Kin and then kind of transmit it out to the people. So I think that's the most realistic thing in the book, the kind of the feeling of looking at something awful and going, I don't know how to process this.
From historian to historian, I can say you captured that feeling very well. Might you be working on anything else? Anything you're researching right now?
Well, having finished Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire, me and Beaumont Kin decided we needed to take a long break. And Beaumont Kin probably needs a lot longer. But he's not the only person in the Star Wars universe that you can talk to. And you know, he introduced me to a lot of interesting people, and one of whom I've been speaking to quite a lot. And in fact, I got a message from them on my phone earlier. It says "Red 2 standing by." Whatever that means, we'll find out in due course, I imagine.
Excellent. That is a fantastic tease. I think there's probably a few people in the audience that are really excited by that tease too. Yes, exactly. Next up, let's go. Ethan, let's talk comics.
Yeah.
You have a brand new Poe Dameron series that hits stands in about, what, 2 weeks?
About 2 weeks, yes.
Tell us all about Codebreaker.
And there's Mike Siglane's not here to stop me, so I really can tell all about. No, it's a fun romp. It's an all ages book, which means I'm much less likely to kill off characters than say bounty hunters. This is set just before The Force Awakens, so Poe Dameron probably will survive. But anyway, it's basically a tale of BB-8 and their human sidekick having to go on a secret mission to take care of a First Order weapon. And without revealing too much about it, it is not at all what they thought.
All right,
they were
I'm
getting
back.
into.
Sorry.
Cue the screaming, the blaster fire,
20 minutes
all of that.
until
Nice, and I think we have something we can
the
review.
animation
Sorry,
panel
yes, here we
starts.
go.
We're almost done
Some
with this.
interior art. How did you go about writing Poe Dameron?
Well, first of all, I just want to shout out. It's just an
Okay,
amazing
yeah, no,
art
the art
team,
actually looks
and
really
I'm
good
gonna
for this
botch
one.
The names, and you'll see why in a second. So Mark
This is like the
Yarza
old
is
school Star Wars stuff
penciler,
that, like, I would wanna
Jose
read.
Marzen Jr. is the inker, and I was worried for days as to I would get. They were just too similar, and I was going to botch it, but I made it. And anyway, Nicola Rigi is the colorist. Just an amazing art team. Yeah, so I love those kind of characters. I love the scoundrels and the kind of characters that you really wonder how they survive from panel 1 to panel 6 on any given page. He's literally flying by the seat of his pants through life. So I always gravitate to that.
I love it. All right, next up we have, yes. Let's take a look at the covers for the rest of the series.
Diego Gallindo, just amazing.
Oh my God.
Amazing art. And
Look at those.
The one that's, well, I don't know. See,
Those are amazing. Holy shit, yo. These are actually very, very,
they asked me, like,
very
well,
well
what would
done.
you like to do for that cover? And I suggested that, and it was so much better than my little stick
Wow.
figure sketch that
I'm
I sent
like,
in. And I just,
honestly shocked.
really love
That
one
looks
especially.
so good.
It's very cool. And then you also have a very special comic out at the show right now. What is Star Wars Beyond Victory?
Yeah, so first of all,
Yeah, that's the one
you
I'm
have a
not really
chance,
interested in.
this weekend to go to the MetaQuest ILM booth. You can actually get your own free copy. And I don't know if I'm officially supposed to say this yet, but Steve Cummings, who is an artist on the book. Are you here, Steve, somewhere in this audience? No, okay, well, he's somewhere in this building. But at least one of the artists, if not two, will be with me doing a signing on Sunday afternoon. We're just pinning down the time. So please stay tuned to social media for that. But Beyond Victory is an amazing mixed reality immersion game experience. Totally botching this. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced before, so you can kind of see why I'm struggling to describe it. The character that's on the cover is Vola Bolas. They're a pod racer. You'll fall in love with them as I did. It's a lot of pod racing, a lot of criminal intrigue, and a dollop of heart. It's it's a fun story, and I cannot wait till you experience that experience.
I'm excited for that experience too. All right, next up, staying on comics. CB, can you give us an update on the flagship Star Wars title?
Sure. So last year, at the end of the year, we launched The Battle of Jakku by Alex Segura, which sets up this new Star Wars series. And now Marvel's been publishing Star Wars comics for the last 10 years. It's our 10-year anniversary of coming back to publishing with Lucasfilm, and we're very proud of everything that we've done. And so originally we started with the time period between New Hope and Empire. Then we switched to between the time period between Empire and Jedi. Now we're moving farther into the future. You see the familiar cast of characters here who are all still around.
I haven't caught up with these in a
Luke,
very
Leia,
long time.
Han, R2, 3PO are going to be there, but it also incorporates a lot of the Marvel characters that you've seen come up in the comics. And it's really going to be a blast. Phil Noto, who I don't know if everyone here is huge Phil Noto fans. Just amazing, so associated with the Star Wars brand and the look and feel of the setting up the Marvel Comics universe for Lucasfilm. He's going to be drawing it, and there's just so much fun that we're waiting to happen. It launches this May, actually, as just like you would. A movie comes out every May. This new series, the flagship series from Marvel Star Wars, is coming out this May as well.
And what is going on with the legacy
Look
of
at that.
Vader?
That's good too.
Vader. Back to our friend Charles Soule. We had to figure out how we were going to tell Vader stories in this time period as well. And there was no better way to do that than to do it, with his grandson, with Kylo, looking back at the legacy of Vader. So this is a book that kind of walks that fine line between the present, the Star Wars present, and the Star Wars past, as Kylo goes on a journey to find out just who Darth Vader was and what made Darth Vader tick. What were the decisions that he made that put him on the path that he is, and should Kylo follow?
Okay, we do kind of have some breaking news again. This is about Kathleen Kennedy actually being, at Lucasfilm and everything. I don't know if they're doing like a press room or something. Normally, after these big panels like Mando and Grogu, some members of the press do interview these bigger people like Kathleen Kennedy. And according to Screen Rant, Screen Rant is in attendance at Star Wars Celebration Japan 2025 with Kennedy exclusively commenting on the big rumors of the last few months. When asked about her future at Lucasfilm president, or future as Lucasfilm president, Kennedy gave an interesting answer. Reports have claimed that she's stepping down from Lucasfilm since February 2025, but the veteran producer has now addressed. She says, "I'm not retired. I'm not going anywhere." Screen Rant's own Ash Crossan followed up on the comment. To comment on the balance between internal discussion within the studio and what fans are told, with Kennedy insisting she always tells the fans the truth. And so she's saying it's just rumors. On their Twitter account, they say, exclusive Kathleen Kennedy, when asked about stepping down as president of Lucasfilm, "I'm not retiring. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere." Yo. Kathleen Kennedy says she's staying. If this is to be believed. I mean, this is mixed messaging. It's a little confusing. I don't want to say I don't want her to go, but right now it's not the best time to leave, in my opinion. Oh crap! Did I just screw up the fucking stream thing? God damn it! So sorry. Let me get it back.
Realize why it's really hard. But each
So yeah,
issue
Kathleen Kennedy's
basically
staying.
feels like its own mini Star Wars movie, and I'm throwing as many Jedi at you as possible.
And we have some images of some of those Jedi here. What is it like to write a
this
Jedi
looks good
team-up
too.
book?
It's so much fun.
This looks
in
really
large part
good.
because I'm trying to combine, like,
Curious what
we
the
call them
actual
the Jedi
story is.
All-Stars, Yoda and Mace Windu and Qui-Gon Jinn, and
15 minutes, my
Jedi
friends,
you know
until
and
the
love,
animation
but also
panel.
I want to introduce you to some.
We have made it. This
some
has been a really good
lesser-known
night. Thank you to
Jedi,
all
as
of you
well as,
who have been here
anytime
since
I
the start
work in Star
up to this
Wars,
point.
I
I
love
mean,
playing with the
I've
toys,
had a
but I
really
like
good time doing this. I
adding
keep saying
new
it
toys
because
to the toy box.
it's the truth.
So we've introduced a few
Kind
new
of cool
Jedi,
getting all
that
this
we'll get to
news
know
and everything
deeper
at the
as we
same
get into the
time, being
series.
able to cover
We
it.
also have some art here
this
for
is good.
issues 1, 2, and 3 with some variants, which kind of leads me to my next question,
Yeah,
which
see,
is,
this
which
looks like a
Jedi
cool
did you have the
little
most fun
comic
writing?
series. All right, I might tune in for this.
I love writing Qui-Gon. There's something about Liam Neeson's, performance in Phantom Menace that I've so internalized that voice, and writing him, because he's, I write him with a little sense of humor. He's like kind of like, by this point, seen it all, done it all, and he's got like a
I don't know if Qui-Gon Jinn's like the
I find
most
a lot of
comedic
fun.
kind of character. That's not how I would write him.
Excited for, because I love Qui-Gon. But are there any guest stars that we should be on the lookout for in the
Dude, she is not the best panel
Oh
moderator.
my God,
She's
so
one of
many
the
guest
worst I've
stars.
seen. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that to be
This is
facetious,
actually
but
the spread
the whole clicking
is
of the
from the first issue.
teleprompter, she's
it's basically
not really
Obi-Wan seeing
engaged.
the
She's just
future,
reading from
and
the notepad.
A lot of, because I wrote so far ahead of the
Not saying
amazing
I do better,
art
but
team of
I think your boy should get a shot.
Luis Guerrero, I was able to say, this is happening. We're going to meet this person. We're going to see that person.
Is that Dark Side
in
Yoda
terms
at the
of
bottom
guest
right?
stars, Kelleran Beck is in basically, it's probably my favorite issue thus far. It's all told through the eyes of a youngling as she's recruited into the Jedi Order, and Kelleran has some pretty has a very big role to play in her joining the Order. Jango Fett is coming back in issue 4. Also, issue 4 is like a little nod to my Han Solo and Chewbacca series. Phaedra, the blue-skinned alien mastermind, criminal mastermind, and Buck Vancto, basically marshal of the Benelux Marshal Service, comes back. We've got, who else? Yaddle with issue 5.
A lot of people like Yaddle.
There's a Tales of the Jedi
I'm chill with it.
animated episode that issue 5 ties directly into, and I can probably say without spoiling that Count Dooku plays a very big part of it. And if you guys have watched the Tales of the Jedi episode, you know that Yaddle and Count Dooku have a very specific destiny together, and this issue sort of teased that up.
You just made Matt Martin a very happy person.
I'm here to help, Matt.
The one thing about this series, if I could just add real quick, internally, jokingly, we call it Jedi Team Up.
Yes.
When you think of Jedi team-ups, you normally think of, the Master and the Padawan, because that's what we've seen in the movies, like Mark was saying. And, in the Clone Wars and whatnot, we really haven't seen the Jedi relationships when they get together. And that's what's been fascinating for me when the scripts come in and when the issues come out, is to seeing how you handle these characters where it's two mature Jedi having to go on these missions or dealing with things between them that they're not always comfortable with. And you do such a great job of establishing those relationships in great ways.
Thank you. It's so much fun. I'm having such a blast writing this book.
I cannot wait. And I've been calling this Jedi team up here. We have so many incredible books coming out soon. I want to know from each of you, which one are you the most excited about? Is it one that we've talked about here today? Something you maybe can't say you have coming out? Anything you're excited about? Anybody?
I'll buy Adam's book right now.
First pre-order, yep.
They should be prepared for some of these questions ahead of time. It's a little awkward.
Me too.
It's something like is it 150 new annotations by Matthew Stover in like a slipcase acetate front thing? It's going to be amazing. Revenge of the Sith being probably my favorite Star Wars movie.
All right, yep.
Being the greatest Star Wars
About 10 minutes till the animation panel. People are lining up right now.
That's going to be epic.
I can't wait for that one.
I'm really looking forward to Trials of the Jedi. Charles is such a brilliant writer, and this is like a climax that obviously has been years and years in the making. I really can't wait.
I am also really looking forward to Trials of the Jedi being out. I have already read it, so that's not lucky.
Oh, I'm jealous. Okay, backstage, I'm gonna pick your brain.
But even though I didn't write it, it's the culmination of the High Republic, of Project Luminous, and I feel kind of like I wrote parts of it. And I can't wait to hold it in my hand and have the whole collection, and be able to look back and this is something that we did and really worked hard on.
So Star Wars is a universe with so many amazing characters, be they human characters or alien characters, but in some ways, the ships are also characters, if we want to say that. And one of my favorite characters is the Millennium Falcon. And I can't spoil it, but Marvel has an amazing Millennium Falcon story that we're going to be telling come later this year.
I guess that'd be cool, Millennium Falcon story.
It's a little bit of I'm a secret tease,
Good
but
member
that's what I
berry.
wanted to do here. So if you're fans of Millennium Falcon, stay tuned later this year. Some great stuff coming from us.
I remember the Falcon.
I hope you brought some extra copies of the the Art of Andor book, at least for the panelists. No. No, but in all seriousness, I love those Arta books, and Andor has just been such a special. Andor and Rogue One, I consider them sort of a, part of a whole. It's just been such an amazing part of the puzzle that is the Star Wars story. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
And the book begins with the release of Rogue One and goes to the present day, so it covers that entire span of time.
Just gave me chills. Anything else that you guys are excited about? Yes?
I mean, I want to read all of your stuff. Oh my God. No, I was like, I'm gonna fight you for the first pre-order of Adam's book. I might be working on something that I can't talk about.
I don't think I'm gonna have any interest in whatever
It might touch on something.
these secret
maybe
ones are
some
talking about. The Vader one looks
that,
cool. The
perhaps some ones that
Jedi Knights
I've
one looked pretty cool.
maybe written before, but I'm very excited for it.
Legacy of
And if I say
Kylo Ren
anything
or
else,
Vader,
Mexican
whichever
is
one.
gonna
That
drop
one looks
from the
pretty cool.
ceiling And like suplex me.
I love that. Any last minute thoughts? Yes, yes, yes.
I am a huge Acolyte fan, so I cannot, cannot wait for Tessa's book. I'm so excited for it. But I've also heard a couple of little behind-the-scenes things about Master of Evil, so I cannot wait to read that.
I love how we're
So,
all
and
so
that cover
excited
is
for it.
just, oh my gosh, amazing. Can't wait.
Love it. Well, that kind of brings us to the end
All
of the
right.
panel. This
Star
was
Wars animation coming up
fantastic.
next.
You guys were all fantastic, and you all are so fantastic for showing up and showing your support for these books and these comics and these incredible authors. So let's put your hands together one more time for this incredible group of authors. Thank you all so much, and may the Force be with you.
All right. It is about to be time. We're gonna see the next Star Wars animated series. I wonder what it's gonna be. 7 minutes.
Over 25 years ago, our next guests worked together to help bring to life the first fully digital major character in a feature film, and we can't thank them enough for it. Let's welcome Rob Coleman and Ahmed Best to the stage.
And just to remind you guys who might have missed the news, Kathleen Kennedy did say to Screen Rant that she's not going anywhere, that she's not retired, and she's not going anywhere. So that's pretty big about the maybe potential future of Star Wars. It'd be surprising if she left with the way things are at the moment and everything coming. But let's see what Ahmed Best has got to say. Then we get into the animation panel, hopefully.
Love you too. Love you too. Ohio! Arigato gozaimasu!
Your Japanese is phenomenal.
Arigato gozaimasu. Hai, Nihongo skoshi.
そうなんですか?
Oh, see, I come in prepared. I get prepped.
素晴らしい. Welcome back to Star Wars Celebration. How's it been for you guys?
Really good. It's been really fun. It's been like, this is our first day here, and I'm still kind of jet lagged, so I'm either really here or I'm dreaming of the best dream I could possibly imagine.
It is quite dreamy. Is it your first time in Japan?
No. The last time I was here was after Revenge of the Sith. We shot in Australia, and then I just came up here and had like 2 weeks by myself in Japan. It's been a while.
Oh, wow. And Rob, is it your first time?
No, last time was 20 years ago promoting Revenge of the Sith. Lucasfilm sent me for all 3 prequels that I was Anim supervisor on.
Looking,
So
see if there's any news.
love it here. Love to be back. Thank you.
Well, we love having you. Thank you so much. 50 years of industrial light and magic. You both have a different history with ILM, but what is it like looking back at your work during such a massive, massive anniversary?
It's absolutely huge. You know, I was 13 years old when the first Star Wars came out, 1977. Then 1980, Empire, 81, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and I start seeing this company, Industrial Light and Magic. I grew up in Toronto, Canada, but I wanted to know, thank you, Canadians in the house, love it. And I never thought I would get to work for the company, but through a meandering path and having the right skills at the right time, I ended up at ILM in '93, animator number 9. They had just done Jurassic Park. And I thought, you know, wow, I'm at this place where all these people had inspired me, and then
Damn, I don't know if they're
here
gonna.
I am all those years later.
I don't know if they're gonna show it,
and
man.
I'm
It
the
starts in
creative
3
director
minutes.
for ILM in Sydney.
Getting a little
And,
nervous.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
I will be very disappointed if they don't show the animation panel. Like, that'll be like, dude, come on.
The time
Like, I'm
that
curious
I
how
got
they're
to
gonna end
spend
this.
with
I feel like they have to
ILM
show it.
was really incredibly special. They welcomed me in like one of the family. But I think the thing that was so magical about what I was doing with ILM is the fact that it had never been done before, and we were breaking this new ground together. And so all of the mistakes, all of the stress, all of the ideation and iteration, we really all just came together and rose to the occasion, and we were able to deliver something and make George Lucas really, really proud. So looking back on that time, it was a really, really special time where I don't really think we even knew the gravity of the time we were making. And you know, watching the
Sorry to interrupt. I kind of like seeing people's experience at Celebration. This one person put on Twitter, I have to be honest, the food situation at Star Wars Celebration is abysmal. 90 minutes in a single queue, most of the food being sold out, and the food we did get was cold and not great. If you ever go to one of these, look at all the people at this convention. If you go to something like this, do not ever get the food that is inside the convention. The only thing they did right was at the Anaheim one is they had food trucks. Food trucks were actually pretty good. Yeah, no, getting food inside the convention, death trap. Not even worth the attempt, dude. Almost never worth it.
Actors
I thought that was
with
funny.
mocap technology, and we're like quite used to it. We see it often. But what was it like for you back in the day when it was truly groundbreaking new technology?
It was amazingly impactful because anytime you're at the emergence of something technological, you don't really realize it until you see it. And I remember, I think it was one of the first like tests that we did for mocap. And I put on this like very revealing catsuit that now everybody is okay with, but at the time, nobody was okay with it, especially me. And when everything was shot and you see all the points on the screen.
Damn, I'm really looking to see if there's any
oh man, those
news
points,
or
they're
anything
moving
breaking.
Like me. It looks like me. Even though there was no character
Panel
over
should
it,
start in about a
it
minute.
still was able to capture personality. and that's kind of when I knew we were
drawer
in
is
another
open. I'm
world.
so sorry about the
That's
noise.
so fascinating. Just imagine
I did not
that
realize the
there
drawer was
is
open.
this like human movement in just these dots. Is so hard to like perform with and act with. So that must have been just incredible for you. Rob, what was it like for you and your animation team translating Ahmed's portrayal
All right,
and
it's supposed to be
performance of
starting like
Jar Jar
right now.
into turning him to a fully digitized character?
Well, what people may not know or remember is that Jar Jar was initially going to be Ahmed, except for the neck up, where we were going to put a digital head, a neck and head. And the reason is that George had cast Ahmed because of his physicality, the way he moved his body, his voice. But when we at ILM tried to attach the digital head to his body, and you have to remember this 1997 and the technology we had at the time, he's moving around in 3-space from the camera's position. We did have little dots on his neck, little LEDs on his costume. Proved incredibly difficult for us to track it in because the human eye can even pick up 1 pixel sliding and it never looked fully attached, or there'd be moments it was fine and then it would break. So one of the things I did was ask one of my animators to animate a full version, a digital version, because we knew we were going to have it for stunts, matching what Ahmed had done, and also had the same motion tracked neck. And you get to see a little bit about this in the Light and Magic Season 2. And what we found out was it took less time to animate the full body. And so we pitched that to George, and he wasn't especially happy about that.
Yeah, this is
because
great
he
and all,
said,
Rob,
"No,
but
Rob,
I want to see
love
the
your
animation
animators,
panel,
but there's
sir.
no way they can match
You
him."
know,
And that's when
thing
one
we're
of
all
our
here
brilliant
for.
people at ILM came up to me and basically whispered in my ear and said, "There's this thing called motion capture.
updates from
We
these,
could put Ahmed in the
websites.
suit. We can capture his body performance
Yeah, I can check a couple
exactly
Instagram pages.
millimeter perfect, and then attach that motion onto our digital character, and then the
'Cause I'm not
animators
seeing
can
any updates
modify,
on any of
augment
it
if
right
they
now.
need to, but then spend most of their time on the facial performance. So that was the evolution of what happened. We didn't go into it thinking we were going to be using motion capture, but it came out of a necessity and a demand from George to say, I don't want to lose his performance. And I'm like, I got it, no problem. Okay, how do we do this?
That is so fascinating. I especially love hearing about how there's so much trial and error, especially with groundbreaking technology like that, and you just don't know how it's going to turn out, so you just have to try, and you have to figure out all these other things, and the fact that it was the exact emerging time for mocap is just fantastic. Like, Jar Jar is the birth of mocap, and like a perfectly digitized character. Love that so much. You guys just had your Light and Magic panel. What were some of your favorite stories that you shared on it? It was so cool seeing everybody back together, the gang's back together. It was so wonderful.
Yeah, we got the band back together.
Yeah, you did.
I think it was cool just seeing everybody. Like Rob said, I haven't seen Rob in 20
am I
years.
getting an update?
This was
That's
the first time we've
insane.
seen each other in person in 20 years.
Yeah.
And when we do these movies, we spend so much time together.
Truly.
And
Nope, nothing.
we go through all of the trials and tribulations,
The
and then we
fuck is
just
going
go
on?
about our lives. And something you said in the panel that I really was impactful to me is like, you remember these things. It's filed away somewhere in your brain, and every once in a while a memory would pop up, and you would think about it, and you would, either tell the story or just kind of chuckle and be like, oh, those were the days, right? But to be able to see what it actually was like in the documentary was just incredibly heartwarming, and it just brought back all of those crazy emotions of the day. It was just wonderful.
I bet it is so vivid to have those memories unlocked in like a visual way, because it's one thing to talk and hang out and remember things together, but to visually see it, it's like you guys have a time capsule of that period. That's incredible.
That literally is what I've been saying. It feels like a time machine or a time capsule. And I was talking to John Knoll about this. We were followed around with cameras for a year and a half. And it became what we didn't see them anymore. And John was cracking me up this morning because he said there were meetings that are in the documentary that he'd forgot there was a camera crew there. And that's how it was. And there are a couple of sessions in the doco when you see me and George, I'm pitching the work to him, and he's teasing me, and I'm teasing him back at one point. And there's a camera right here, but I'm not paying attention to it. I'm so grateful that that footage exists, and now Joe's put it together and made this amazing. He's captured the moment really well, and the human story of what it's like to be behind the scenes, bringing these films to the screen.
As a fan, it really was awe-inspiring to see the behind-the-scenes footage, and I am so happy to hear that you guys love it just as much. Do you guys have anything you want to say to the fans out here that have all collected just for you?
Yeah.
They love you guys.
The first thing I'd like to say is thank you. I mean, there would be no us if it wasn't for you. And we don't just do these things in a vacuum. The people who make Star Wars movies really listen.
Sorry, yeah, it does
We
look
really
like
do.
the panel has
It
begun.
might feel like we don't hear you or you're screaming into a void sometimes, but we make these things for that feeling.
Maybe they'll
We
show
want you all
something
to
after
be
this. I
sitting
don't
in the
feel like
dark
they will
in a
because it's
room,
already
and
started.
these movies come on, and you feel the
Damn.
hope, you feel the togetherness, you feel the community. And a lot of times, especially nowadays, there are so many things that are put on screens to separate us. And we have this special universe. We have these special movies. We have these characters. We have these people that bring us all together. If you look around this room, this is what the world looks like. And we're all here for one reason. We're all here because we.
Yeah, so according to Star Wars Newsnet, who is actually there right now, refresh their page just in case. Yep. At 3:30, the panel starts with a look-back video of the past 20 years in Star Wars animation. David W. Collins, who's a normal host for these events, I've seen him all the time. I've met him and talked to him for a while. He's telling the story about how he met Dave Filoni and Lucasfilm animation team. Right now, it's saying Athena Portillo and Dave Filoni are coming out, and I guess they're talking about whatever they're talking about. So the Star Wars animation panel, unfortunately, is underway, and we are not seeing it at the moment, but that's okay. Maybe they'll show us something. But regardless, we will have news on what's the sneak peek to come before the stream is over. And, maybe we'll see how they end up ending the stream, actually. Maybe not, though, because they are doing that Doug Chain one later, I believe. They have the animation, expanded plastic models, designing the world of Skeleton Crew. Alright, well, let's see what they show next. Let's see. Or let's see what we can at least learn from the animation panel. Yeah, a lot of cheering people. Happy, happy, happy. Are we going back to the sushi guy? Are we doing that again? Oh yeah, sushi time. Damn, which one did he take? Couldn't see so well. Is it Jabba? Ahmed had the most genuine interaction with the guy out of anyone so far. We have hugs coming around. Alright. Okay. Hang on, we're getting something. I mean, it's just an advertisement, but... Is this like the Super Bowl for Star Wars fans? This is what we do? Yeah, let's have a little watch party for a Star Wars celebration. I'm down, I love it. This is great, but it's kind of funny. Checking the live update. The Dave Filoni says none of these shows would have happened without... None of these shows happen without Athena. She uses the glue over there at Lucasfilm Animation. Alright, so... Snap back to Star Wars Celebration reality. No animation panel. It's just fantastic. I wonder if I've ever been in one of these footage of... No, I'm normally not in this kind of crowd of people. Almost ever. Like if I'm at Celebration, there's a panel going on, I'll be like backstage at the panel. I'm not talking to like anybody like big, but I'll be like, ooh, cool to just get back there, do what I can do. Oh.
Back in 2023, the world was introduced to a new class of younglings with the premiere of Young Jedi Adventures.
Today, we are joined by everyone's favorite Poobian, Nubs Nation. Please rise up for the very adorable Nubs!
Oh wow, it's the actual, okay. That was gonna be like a voice actor or something.
Oh, sweet baby.
Jesus, what is this thing?
I think our sweet friend Nubs is a little shy, maybe a little nervous.
Maybe a little nervous. I thought this might happen.
I would be so upset if I was up front and I was like waiting on this.
I promise, Nubs, it's not
The second I saw this dude walk out, I'd be like, I'm not gonna go. What else?
And everyone loves you. Oh, there he goes.
All right, yeah, let's cheer on Nubs. Make it feel a little more
First time I ever knew Nubs was a character.
Nubs.
Look at all these grown people cheering for this.
Yeah, you made it!
How's it going, Nubs?
I love
Did
us
you
Star
come
Wars
here
fans.
for the
We are
dance
great
party?
people.
That's a yes.
Yeah, no, this is the stuff that's not my vibe.
Yeah, Nubs is such a good dancer.
Nubs got some moves.
Nubs got all the moves. I feel like I'm in the music video.
I mean,
You know the one.
yeah. This is
All right. Nubs.
couldn't just show me the animation
So I know
panel.
you're going to give me a great answer.
Really?
But is this your first celebration?
Oh my god.
Wow. All right. All right. Welcome. Welcome to your first
Alright, I'm
celebration.
packing
your
another
Star Wars
bowl
Celebration
of
Live
this Bonds.
debut.
I don't got much left in me. This is
For those of you in the audience with younglings, you're going to want
these
to
are
visit
dark
the
times,
Kids
bro.
Corner. Stop in for
Dark
coloring
time.
activities, meet and greets with Nubs, and
At least in,
much,
I mean,
much more.
the hour is late, is it
Or
not?
even if you're just a kid at heart, I think. Right?
Yeah, I went there. It was amazing. I had so much fun. They have Legos. They have drawing and coloring activities, crafts.
Should be working on my videos for tomorrow and this next week and everything. There's so much to talk about. Like, there really is. But if anything, I will definitely just do a video about Star Wars Starfighter
Whisper in my ear.
and then do what I
You're my
can.
favorite coworker.
I'm not going to really be able to work on the documentary this month.
I'm going to
I
tell
have
you
to
first.
stop writing
right
as
now.
much
Let's tell you
at the
first.
moment, which is going to suck.
Nubs has just told me that he brought us a special message
Nah, I'll
all the
make
way
time.
from
I'll find a way.
Panu. So let's take a look.
Or light and
Oh my god. We're light and light. So cute. This is Star Wars. I don't think this is what we were talking about the animation panel. Or the one I was talking about, that's for goddamn sure. Alright, let me kind of mute this, because I am tired. Let's read the live updates. They say, I had no thought... Damn, dropped my phone. They say, I had no thought that I would get the job. I went to meet George Lucas and thought that'd be a great story to tell of Revenge of the Sith. Oh, this is Dave Filoni telling the same story over and over again. Filoni tells a story about working with George Lucas on a war episode for Clone Wars Season 2. Alright, yeah, nothing big. Okay, that's fine.
Season 3 of Young Jedi Adventures coming this fall to Disney Plus.
Season
and Disney
3, let's
Junior.
go.
Yeah.
You guys want to live
Nubs
stream
Nation in
that?
the house.
You don't want to do that?
Season 3 will feature returning favorites such as Master Zia, Wes Spinnick, and their newly found friend, Cyrus.
Frenemies, but you know.
Well,
And we're going to see some new faces, new friends in new droid companions, Beepers, Dozer, and Gigi, each with their own unique and hilarious personalities. It is so cute, Raina. You're going to love it.
Cute, I can't wait. And a newcomer, the renowned eccentric droid builder, Rek Manu. Ooh, boy, does he look mischievous. I like
up to
smile.
That smirk, he is up to some shenanigans. I don't trust him. I don't trust him or his little droid. All right, well, we can't wait to see what you and your friends get up to in this season of Young Jedi Adventures, Nubs. Thank you so much for joining us. Can we hear for our friend Nubs? He's so brave.
We love you.
We love you, Nubs. Nubs, 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 Nubs.
Just terrific.
All right. Thank you all.
Nicely done, everybody.
Nubs, you want to stay out here for a photo?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Oh man, waiting for something big.
If you love Star Wars so much you can taste it, you need to check out the delicious eats here with our friends at Moncrave. I have my friends Yuki and Ami. Thank you so much for being here. What do we have here for everyone to experience?
たくさんの限定の商品、限定のスイーツ。
Yeah, we've got some delicious sweets here. Let's start right here. We've got crunchy shrimp chips. Delicious, folks. What's special about these?
トレーディングカードがついてきます。
So they got really cool trading cards here, and it's a surprise. Choose from one of the 9 right here. I think you just need to get 9 bags, because what is not more healthy than a bunch of crunchy shrimp chips, right? Love it. What else do you have? What else? What's down over here?
You know what? I don't care. I like this stuff right here. I don't mind these little advertisements of what it's like there in between
What's so great
everything.
about these?
This is
Would like to see the
yeah, you can get the limited
animation panel though.
Only here. It's exclusive to Celebration, and right here you
But
can
no,
see.
I get it. You gotta have your
green matcha
Star Wars Celebration exclusive stuff.
Caffeine
You know,
and cookies.
some would think part of that would just be
And
seeing the
finally,
trailer
right over
or
here,
you know
what
being
is this
there.
Cute and
But, you know,
adorable
fuck 'em,
Grogu
whatever.
box. What is this?
グローグがテレビでの中で実際に食べてるようなクッキーを再現しました。
Yeah, this blue macaron cookie and
Very
Ami.
cool,
It looks
very
so,
cool,
I
yeah.
love the artwork on this.
You guys
It's
know
so
what he was
cute.
saying,
And
right?
it's just like him eating in the TV series,
Y'all don't speak
right?
Japanese?
yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, and we got a picture of it right up here. Nick, get in there. Get on in. Get in there. This is, yeah, food art right there. Delicious. You get not one, you get two.
God, they have such a very unique and beautiful culture. I mean,
here at Star
you can
Wars
just tell
Celebration. I'm
by
on
that box
craving
that
some
it
more.
is Japanese
So I'm gonna go
inspired.
eat some. Back to you. Thanks, you guys.
Very adorable. Look at that X-Wing. Be cool to get a picture of that. Too many people in the background though. I wonder if any of those people on the fence right now at the front have been there the entire time that we've been doing this.
For 20 years, Lucasfilm Animation has been hard at work bringing us
Okay,
such
here we go,
favorites
here we
as
go.
The Clone
Let's go,
Wars,
guys.
Rebels,
This
The
is
Bad
it.
Batch, and honestly, way too
Yo,
many
let's
to
do it.
name
Let's
right
do it. Come on,
now.
guys.
They introduced
This
Star
is
Wars fans
it.
to their favorite storylines, relationships, and characters, including the murderous war criminal that is Chopper. Let's join Dave Filoni and Athena Portillo as they celebrate those 20 years of stories right now in
Fucking
the
go,
Lucasfilm
thank God.
Animation's 20th anniversary panel.
All right. This is exactly what we needed.
My first semester at USC, I had one production
Oh,
class, which was animation.
it's delayed. It has to
And
be
I
a
made an
delayed thing
animated
then.
movie, and I realized
It has
that,
to be delayed
hey,
by 30
I
minutes
love this.
from what they got over there in Japan.
In 2005, George Lucas established Lucasfilm Animation. My job was to create a TV series called Clone Wars. George would say all the time, dare to be great. Really wraps into do or do not, there is no try. George was asking us to do things that were years and years away by any standard. We were going to use CG to make this series. He taught me to tell a story using his previs technology. He would describe scenes and staging. You have to figure out how to do it and keep challenging yourself, and eventually you work hard, you'll start to see the results.
I'm Ahsoka. Master Yoda sent me.
George was a master of this build-up of excitement, build-up of ownership by fans and families to say, we want to be a part of
Yo,
this. we
Star
want
Wars
to engage
animation's
with this.
huge now.
And we work
Nothing
to
like it.
continue that legacy.
Hello, Master. It's been a while.
Isn't this exciting? Everyone's thrilled.
I hope so. I hope so. Thank you. It's beyond thrilling to dive back in.
The animation division has just kind of grown in ways that I couldn't imagine back then. 20 years later, which is a little bit hard to believe.
Here we go.
We have all worked together so long, this team of people that became friends and grew up together making all these things that we've done.
I get to work with an incredible group of really gifted and talented artists. Clone Wars was like working with this giant orchestra. So on Star Wars Rebels, there was a family within Lucasfilm Animation that already existed.
As long as we're together, we've got a chance.
The biggest compliment that we hear is when people say, oh, it's the same group that put Clone Wars together or Rebels together. And another part of the Star Wars family. We work with overseas studios. All our animated series couldn't have been done without their collaboration.
The characters and the stories that we tell in animation reach beyond that.
This is where the fun begins.
Race to the top.
Look right to you? Yeah, frighteningly right. Whether it's books, the comics, the games, the toys. We further with technology, further with storytelling that we've never done before. A good adventure never ends. There's always a new challenge. We need to continue to pass on the knowledge to the next generation and continue to tell great, beautiful stories. That would be the greatest payoff of all. Then the Force will be with you always, as we like to say.
Wow, I really like that. That was very nice.
Welcome to the stage, voice actor and sound designer from Skywalker Sound, David W. Collins.
Okay, so I think what is happening is to avoid any major screw-ups publicly, like on a live stream, they have delayed it by 30 minutes. This is not live. This is a 30-minute delay, intentionally. We've been talking about this all night. Everything's been off. It's always been by 30 minutes. Not a coincidence.
My colleagues and I heard a rumor that George Lucas was secretly putting together a new division at Skywalker Ranch at the Big Rock campus up there. This was welcome news. We didn't know about the future of Star Wars. Revenge of the Sith was about to hit theaters. And later on, about 2 years later, I was invited to a meeting to meet a young man in a hat named Dave Filoni.
Yeah, see, I talked about this in those little live updates. It's not exactly 30 minutes behind right now. It's like, what, 23? But that's, I think there's a reason that's happening.
And what he showed me that day were
So
pieces
on
of
our end,
concept
we
art,
are up to date.
storyboards.
I'll check on my
even
phone just in
models
case we
and
missed
pets
anything.
Of characters, some that were familiar to me, some that were new, like Ahsoka Tano. He was showing me what would become Star Wars: The Clone Wars. In May of that year, we shared Star Wars: The Clone Wars with the audience for the first time. I was lucky enough to stand on stage
caught
with
up.
Dave Filoni and Lucasfilm Animation, and I knew, we all knew in that room that day, that Star Wars would change forever. What a gift Lucasfilm Animation is from George Lucas himself and the team at Lucasfilm Animation. A gift that has given us so much over the last 20 years. Shows like The Clone Wars, but also shows like Star Wars Rebels. The Tales series, Tales of the Jedi, Tales of the Empire. Star Wars: The Bad Batch. And so much more. Today, we're all here to celebrate that legacy, the work that they've done over the last 20 years, how they have given us some of the most expansive Star Wars storytelling to ever hit the screen. We're going to talk about those shows, and most intriguingly, we're going to see what Lucasfilm Animation has for us. and
Let's
has in
go.
store For the future.
Fucking long last, everything we've been waiting for. This has been a good night, eventful
Without
night.
further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage
Dave
the
Filoni.
Vice President of Animation Production, Athena Portillo, and Chief Creative Officer at Lucasfilm, Dave Filoni. Come on
Portillo.
out, guys.
I said, did I say Portillo? Or I said it's Portillo? I don't know. I got Dave Filoni right.
Dave.
Hello. How you guys doing? Thanks for coming out. Really appreciate it.
So Dave, Athena, welcome to Japan. We're here in Japan. How does it feel to be doing Star Wars Celebration in Japan, especially since Japanese cinema and culture
Apparently
is so
there's like
important
footage
to
of like
Lucasfilm Animation and to you personally?
Boba Fett and Anakin
I feel like I'm
that
right
was
at home
unused
right
in
now,
Clone
in my
Wars that
element.
people in attendance are shown.
Funny. Look at Athena.
I
Look at
don't
this outfit.
think we
Looks
would
like
see
a
that
Sith
on the
Lord,
stream.
right?
Sith Lord, I love it.
I'll tell you something. When I met Athena, she wasn't working on Clone Wars. She was working on a different project at Lucasfilm, but her license plate said Jedi 96. And I'm like, why aren't you working on my show? And so we got you. And now I have my own Sith Lord to produce a series. And you have to understand, it has
They're
to be
talking
known.
about Rebels now in real time.
I'm out there and I present a lot for Star Wars. I get to talk to you guys all the time. But none of these shows happen without Athena. Let me be clear. None of it happens without her. So just know that. Super important.
See how I told you all this before they even said it?
Use the whole panel for
There's
this.
a delay.
They want to hear
I
about
don't know
other
if it's an
stuff.
intentional thing
All right, it's about
or
you right
unintentional,
now. All right, David.
but
Sorry.
there is a
You
delay
guys have
by
been
like
working together for a
20-some
long
minutes.
time then. Yeah.
Almost 20 years.
Wow.
Also, David Collins did not have gray hair
So I want to go back to the
when
beginning.
I saw
I
him
know you've
3
told the
years
story
ago.
many
I just want
times
to mention that
about,
too.
what it was like to interview.
Did not even have a
George
touch of
Lucas.
gray in
But
his
one of
hair.
the questions that I had
This
was,
is the stuff that makes me feel old.
did you have preconceived
Where I
notions
know
of
he feels
what
old.
it would be like to work with
But
George
when I
Lucas
saw
versus
him,
the
like
reality?
even 5 years
What were some
ago,
things that surprised you about
he
working
was so
with
young and
George in those
healthy.
first
If I
years?
saw him again today, I'd be
hired
like,
me.
I can't believe it's
I
you.
thought that was pretty surprising. I had no thought that I would get the job. I just didn't think of myself that way. But, you know, I went into it to meet him and thought that'd be a great story when I stood in line for Revenge of the Sith. And just, you know, as fans, you're like, that's cool. I met George Lucas. And it's like that kind of thing. But I met him and just immediately we got along and he was talking about stuff and I understood his perspective on things. What surprised me was how generous he was with his time, with his knowledge, with his ability to teach. George is a great teacher, and I don't think people credit him enough with that. But he taught me and taught our whole division, and he really loved coming to work and being with our group of people. It was very special. It even surprised a lot of people that have been at Lucasfilm a long time that he was interacting with us that much. But, you know, animation was, yeah, it's where the fun begins. Like we were just telling all these stories week after week after week after week.
These have become
fast
such common
and turning
memes
them around
now.
and getting better every week. And so our best episode is always the last episode we've made, I think, because the talent of the team just increases, and that's what George wanted to see.
There was, I think.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
There was
That's what I'm here
slow
for. I'm just here to be
realization
your
how
little,
much
your
George
pal
Lucas
on the
was
couch
involved. And I
that you're
remember a few
watching this
years ago,
with
we
at
did,
home. You know, we're just
a
chilling.
panel with
Got
you and
nothing to do.
George internally
Let's watch
at
some
Lucasfilm
celebration. Let's
Animation.
talk some Star Wars,
And
all
this
right?
story came up that I just wanted to share that I thought was fascinating that you both told, and Athena, I know you can weigh in on this, which is an episode from season 2
Turn
called
it up
Landing
a
at
little
Point
bit.
Range,
I don't know if I can.
which, if you haven't seen it recently, go back and just marvel at how much is on the screen, how much action, how much choreography with the ships, how much is going on in every single shot. And you told this story about how George basically said, effectively, start over. You know, this can be better. Let's make it better. Can you just set the stage for that?
It was a lot of work. We would shoot previs of every episode. It's the foundation of every episode, done in, you know, simplified. Not much anymore because technology has gotten better. We're talking 2005, 2006 technology. So primitive models to tell the story. And George would come in and then watch it with us and give us comments. And as he was watching the first act, he's like, stop. And he's like, what is this again? And I said, well, it's this story. And he said, and what did I want it to be? I'm like, well, you had initially talked about this. But sometimes you develop a script, it just changes. And he was like, well, I wanted this to be more of a war picture. And I was like, okay, well, let's do that. And George, then he had on hand a whole bunch of live action footage that he had cut from various films that he liked. Things like Battle of the Bulge and different war movies, Battle Over Britain. And we went it took about 2 days of George and I sitting in editorial with Jason Tucker, our editor.
Wow, I really like her
And
outfit.
he sat there
Little
and
Sith
we just
style.
cut this new episode together using all these different live action pieces and some pieces of what we'd shot in previs. And so by the end, if you could hold it in your brain, you understood that the Messerschmitts were the droid starfighters and that the Spitfires were the Republic ships and
Yeah,
which
you're
one
right.
was
The directing
Obi-Wan
and the
who was Anakin.
the new
and,
animated stuff has
but
been
the
very,
funny
very
part
good.
was,
They've gotten a
so
lot
we finished this
better.
cut and it played great and had great speed. It's one of the reasons why that episode has such good
The
intensity.
Lucasfilm animation team has
But there
definitely
was no dialogue.
improved over the
So
past
I
20
watched the
years.
episode with George and I said, well, this is great.
God, I can't believe it's...
What
Yo,
do you
dude,
think
I
about the
cannot believe
dialogue?
it's been 20
He goes,
years.
you'll figure it out.
Not
And
only have I
that
been
was
alive for
a
it, I've
moment
had a
of learning,
conscious
and so I
for it,
literally sat in
where
that
I can like
episode in my
vividly
office,
remember
and I'd play the QuickTime
first
video
time
of
they
it,
did
and I
Star
would
Wars
then I wrote the script to that scene that we had recut, and just came up with all the dialogue and situations, and it stood out as a way that George is just unlimited in his imagination, his ability to put things together. But when you watch A New Hope, the footage we cut with is the same footage that he cut the aerial battle over the Death Star with, and that's why the fighters are
Damn,
a
dude,
certain
that is
way,
crazy.
and why
I,
everything was
I
a
just,
certain way. So yeah, that was
I don't know
George
why that
teaching
like
me,
really
and it's a
like
good
kind of
episode.
shocked
He
me
was
just
right.
thinking about
He
that.
was right to change it.
And
20
that's a
years
great
of
story. And there's
Lucasfilm
two things about
animation,
that that
and like
really stand out every time.
I was there for all
One
that
is
shit.
that, like you mentioned,
All of it.
George did the same thing with the Clone Wars that he had done in 1976
Oh
with
my God.
ILM on the original Star Wars,
20
which is
fucking years,
amazing,
man.
even the same footage. But the other
Where
thing
does
that
the
occurs to me,
time
Thea,
go?
is what does that do to production when you're thinking about budget and schedule? And is that one of the advantages of working with George Lucas? He has a vision, and no matter what, you're going to pursue that vision. What was the scramble like in terms of the schedule when all of that came down?
We're laughing already. It was a 4-episode arc, and we had to rewrite 3 of the 4. They all had
He
already
said she's
been
like a
completed in
really influential one on this. I've never heard of her until
sorry,
today. That's just my own ignorance. I'm not
we
saying
had to go back, rewrite
like
the episodes.
anything bad. I'm just saying
Pause
I
production, what felt
I've
like
never
for
heard
a
of her.
couple of months while we waited for those scripts to be completed and then re-viz everything. So, but we made it
can't hear
happen
her either.
because it was the vision that needed to be executed. And what we've always learned, and Filoni continues to tell us, is it's just going to be better. And we always function in that capacity, even to this day, that everything is a CBB, a could be better. And if you have that opportunity to make it better, you do it, whatever it takes. I don't believe in saying no to anything. I believe in let's see what we can do.
That's an amazing George Lucas legacy right there. It's incredible teaching. That's incredible. Yeah, very similar lesson with ILM. One of the things about Clone Wars and Lucasfilm animation that I touched upon a little bit when I started talking here today is that I remember watching the Clone Wars, fully accepting the very famous bookends, Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. You know, that was part of the fun of the prequels, is that we knew where it was going to go. The fun was in the unraveling of it and the details. But what amazes me about the Clone Wars is that the longer it went on, the more expansive it felt.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
it made Star Wars feel seemingly boundless in terms of storytelling opportunities. I think about the Mortis arc. I think about Saw Gerrera and
One of my favorite
Onderon.
arcs
I think
ever.
about Pong Krell. I think about Yoda's Vision Quest. I think about the Underworld and Ventress. What were those conversations like? Did you ever have conversations in story meetings like, wow, can we really do that? Were there stories or pitches that surprised you along the way while making the Clone Wars?
Yes. Yes, there were, David. But we were going to do them. I mean, everything was unique, and that was like what George taught, among the many things, was we could tell any story in Star Wars. It's why 20 years on, I find every day as exciting as the first one, because I never know what we're going to do or where we're going to go or what kind of planet. I mean, actually, I have a big timeline and a plan, but, you know, I never really know. Like, it comes out, and that's really fun. And I'll point out, too, like, we were very fortunate that we got to finish the Clone Wars. That was a big deal. I think, you know, not just for you fans, but for us internally, we had a lot of unfinished stuff that we wanted to do. And when we did Rebels, we actually improved a lot of what we were doing. We knocked back the style and had to change everything, our entire workflow. That was very challenging. But that show actually came out really good. I'm very proud of Rebels. And somebody that was important, that process, our good friend, my collaborator, yours too, Carrie Beck, who couldn't be here today. She has been with us in animation the whole time. She moved over with me when I work with Jon Favreau on The Mandalorian. She produces Ahsoka with me. She's there right now in the UK getting things ready, in part why she's not here. But she was up to me one day while we were finishing up Rebels and knew we needed something else to go on to, and said, would you be interested in finishing the Clone Wars? And I was like, sure, CB, I'd love to do that, but we're not, you know, I don't see that happening. And she's like, well, what would it take? I'm like, I need everything I had before. I need to produce it the same way because the fans won't accept it. If it's not as good, and then it should be better than it was. And they deserve that if we're going to finish it. And she said, okay. And I'm like, okay. And she disappeared. and she conspired and did some kind of Palpatine maneuver and came back with the money to do it. And so we got to finish Clone Wars. because
Give it up for Carrie Beck.
So Carrie Beck is the reason we got season 7 of Clone Wars.
And
that was
by the way, some of the most incredible Clone Wars in season 7. I mean, that show, the ending gives me chills. I mean, how about season 7 of the Clone Wars, everybody? Just incredible.
I liked the Siege of Mandalore arc. The rest of it wasn't very good.
Now, we have a bit of a tradition at Star Wars Celebration. Some of you may remember a few years back, before you had finished the Clone Wars, had this amazing ability to somehow share pieces of Clone Wars along the way that you're like, well, we didn't quite finish that one, but we were working on this, or we were working on that. Before the Bad Batch, we had a panel showing the animatic of the Bad Batch. Were any of you there for that?
Nope.
So my question is...
I think I did, actually, yeah. I saw the one with Boba Fett and Cad Bane.
Maybe we could...
I was there for that one.
It's very dangerous, David. It's very dangerous. All these things I don't think we're ever going to get to do. And then I think, oh, it'll be special, and we'll share it with everyone. And then somehow later we do it. And yeah, so maybe we shouldn't share it.
Yeah,
But we could share... All right.
Oh,
There's
man,
a
I
clip
think I know
we
what they're
have,
going to
and
show.
Athena got
I think
them
you're all
out.
gonna be
She
really...
found them in a dusty
no.
old computer, and I said, wow,
We'll see. We'll
let's
see
look
what
at
happens.
these. And we thought they were acceptable enough to show you. And so this is part of an episode, and because I know you guys know this stuff better than I do at this point, it's from the Boba Fett arc that we didn't do, where he was taught by Cad Bane, which was going to be a storyline. And he was learning how to be a really ruthless bounty hunter from Cad Bane. The idea being that Cad was like the bad father, right? Django was the good father who really loved his son, and he didn't have that anymore, so he had Cad. And so there was this really cool action scene that we've never shown you. We watch it sometimes internally, but we never share it with you guys.
We actually recorded the voice actors associated with that clip.
Did we really?
The intention was to finish it.
That's a shame. That's a shame, because we're not going to. But we'll show you. No, we're not. Don't do that. They'll hold you to it. So, but we'll show you this clip, and I hope you enjoy it. It's really rough. You know, it's old now by any standard, but we thought you'd enjoy it, so let's show it to you.
Okay, for anyone who hasn't seen one of these before, this is an animatic.
It's an animatic, so it's not rendered, it's proxy. It's basically the virtual storytelling tool that George Lucas invented. So we're not drawing storyboards anymore. They're not static. It moves, it's got pace, we could put music to it, it cuts, and the main thing was we could edit it like a live action picture. So every shot is head to tails. It's not like a moment, it's the whole moment as you would cover it. And by the way, it's because George made us do Clone Wars that way, and he taught us that I was able to go direct live action later. So anyway, let's watch the clip.
Oh, yeah, we get to watch it. Let's go.
See you later, kid.
Very cool, very cool. This would have been a really cool arc to see actually, like, played out and everything come to fruition. Maybe this is like one of those things they can fund the budget for. I think a lot of fans would love to see this kind of stuff release. Like Boba Fett is flying through Coruscant, Anakin's like shooting him. Yeah, how's he not killing anybody? It's just cool to see even Coruscant like this. Yeah, this looks amazing. Damn shame they never developed it. Oh. And he's like a kid still here, right? He looks a little bigger. Like maybe teenage? Like maybe like 15, 14? Yeah, I mean, he's tackling him, falling from 100. I mean, how they didn't kill either of them. Yeah, you're right. There's gonna come a time where AI might just be able to do all this fully in like, I don't know how many years, 20? That'll blow my mind. No more news that I'm seeing. I don't think you're gonna like the ending results of all this, but this is a cool thing that we get to see.
How are you feeling?
I'll survive. Any idea who the attackers were?
Not really. It was a bounty hunter, but not one I'm familiar with.
I'll notify the council.
Boba Fett. Yeah, that would definitely would have been cool to see in an actual episode.
Yeah.
So that's what George would come in and watch. He would come in and watch that, and then would discuss it, would make changes if needed. We had a lot of latitude because all of those shots existed in the computer. So we could bring up into the Avid any single shot, and George could say, well, let's reframe it, let's retime it, and we could work that way as well. So we had a lot of latitude, and we still do stuff that way today. But that is foundational. The animation, the camera work is all based on that type of footage, and we use that all the way up through Bad Batch, that style.
What's really interesting about that, too, is just a follow-up question. What about the sort of choreography in terms of action sequences? That's all done within that same tool. There's not a meeting about it first. It's just all done in that same visualization, like it was shot, like live action.
We do a big whiteboard meeting where I've got several big boards, and I just sit there and I draw. We draw city streets, blueprints, maps. We say this is going to happen here. We want this to happen. It's in the script, and we kind of strategize it like a big tactical play. But then it's really the creativity of the individual artists, and some are really good at action, some better at dialogue, and then Athena can look at that, and I mean, you tell them when you analyze all of that.
Yeah, it's what we call our story launch process. So we'll read the script together as the whole team and the episodic director associated with the episode and their team. So it's like a 4-hour meeting, go through 26 pages of script, and as Filoni was saying, whiteboard all the different key sequences. Of course, in production, we're thinking about in terms of, is it possible to produce this by way of character count, by way of asset count, what type of effects are going to be in there, how many matte paintings, time of day, all of that gets into, consideration. And I remember we would have moments where I felt like I was, like I had receipts going, because you would ask me, where were we at this point? How many man days? Are we over? Are we under? What can we play with? What do we need to cut out? And that happens with every episode throughout the season.
Well, it's amazing to me to think about, this machine that's making Clone Wars, and then Star Wars Rebels happens, and it's a whole different style, a whole different set of characters, a whole different era. And speaking of expanding the lore, it starts with this cast of characters on Lothal, some space battles, but then you end up going...
So I don't want to be the bearer, but from what I'm gathering from the news, from the people who are ahead of time, the sneak peek for future stuff is just Tales of the Underworld. It's not a new series. It's not anything brand new. It's just Tales in the Underworld. They're watching an episode of it, celebrate, which isn't surprising. Maybe they'll announce something after, but I don't know. They really tease the sneak peek for the future, so we'll see.
Awakens, and so we didn't really know what that
But
relationship
I
was gonna
is
be like.
tired, that is for sure.
What I found, and
Damn,
I think you
tired.
agree, is that they gave us a large amount of latitude.
We've done this for 6 hours.
but
I haven't done
there were
that.
differences.
I haven't done
The
something like
styles
this
became different. We
ever.
wanted to try
Bring
something.
this long like
we didn't
that.
want to compete with ourselves doing Clone Wars. And so we started out with Rebels. It was more of like a Miyazaki-esque McQuarrie-style mix. And as we got more confident with that, the stories became more confident. I remember this was the pivotal thing, was an executive that we were working with at Disney said, well, could you put Darth Vader in this show? And I was like, I could, but it will change the show. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, Darth Vader's evil, and he cannot be kind of evil. He has to be really evil, because Anakin, at this point, rejects his former self, and he is just evil. And he will want to kill everything and anyone that he disagrees with or doesn't know. So if you're good with that, we can do that. And he said, I'm good with that. I'm like, okay. And you notice
That's
the
probably
tonal
Alan
shift
Horn.
when Vader comes into the show. The whole show changes. The Inquisitor started to change it first, and then Vader really changed it. Because when you use the iconic characters, you have to stay true to their nature and true to what George's overarching plan was. And it's very important because you can really quickly, without realizing it, change something that impacts much greater things later on. So that was a big shift for us in Rebels, was bringing Vader in, and because Vader was in, I could bring Ahsoka in, and having Ahsoka was a connection to Clone Wars for Clone Wars fans, but also the show's never about her. It's always the show's point of view on the
Yeah,
Rebels
good night,
and
Gus.
Ezra.
Thanks for tuning in,
She's
brother.
helping
We'll see you tomorrow.
facilitate. She's more of the Obi-Wan role in that show. So, but World Between Worlds and that stuff is just weird stuff I like personally, and I just like. I
Oh
thought,
yeah,
well,
I
I've
love the
got
World
this show
Between.
and I want to
No, I
explore
like the
it, and
Mortis
they're always
stuff. World
game
Between
for
Worlds,
it,
not so
and
much.
I say it kind of looks like this, and I like those odd ends of the galaxy that kind of creep into what's in the cave in Dagobah, and it asks you to believe in something that might be challenging.
That's one thing I
And,
like about Dave Filoni. He likes the
for me,
mythos.
that deepens the myth. And George kind of did that with Mortis, and then I brought that together.
I
and
love the
expanded
Mortis
on
art.
it. And I'm still working with these themes today. If you watch Ahsoka, like she's still very much out in that world, and that's why I think she's a fun character, because she can explore this kind of fringe element that, and in animation we can experiment with that, where I think it's even riskier in live action to do something bizarre like that world. But World Between Worlds is just an idea I had for a long time to materialize a existence for the Force. It was also a chance to honor everybody working in Star Wars. So I have dialogue from JJ's films in there. I have dialogues from Gareth's film in there, from Ryan's film, and you know, they were all working so hard, and I thought, let's include everybody in this. Let's reflect everybody and bring the entire Star Wars community together in one space that's echoing forward and back. Because I think Star Wars works best when it's total community. I don't get into this debate of what's better than what. I don't care. I like it all. I like all the people in it, and I like all the fans. That's just how I feel. Yeah.
That is such a wonderful thing about Star Wars Rebels, is that it bridges so many different gaps and brings so many things together. You mentioned bringing Ahsoka into the show, bringing Vader into the show. Another incredible moment is, and I remember in Celebration when this was revealed, when you brought in Rex, Wolf, Gregor, the clones. And this leads me to my next line of questioning about clones, because from the beginning, this idea, like the Rookies episode from season 1, this idea of the clones having this duality of being, you know, we're all the same DNA, we're all related, we're all brothers, but we have this rugged individualism, and that being explored all the way from the Clone Wars into the Bad Batch. Can you talk about some of the conversations you had about clones with George, you know, and the team? Because I just think it's one of the most incredible aspects of everything that Lucasfilm Animation has gifted to Star Wars.
I can talk about all that, David, yeah. I mean, I will say one fun Rebels factoid, and I don't think people know this, is AP5.
Athena Portillo 5.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's, if you like the droid AP5, it's Athena. I have to include you all the time, because you're the best. I feel bad I sit here and ramble, and you're so knowledgeable, and you know so much about the Force and all these things. I mean, you are pivotal in the Bad Batch, so what do you think of all that?
Oh yeah, let's talk about this. We talked about this backstage.
Yeah.
Talk about the sort of the pitch of the Bad Batch and the decision for the Bad Batch to be the follow-up to Star Wars Rebels and Resistance.
I love the idea of what you were just saying in terms of sharing the DNA, but the fact that all the clones had unique personalities by way of Clone Force 99 was the most exciting part of that idea of the pitch. And the fact that it came from the episodes in season 7 of Clone Wars and wanting to expand off of that, that was pitch enough. It was great. Yep.
As far as the clones go, what George and I always talked about was that under the Jedi, the clones are all the same, but they become individuals. Under the Empire, the stormtroopers are all different, but they become the same. And that shows you why
I really like
evil
that
people
explanation.
just crush
That's actually
you
pretty good.
and take away your individuality and make you just a number. So now you're TK, 126 instead of being Rex, instead of being Cody. That's what the Jedi were providing, space to be yourself. Yeah, George and I were always shocked at how much people related to them. That really took us by surprise. But through all walks of life, people found some kind of common energy in the clones. And no more so than when George said, we're going to make this Bad Batch group, and they're going to be very different. And we didn't know what people would think of that. And one
Yeah,
of the
man, it
reasons
doesn't
why
look like we're gonna
we
get
did Bad
anything
Batch
else
too was
for
that George, that was one of the ideas
Star
that
Wars
he had
animation.
when we were still working together, was let's do a Bad Batch
Maybe.
spinoff and continue.
No, they're not gonna let us watch an
that way.
episode
And so,
online. That'd be dumb.
I loved working with George, and I always try to honor that, what he wanted. It's
Aw.
important to me.
Oh,
Give it
you
up
got
for
a little
George
choked
Lucas.
up.
I have to say, I have seen so much Bad Batch love just today.
Yeah, it's
On
crazy.
the show floor. Give it up for Star Wars The Bad Batch. What an incredible show. And by the way, I'm pretty sure we have some folks from Lucasfilm Animation in the audience today. Are there some folks from Lucasfilm? If you work at Lucasfilm Animation, stand up, because you deserve a round of applause. Anyone from Lucasfilm Animation out there? There they are. And everyone at Lucasfilm Animation watching via the live stream back home, thank you for all of your incredible work.
That's so cool.
So apparently, the episode that they saw, spoiler alert, if you don't want to know, close your ears for a second or just mute me. I'm going to read it real quick. In the spoiler alert for Asajj Ventress's first episode, we see her get resurrected, brought back the concept of the path from Obi-Wan Kenobi, and the Kenners are scoring the season as well per the credits. All right, back to the stream.
And thanks for tuning in on the live stream.
Is that it? That's it. I thought they were going to give us a new series. Everyone thought they were going to get a new series. All right, well. That's a little disappointing.
Our
Maybe
next
they have...
guest is a 30-year veteran as Lucasfilm and Industrial Light and Magic. Please welcome to the stage, Janet Lewin.
very cool. I will be honest, this has been fun, but I'm super fucking tired. I got a lot of videos to make over the next couple days, and I want to do this again tomorrow night, but I need to get some rest. So, thank you so much for any of you who have been here since the first hour and have made it to this point. That means so much. I had a great time doing this. You know, I'm not on YouTube all that much, but I'm getting back into the rhythm of things. I'm working on a documentary and coming back, doing a stream with you guys, doing something like this, just chill, watch Celebration. Phenomenal. This was a really good time. Do it again tomorrow night. Thanks for tuning in. Like, comment, subscribe if you haven't. And nothing but love, guys. I think you can finish it. You can finish the stream if you want. Do your thing. But me, I gotta get